You're not tired, you're just addicted to being weak. You keep blaming the world, but deep down, you know the truth. You've been running from yourself. Every second you waste is another piece of your potential rotting in regret. And one day, you're gonna wake up broken, alone. And no one's coming to fix it. Because the world doesn't care about excuses. It only respects results. You are exactly where you deserve to be. Not where you wish to be, not where you dream of being, where you deserve to be. That's the part that stings the most. Because deep down, you already know it. Every decision you've made, every time you chose comfort over progress, distraction over discipline, weakness over work, it brought you here. And it's easier to pretend the world did it to you. It's easier to believe life handed you a bad deal, that the system's broken, that people held you back. But the truth, you held yourself back. You sabotaged your own climb with your own two hands. And now you're mad at the mountain for being tall. No one's gonna live your life for you. No one's gonna do your push-ups, run your business, suffer your cold showers, fight your demons. It's your war. You wanna win, then fight. You wanna change, then move. Stop talking about it, stop wishing, stop envying men who did what you refused to. Success isn't something that arrives, it's something you chase, something you earn, something you bleed for. You think someone's gonna walk in and say, here's everything you ever wanted, congratulations for existing? That's fantasy. That's weakness in disguise. And the world eats the weak alive. Personal responsibility is the most powerful weapon a man can carry when you finally understand that everything in your life is your fault. Not in a self-loathing way, but in a self-liberating way. Everything changes. That's the day you take back your power. That's the day you become free, because if it's your fault, means it's your fight. And if it's your fight, you can win it. That's the beauty of it. The same truth that burns you can build you. You can sit in the ashes of your failures and cry about the fire, or you can rise from it and become something unrecognizable to your past self. No one is coming to save you. But that's the best news you'll ever hear, because it means you're the one who saves yourself. People worship comfort like it's a religion. They think staying safe will save them. But comfort is the enemy. It slowly kills potential and whispers lies to keep you average. It tells you you've done enough when you haven't even started. It tells you you deserve a break when you haven't earned a damn thing. That comfort will rot you from the inside out. And you'll wake up one day surrounded by wasted time, broken dreams, and a version of yourself that disgusts you. Then what? You blame your parents, society, the government? Grow up. You're not a child anymore. You're a man. Start acting like one. This world is hard. It's ruthless. It doesn't slow down for your excuses. You don't get points for effort. You don't get trophies for trying. You get what you take, what you earn through obsession, resilience, and brutal accountability. But that shouldn't depress you. It should excite you. It means you can rewrite the entire story if you just get serious. Your future isn't written in stone. It's carved by your action. You can be broke today and a machine tomorrow. You can be lost now and lethal in 6 months. But none of that happens if you keep blaming everyone else for the chains you wear. Do you know why so many stay average? Because victimhood is addictive. It gives them something to hide behind. It lets them avoid responsibility. But what they don't understand is that victimhood is a cage. And every time you say it's not my fault, you lock the door from the inside. Meanwhile, the man who owns everything, even his failures, is free. You have two choices: stay bitter or get better, cry or conquer. And I promise you, the moment you start owning your life completely, the universe starts making room for the man you're becoming. I'm not saying it'll be easy, I'm saying it'll be worth it. Because when you build something with your own hands, brick by brick, through storms and silence, with no applause and no help, you walk differently, you speak differently, you sleep better. You look in the mirror and finally respect the man looking back, not because he's perfect, but because he didn't run, he didn't fold. He took the pain, took the pressure, took the responsibility, and turned it into power. And that's the man who becomes dangerous. There was a time I sat in a room with the curtains closed, the lights off, and the world moving on without me. I had nothing, no money, no clout, no hope. Just four walls and the echoes of my own thoughts telling me I was wasting my life. And you know what the hardest part was? I couldn't lie to myself. I knew I was underperforming. I knew I was meant for more, but knowing isn't enough. Dreams mean nothing without action. Hope is cheap. Discipline is expensive. And most people are broke for a reason. I had to face the brutal truth. No one was coming. No one was knocking on my door with an opportunity. No one was dragging me out of bed to make something of myself. It was all on me. I remember nights when I couldn't sleep, not because I was busy grinding, but because I hated who I was becoming. That feeling when you know you're built for war, but you're acting like a civilian. I used to think I needed help. I used to think I needed a sign, some motivation, someone to lift me up. But nothing came, and that's what changed me. That silence was the greatest teacher. It taught me that personal responsibilities isn't just about owning your actions, it's about owning your reactions. Life will slap you. Life will ignore you. Life will test you. But how you respond, that's where the real strength is forged. You don't become a man when things go your way. You become one when they don't. And you still rise. I stopped waiting. I stopped wishing. I started working like the world was against me, because in many ways it was. Nobody believed in me. Nobody cared if I won or lost. But that wasn't their job. That was mine. I was the one who had to get up early. I was the one who had to endure the grind. I was the one who had to silence the distractions, shut out the doubt, and build something from nothing. Every rejection fueled me. Every failure sharpened me. Every insult made me colder, stronger, more precise. I didn't need support. I needed the pain. Pain made me honest. Pain made me hungry. People love to say you changed. No, I evolved. I stopped apologizing for trying to win. I stopped explaining my ambition to the lazy. I stopped pretending that average was acceptable. You want a better life, then build it. No one's gonna do it for you. They'll clap for you when you make it, but they won't lift a finger to help you on the way there. And that's fine. Because the moment I realized that, I became dangerous. I became independent. I became a man who didn't wait for motivation. He generated it. The strongest fire burns in the hearts of those who were ignored when they needed help the most. And it wasn't glamorous. There was no Instagram post for the days I skipped meals because money was tight. No likes for the hours I spent in silence, studying, training, building. No applause for walking away from parties, distractions, and fake friends to chase a vision that only existed in my head. But every one of those lonely steps was mine. And that's why I walk differently now. Because I didn't inherit power, I created it. I didn't stumble into success, I earned it with scars. What people don't understand is that personal responsibility is your superpower. When you stop pointing fingers and start looking in the mirror, you unlock potential that most will never touch. The man who says, "It's my fault," is the same man who says, "So I'll fix it." That's the mindset that turns losers into leaders. That's the mindset that builds empires from ashes. You don't need to be born rich. You don't need connections. You need clarity, purpose, relentless action, and the refusal to let yourself off the hook. I look back now and I don't feel regret, I feel pride. Because I didn't take the easy road. I didn't rely on anyone to carry me. I didn't fold under pressure. I adapted, I endured, I elevated. And if I could do it from nothing, with no safety net, no rich parents, and no pity, then so can you. But only if you're willing to carry the weight. Only if you're willing to stop blaming and start building. The world doesn't respect intentions, it respects results. And those results start the day you take full, unapologetic responsibility for every second of your life. Here's a dark truth most men spend their lives avoiding. They don't want to hear it. They pretend it's not real because it's easier to live in delusion than to confront it. But you're here now, so listen close. No one's coming. No cavalry, no hero, no lucky break. That fantasy you've been sold your whole life, that someone's going to swoop in and fix your problems, give you direction, unlock your potential, is a lie. The world owes you absolutely nothing. And the sooner you accept that, the sooner you become unstoppable. You are the only one responsible for saving yourself from the life you secretly hate. Let that settle into your bones, because it will either break you or build you. The reason most people stay broke, weak, and miserable is because they outsource their responsibility. They blame their parents, their job, the government, the economy, the algorithm, the weather. They'd rather feel like victims than admit they're failing because they chose comfort over commitment. It's easier to say I can't than to admit I didn't. But that comfort they cling to, it's killing them slowly, quietly, while they scroll, distract, and excuse themselves into mediocrity. And they'll stay there until they either die or wake up to the truth. Every second you waste blaming something else is a second you could have used becoming a savage. The harshest truth in life is also the most liberating. Your situation is your fault. You're broke? That's your fault. You're out of shape? It's your fault. You're lonely, depressed, lost, angry? All of it, your responsibility. And that's not said to shame you, it's said to free you. Because once you accept the blame, you also inherit the power. When it's your fault, you can fix it. When it's your fault, you can change it. That's why losers hate responsibility, because it comes with a burden of action. But real men, They run toward that burden. They carry it with pride because they know that no one's coming. And that makes them dangerous. You want to know why most men don't win? Because they lie to themselves. They pretend they're trying when they're half committed. They convince themselves they deserve success while doing the bare minimum. They claim they're waiting for the right time when all they're doing is avoiding pain. But here's the truth. Success is painful. Discipline hurts. Waking up early hurts. Going to the gym hurts. Turning down distractions hurts. But so does regret. So does failure. So does staying average. The question is, which pain are you going to live with? You either suffer the discipline of personal responsibility, or you suffer the slow death of wasted potential. Most of you are running from pain. You're addicted to comfort. That's why your life doesn't change. You fear discomfort more than you fear regret. And that's the most dangerous mindset a man can have. Real growth happens when you run toward discomfort, when you stop avoiding the truth and start owning every inch of your existence. When you sit in the dark, stare at your failures and say, this is my fault, but I'm not done yet. That's when things shift. That's when you become untouchable. Because a man who takes full responsibility for his life is a man who can't be manipulated, broken, or stopped. Fear is natural, but letting it control you, that's a choice. You're afraid to fail, so you never start. You're afraid to be judged, so you stay silent. You're afraid of effort without results, so you never even give 100%. But listen, fear doesn't go away. You just get stronger. You outgrow it by confronting it over and over again. And the best weapon you'll ever have against fear is responsibility. When you know you're in control, fear becomes irrelevant. Because you don't care about outcomes anymore. You care about effort. You care about truth. You care about becoming better, not looking better. And in that process, you find freedom. Not the freedom they sell you, cheap dopamine, fake validation, shallow pleasures, real freedom. The kind that comes from knowing you built yourself from the ground up. The kind that comes from looking in the mirror and seeing a man who doesn't flinch, doesn't whine, doesn't wait. A man who moves with purpose, speaks with conviction, and lives with fire. Because he knows everything he has, he earned. And everything he doesn't have, he's willing to bleed for. If you're hoping someone will rescue you, stop. Rescue yourself. Build yourself. Rewire your mind and harden your soul. The world will try to distract you, weaken you, confuse you. Don't let it. Anchor yourself in truth. No one is coming to save you. And that's exactly why you must become the man who can save himself. You have one shot at this life. One chance to rise or rot. Don't waste another second outsourcing your power. Own everything. Change everything. Be the reason your bloodline evolves. It starts with you and no one else. Let me make this crystal clear. Your life is a reflection of your decisions, your discipline, and your mindset. Everything you see around you, every result you have or don't have is the byproduct of what you've tolerated, accepted, or allowed. If your bank account is empty, it's because you didn't outwork the man next to you. If your body's weak, it's because you fed it garbage and avoided the pain of progress. If your mind is scattered and you lack direction, it's because you handed your focus to things that never deserved your attention. A man becomes powerful the second he stops making excuses and starts taking brutal accountability for every detail of his existence. That's where true transformation begins. People have built entire belief systems around avoiding responsibility. They want to be coddled, validated, pitied. They want someone to tell them, it's okay, you're failing, the world is hard. And it is. The world is hard, but it's hard for everyone. It doesn't owe you fairness. It doesn't stop spinning because you're tired, broke, or heartbroken. It rewards savages. It respects the disciplined. It opens for the man who doesn't ask for doors but rips them off the hinges. You want to talk about motivation? Here's the truth. No one is born elite. They build themselves through fire. Every great man you admire was once a nobody who decided to take responsibility when it was easier to quit. And that decision, it's made daily, in the silence, when no one is watching. When the alarm rings and your body says sleep, but your purpose says move. When everyone else is partying and you choose to study, to build, to prepare. When failure smacks you in the face, instead of crying, you recalibrate. That's what separates men who win from men who wish. Discipline is doing what must be done, even when your feelings beg you to stop. Your feelings don't matter. Your obligations to your destiny do. You'll never feel like doing what greatness requires, and that's exactly why most people never taste it. I've seen men waste years waiting for motivation, waiting for clarity, waiting for someone to tell them they're worthy. What they don't understand is that clarity comes from action, not thought. Self-worth comes from doing hard things, not from being told you're enough. You earn confidence by confronting weakness with ruthless consistency. You build belief in yourself by showing up relentlessly, not once in a while, not when it's convenient, but every single damn day. That's responsibility. Knowing that your future depends on your current habits and making no excuses when you fall short. And when you do fail, and you will, you don't collapse. You don't cry on the internet about how unfair life is. You dissect the failure. You take notes, you recalibrate, and return sharper, harder, hungrier. The man who owns his failures becomes too dangerous to defeat because every time he stumbles, he becomes more focused. Every hit makes him harder to hit again. That's the difference between boys and men. Boys blame, men adapt. Boys retreat, men rebuild. Boys want ease, men want war. Not war with the world, war with their weakness. You want hope? Here it is. If you're at the bottom, it means there's only one direction to go. If you failed, it means you've got data now. If you're lost, it means you finally admitted that you can't wander forever. That's hope, not fake positivity or empty affirmations, but the raw truth that you are capable of changing everything if you stop running from responsibility. Every day is a new vote for the man you're becoming. Every choice is a brick in the empire or the coffin. You either build yourself or bury yourself. There's no in between. And here's the brutal part most won't tell you. You'll never be ready. You'll never have the perfect plan, the perfect support system, the perfect mental state. Readiness is a myth sold to the weak to justify hesitation. You start broken, you start unqualified, you start terrified, and you get better by showing up through the chaos. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the decision to take full ownership despite it. And when you commit to that level, everything changes. You stop negotiating with your mind, you stop waiting for signs, you stop living like a passenger and take the wheel of your damn life. So stop telling yourself you can't, stop feeding your mind the lie that you're stuck. You're not stuck, you're stationary because you chose not to move. Change your thoughts, change your actions, change your results. Simple, not easy. But that's the point. If it were easy, everyone would do it. Everyone would be rich, jacked, fulfilled, focused. But they're not, because taking full responsibility is rare. It's uncomfortable, it demands sacrifice, and sacrifice scares weak men. But if you're here, still reading, you're not weak. You feel the fire, you want the truth. So here it is. Everything you dream of is on the other side of your excuses. And the key to it all is personal responsibility. This is the moment you stop listening and start acting. This is where the words stop being entertainment and become a mirror. And what do you see in that mirror? That's your real enemy, not society, not your parents, not your job, your childhood, your genetics, or some imaginary bad luck. The enemy is the reflection staring back at you with excuses in its eyes. You've heard enough, you've consumed enough, you've waited long enough. It's time to understand no one is coming to save you. The day you realize the hero you've been waiting for is you, that's the day everything changes. You want success? Take it. You want power? Build it. You want peace? Earn it. There is no external savior. There is no government, mentor, or magical opportunity that will hand you the life you fantasize about. You have to fight for it. You have to bleed for it. You have to sacrifice comfort for greatness. Every morning you're given 24 hours, and what you do with them defines your entire legacy. You can scroll, you can whine, you can waste them, or you can rise, you can train, you can build, you can own your existence. Excuses are the language of the average. Discipline is the dialect of kings. People keep asking, what if I fail? You will fail. You'll fall, stumble, break. You'll face rejection, betrayal, exhaustion. But none of that matters if you stand back up swinging. Failure isn't final. Quitting is. Most men aren't defeated by the world. They're defeated by their own weakness disguised as comfort. You got a choice every single day. Choose the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. One makes you powerful, the other makes you pathetic. One builds a man who commands respect, the other builds a man who begs for attention. And understand this clearly. You're not special because you've suffered. Pain doesn't make you unique. Everyone's suffered, everyone's had a rough past. The difference is what you do with it. Some use it as fuel, others use it as a shield. The strong say, because of what I went through, I refuse to be weak. The weak say, because of what I went through, I deserve pity. The truth? Nobody cares. The world measures your value by your results, not your story. You want to be respected? Stack your wins. You want to be remembered? Build something that echoes beyond your lifetime. This isn't motivation, this is reality. You don't have time. Life is not a practice round. You don't get a second shot at your 20s, your 30s, your prime years. Every wasted week is a future filled with what ifs and silent frustration. You think you have time until time reminds you that you don't. That's why you must move now. Not next Monday, not after your vacation, not after the heartbreak or when you feel ready. You are ready the second you decide that the excuses are over. The second you realize your potential is being buried by your own softness. The second you stop outsourcing your problems to circumstances and start owning every second of your day. You think the top 1% are superhuman? They're not. They're just consistent. They do what's hard even when no one's watching. They train when they're tired. They work when they're uninspired. They push when everyone else is slowing down. They don't negotiate with weakness. Personal responsibility is what turns average men into unstoppable forces. It's not about being perfect. It's about refusing to lie to yourself. It's about auditing your life, cutting the dead weight, and taking extreme ownership of your choices. The sleep you sacrifice, the books you read, the food you eat, the company you keep, the money you save, the content you consume. It all matters. Every piece contributes to the empire or the excuse. And let's be honest, you already know what you need to do. Deep down, the voice inside you knows what's required. Wake up earlier, train harder, cut distractions, stop chasing validation, stop hiding behind the illusion that you're doing your best. You're not. Your best is a lie until you've maxed out every second of every day with relentless focus and zero compromise. The truth is, most of you are capable of 10x more, but you're operating at 10% because you've allowed your emotions to dictate your actions. You feel tired? So what? You feel unmotivated? Who cares? The man who wins is the one who moves regardless. This is your wake-up call. No sugarcoating, no safety net. If you want to be great, you must accept that everything is your fault. Every setback, every delay, every missed opportunity. The moment you embrace that truth, you unlock power. Power to change, power to evolve, power to dominate. Because now you're no longer a victim, you're the architect. And architects don't complain, they build. You don't fix your life by blaming others. You fix it by owning it like a man. So what happens next is simple. You act, not tomorrow, now. You write the plan, you cut the comfort, you confront the version of yourself that's been holding you hostage. You decide here and now that average is unacceptable, that weakness is a disease, that excuses are dead. You stand up, look in that mirror, and you say, it ends with me. You become the example. You become the inspiration. You become the force that no man, no system, no failure can stop. You, the enforce that ever hurt. You, not because you're gifted, but because you chose to be responsible. That's what being a man means. That's what leadership is. That's the difference between a life of impact and a life of regret. You don't wait for permission. You don't beg for motivation. You declare war on your own excuses. And you take complete command of your destiny. Because the truth is simple. The life you dream of isn't waiting for you. It's waiting for you to become the man who can build it. And that man, he is forged by fire, fed by focus, fueled by personal responsibility. Now go prove it.
Men only become good men through negativity. Women are actually the opposite. Men who have been through a lot of pain are very kind. When I see a man who's been through a lot of shit, it makes you kinder. You don't want it to be put on anyone else. When women go through a lot of pain, they grow bitter and evil and mean. They don't grow kind. Men grow kind from pain. The worst men on earth are the ones who haven't had enough pain. Those are the arrogant pieces of shit people. You're supposed to suffer as a man. You're born to suffer. You're not supposed to get rich off a fucking stupid meme coin like that without doing any work. You're supposed to suffer. The whole reason God put men on this planet is to suffer. And the best men are the ones who suffered the most. I wouldn't be top G if I didn't suffer more than anyone else. You're a better man than everyone else if your life was a mess and it was a hardship, because you're not what happens to you. You are how you react to it. And the best men on earth are men who have had their parents die, their best friends betray them, their girl betray them, thrown in jail, their money stolen, stabbed, robbed. And every time something happened to them, they sat there and they looked in the mirror and said, what can I learn from this? How can I stop this happening? Those are the best men. Those are the men respect. Those are the men women want. Why do women love scars? Look, they tried to kill him and they can't. That's why I want him. The best men suffered. You find a man who's never been through suffering and nobody gives a shit about him. Men don't like him and women don't like him. Men are no good without it. Lots of people are going through the world trying to get experiences, but they're so obsessed with getting the positive experiences that they never really experience life at all. People go through life and they say, I want to make money on a crypto coin, and I want to get rich, and I want to buy a Lamborghini, and then I want to get a beautiful girlfriend, I want to go on a boat in Miami, and all this positive, but there's no light without dark. You could do all of those things and you'd still be miserable if you didn't experience the dark. If you have not experienced true misery and pain, you'll never ever be happy. So if you're going through life as a man and you're looking for experiences over comfort, which is what you should be doing, which is what the great explorers of the world have always done, because they weren't looking for comfort. Comfort's at home. Experiences out there. All the sailors, all the warriors, they were looking for experiences. I love the negative experiences along with the positive experiences. I love jail because it's an experience. Is it a bad experience? Sure. But then my bedroom is beautiful once again, like it's never been before.
How was that first sleep back?
This is the point. Everyone's obsessed with the positive experiences, but nobody is chasing any kind of negative experience. I believe every man should be choosing to do something which is extremely hard, which they hate, which sucks, because you don't appreciate life at all without it. The reason people chase higher highs all the time, and the reason they're constantly taking drugs and trying to new pussy and drink more alcohol and chasing higher highs all the time, is because they don't experience any lows. You always want a higher high, but I promise you, the high you're at is fine if you balance it with a little bit of low. If you bounce down there for a week and come back to where you were, you're good. Constantly chasing higher highs is hedonism, which ends in one place. It always ends in a spiral, a downward spiral. You need to stay away from constantly chasing those things. You need to artificially manufacture some lows. I chose fighting because fighting will do that for you. It's hard, it's stressful, you're worried, you train all the time, you're exhausted, you win, you lose, you get hurt, you go hospital. There's a lot of negatives in it. There's not enough negatives in men's lives today. It's amazing how the human mind adapts to its surroundings. In some ways it's stressful, but there's no light without dark. In other ways, it's not very stressful.
As a man, there is no easy life. If you're looking for an easy life, you should have been a girl. You made a mistake.
Yep.
Your life is not about being easy. Your life is not about being happy. Your life is always going to be difficult. All of the pain you feel, all of the sadness you feel, you're supposed to feel as a man, and you have two effective binary choices. You either go through the suffering and go through the trauma and go through the hardship it takes to be a man of value, or you suffer eternity as a nobody. And being invisible, I would argue, is almost worse. You can have a very stress-free life if you work in Starbucks. You don't care about the Starbucks once you clock off. You're not at work at the time. You go home, you play video games, and you exist until you die. That's stress-free, but you have to suffer being a nobody. Alternatively, you can go out there into the world, try and implement your mark on the world, work hard, try to get rich, more money, more problems. You can try and start a business, the stress of that. You can lose your girlfriend because all you're doing is working. This is a new level of stress, a new level of trauma, but at least you'll be a somebody at the end of it. There's two ways to suffer. You either suffer to become a somebody, or you suffer as a perpetual and forever nobody. What did Napoleon say?
He said, glory is fleeting, but obscurity is forever.
Absolutely. Glory is fleeting, but obscurity is forever. And when he says fleeting, that's a really good point, because everything in life is rented, especially your glory as a man. When you have a good body, it is not a good body as complete. It's not finished. You haven't completed the task. You have rented that good physical condition. You must train every day to retain it.
I think God wants me to be the best possible version of myself. I think that God dislikes people who are lazy. I said this to somebody once and he got very offended. I said, God doesn't like lazy people. God has created you and he wants to see the absolute best you can be. I think that if you don't take care of yourself, God has no interest in taking care of you. If you have a Ferrari on the drive and you don't take care of it, who's going to take care of it? Nobody. I think that taking care of yourself and being the best possible version of yourself you can be is how you please God. I think that's one of the best ways to praise him, is to wake up every day and say, I need to be the strongest, smartest, fastest, most fearsome, most stoic, most capable man I can possibly be. This is how I please God. I think that as a man, there's always going to be a degree of pain and suffering in your journey. I don't think you're ever going to become a successful man or be good at being a man without pain and suffering. And as many times in my life where something terrible happened to me, and at the time, if I could change it, I would have. But retrospectively, you kind of look back and go, you know what, that was formulative for me.
That's right.
That is what God decided I needed to become who I became. So all of the pain and all the suffering I've ever gone through in my life ended up, in the end, building me into the person I am, and I'm proud of who I am. I don't think many men especially understand that even if you don't have the strength to be a hero for yourself, you should have enough discipline and enough honor to want to be a hero for somebody else. And if you have other people you truly respect, you should want to be a hero for them. And I think that's the masculine imperative. If someone's going to attack your wife, that's when you become a hero for her. You have to. What kind of man are you if you're not? You have a brain, you have a mind, you have a mental model. You can't think of everything, you can't do everything. You can only have certain frameworks instilled inside of your mind. As a man, you should be hyper-competitive. You should try and be the best version of yourself you can be. You're competing against every other man on earth for the girl you want, the car you want, the house you want, the watch you wear. It's all competition. You should be as competitive as you possibly can. Anything that's inside of your mind which doesn't allow you to be competitive should be erased. So I started at the absolute lowest echelon of life, and I would like to consider myself pretty somewhere near the top now. I've been through absolutely every stage. So when I say to men, you can become anything you want, and my answer to you is masculine excellence, there's no other answer. I can't tell you how to rig the game and cheat the game. If we're all racing a race and I have a Ferrari and you have a Nissan, I mean, sure, you can get a bit better at driving, but you're probably going to lose. You have to get a better character to play this game of life. So that's why I preach masculine excellence, because for many of the world's problems today, porn, sexual access, being respected by your peers, making sure that your wife's going to stay with you after the children are born for a very long time,
That's right.
being happy, anything, it all comes down to who you are as a man. The only answer is masculine excellence. There's nothing you can do besides hard work, accept the trauma and pain and suffering, and work harder than everyone else around you worked. We have a men's mental health crisis. Young men are disenfranchised. The suicide rate amongst men is much higher than women, and everybody pretends to care. But when I come along and say, I am a man, I've been a man, I know how it feels to be a sad man and a happy man, and I found happiness through masculine achievement and strength, through working hard in the gym, through dedicating myself, through building a life worth living, through taking care of the people who I love, both male and female, through becoming financially successful, through sticking up for myself, through having opinions, through being a man of honor and courage. When I do these things, I'm ostracized, and they're attempting to destroy my life.
I talk about this all the time. People say I've had a traumatic life. I say, well, then you're very, very fortunate. You had a traumatic life. Now, you may have misused that trauma. You may have misplaced it. You may have accepted the matrix telling you that you now have an excuse to fail, as opposed to using it to grow. But every single man of value went through trauma, and they went through pain. It's going to be painful to get strong, painful to get rich, painful to become important. It's going to be painful to become good with women. Your heart's going to get broken a bunch of times. You have to be prepared for the pain. If you're not ready for pain, you're never going to be anything that matters.
I think that the number one problem with the world today, and the biggest problem that men face, isn't the problems themselves. It's just the way that they are been taught to mentally frame issues. People think when bad things happen to them that somehow they're a victim to the universe and bad things only happen to me and this is so terrible. They don't understand that bad things happen to everybody, and the most successful person you know had all those, probably maybe even worse, at least the same bad things happened to them. They just framed it differently and used it.
And this is what people really don't yet understand. There's only one thing on the planet you actually have control over. You can't control the weather. You can't control your health. You can get a brain aneurysm or a heart attack. You can't control other people. The only thing you can actually really truly control is what you think. That's the only thing you can change in real time. You can be thinking of red and change it to blue. So why are you not controlling your own mind? It's your asset. It's your ally. It's your friend. Why would you make an enemy out of the only thing you have control over? I refuse to do that. It doesn't make sense to me. The worst thing on earth that could happen to a man could happen to me. And I guarantee you, I would still label myself happy. I'm happy because that's who I am. That's how I view myself. That's what I've decided.
It's amazing how much strength you can get from knowing that your ancestors are looking down on you and you're doing your absolute best. I also believe that God can be proud of you when you do your absolute best. And I don't think many people genuinely do their best in the world anymore. When I say do your best, people sit and go, oh yeah, okay. No, when's the last time you actually did your best? Like, I don't train to run marathons, but I know if I gave my best, I could run a marathon right now, first try. If I gave my best, life depending on it. When's the last time people have genuinely given their best to anything? There are people going through the world and going through life today that don't give their best or 100% effort to anything ever. Ever. They can't remember the last time they tried. I think it's very difficult to do nearly anything important if it's not, perhaps to a degree, driven by love or the desire for love even. I think the reason a lot of men want to become rich is because they want to feel loved or feel important or to matter. Mm-hmm. I also feel like the reason that a lot of men do the things they do is for love, either of themselves or of someone else. I think the reason men go to work is because they love their family. The reason you go to the gym is because you love yourself.
If you take a man and give him a life shielded from problems and he never has any to face, I guarantee you he's terrible at being a man. The best men in the world have gone through shit. That's why women love scars, because it didn't kill you. That's the whole point of it, right? So the best thing you can do as a man is look and go, okay, this is hard, this is hard, this is hard, this is hard. I feel negative because these are all so difficult. I'm struggling with X, Y, Z. Let me internalize all of that and turn it into a superpower. Let me become genuinely uncomfortable with my situation in life and go and fix things. Because, like I said, the universe is absolutely and utterly very giving. And if you truly hated being in the position you were in, you wouldn't be there very long.
When men say to me they're depressed, with unlimited options, with the capability to become anything you desire, with God giving you a full and able body and mind, how do you have time to be depressed. You have so much you could do. There's so much that you need to do to be your best self. And you're competing against men like me. And you're finding hours a day to be sad. No wonder you're going to perpetually lose forever. That's suicide. So how do you find time to do this? It's brutally ineffective.
If you construct a mindset that allows you to be as competent as possible, as opposed to feel any different or feel better, then you're going to naturally come to the conclusions I've come to. You're as competent as possible if you believe you can affect absolutely everything about your life. You're as competent as possible if you believe absolutely everything that's happened to you, whether good or bad, is completely your fault. You're as competent as possible if you believe the bad things that happen to you are going to allow you to work harder and become even better. When bad things happen to me, the first thing out of my mouth is good. Good.
If any man's honest with himself, think about the biggest transformative stages in your life. Think about the times you got the most work done. It was a bad part of your life. You were heartbroken, or, you lost a house, or broke, or whatever. That's when you did shit.
There is a huge percentage of the populace which they're beyond saving because they're the worst thing you can possibly be, which is a quitter. Being a quitter is the worst thing you can possibly be. God himself can't make a quitter important. Because the only reason the place you're trying to get to has value is because it was difficult to reach. If everybody could reach it, there'd be no value. Value is linked to scarcity. The whole point gold is valuable is because it's not everywhere. If it was everywhere, it wouldn't have any value. The reason the place you're trying to reach is valuable is because people can't get there. So if you're the kind of person who quits, you're never going to get there. Quitters are the worst.
And the masculine world is hyper competitive. This is another thing most people don't understand.
Totally agree.
It's hyper competitive out here. All the women want a few men at the top. The Ferrari, you don't want a Ferrari to drive fast. You want a Ferrari because other men want a Ferrari and can't have one. It's hyper competitive. So if you're competing against every other man for every dollar you make, every girl you see, the house you live in, the car you drive, the life you live, you're not going to be able to compete with the person who performs regardless of how they feel if you only compete when you feel like competing.
And if life is perfect all the time, you don't appreciate anything. I actually think one of the worst lives you can have is a life where everything goes right all of the time. If you're spoiled to that degree, especially as a man, as soon as you reach any kind of difficulty, you're going to crumble. So I've had to get up a bunch of times, and I do not pray for an easy life. I pray for a difficult life with difficult challenges to solve and being strong enough to handle them. I've never tried to make my life easier. In fact, quite the opposite. If you really want an exceptional life and to do exceptional things, you can't only hope for the positive exceptional.
The only reason you appreciate being rich is because you were poor. If you were born rich, you don't appreciate it. The only reason you appreciate being in good health is because you were once sick. When you're sick, you'll do anything to be healthy. If you've never experienced sickness, you don't know what health is. There is no light without dark. Perhaps I'll be a happier person and live a more fulfilled life and enjoy my fantastic benefits that come with wealth if I do go. Perhaps I can have a more positive message and more people will know my name if I do go, Matt. Perhaps I'm ready to martyr myself. Perhaps I am ready to charge at the gunfire. Perhaps I don't care.
There's a lot of people who complain about the bad things that happen in their life, not understanding that without the bad things, you'd have no life at all. You need all of the bad things. You need the mental struggle. You need to go through things which you regret. You need to sit there so that if you've never regretted any action you've ever taken, how can you sit and make a intelligent decision for the future? You can't do it.
Yeah.
You need to sit and say, well, I felt the sting of regret for X. I don't want to feel the sting of regret for Y. You need this experience. And that's what life is all about. People think that life is just the good times. And this is the massive misconception. Love is a perfect example. Let's use love. Because people think being in love is holding hands and I hold hands and we cuddle in bed. I love them. Love is the whole spectrum. Love is missing them. Love is breaking up with them. Love is being sad they don't text you. Love is the whole circle. There's no up without down. Anything that has the ability to emotionally affect you positively has the ability to emotionally affect you negatively. There's nothing in the world that can only affect you in one direction. Even something as asinine and stupid as an object.
Life as a man is pretty shit, and you're going to feel shit for a pretty large percentage of the time. But you're only going to ever escape that if you just perform regardless. You have to perform when you feel bad. As a man, you can't say, I will perform when I feel good. It doesn't work that way because our heads are too complicated and life's too complicated. There's too much on our shoulders and we have too much stress and too much pressure. Our heads are fucked. You have to be the kind of person who says, I perform regardless. I didn't miss a single day's training. I didn't miss a please. I didn't miss a thank you. I'm not saying I was happy. I'm saying I did exactly what I was supposed to do.
If you want to be the most competitive predator on the planet, you have to be able to hunt in the day and the night. You have to be able to do both. You have to be able to perform when you're happy and sad. You can't only be able to perform when you're happy. You can't only go to the gym when you're motivated. You can't only be a competent person when your life's going well, because when your life's not going well, you're no longer competent. Then you're going to lose to people like me. And it's player versus player. If you're the kind of person who can only do well when you're happy and you're competing against someone like me who can do well all the fucking time, guess what? You lose. So my mental model, the answer is most of my opinions are just based around constructing a mental model that allows me to be brutally competitive.
The things happen to people, and things are going to happen to everyone. And even if you live the perfect life, you're still going to have bad experiences because everything's relative.
Yeah.
So small things are going to be big, and you have to learn to get on with it and be disciplined. And if you don't have a disciplined upbringing, you don't learn to go through hard times, you're just going to end up one of those people who just is a complete feather in the wind. You just succumb to your emotions, and that makes you either a pussy or, as a man, also makes you dangerous. These people, these serial killers and these school shooters and all these things, these are people who just give in on their emotions instantly. These are people with no self-control.
They never had fathers around.
They never had fathers around.
99% of them in America, they're from a single mother kind of type home or some shit, no father around.
And they never had anyone sit and say to them, I don't care how you feel, you're not allowed to act that way.
Yeah.
And that's it. So when they feel a certain way, they think, well, I'm going to act this way then.
Yeah.
And that's what's dangerous.
This is also why I became successful in the first place, because I've always been capable of fighting and going through pain and dedicating myself and doing difficult things and having hard things happen to me and being emotionally regulated. So perhaps what's so interesting about it is, even if I want the dark, no matter how deep I dive into it, no matter how much mess I try and get myself in, I'm just going to end up springing back and having more fans and more followers and more people talking about me and more social media.
Bro,
and
it's
more
the
money.
emotional regulation that I'm worried about. I'm like, how the hell does this guy do it?
Well,
How do you manage that?
Yeah, for me, it's relatively easy
Because it's a new dark again.
It is, but that's part of I'm looking for the journey. I don't want the comfort. I want the challenge. I'm looking for the journey. So no matter what bad is happening to me, part of me is always going to sit there and detach myself from myself and analyze it from the third person and say, wow, fantastic. This is going to be a great opportunity for you.
You're tapped
It's a great opportunity for you to prove yourself to yourself and prove yourself to everybody else and prove yourself to God. Feeling depressed is real.
Yeah.
Depression as a disease, I do not subscribe to. The idea, I believe, that if you feel depressed, something is depressing you, and you should try your best to fix it. You should take control of your life and do your best to fix it. The idea, but they don't say that. They don't talk that. They say depression like it's this magic thing that comes out the sky and it gets in your brain. You're sad no matter what, and there's nothing you can do about it, and you need to only take pills. And I think that's a very bad way to look at the world, and that's a bad idea to subscribe to. And if you start to feel depressed, let's say your girl leaves you and you start to feel depressed, but you believe in the idea of depression, you're now going to start diagnosing yourself as clinically depressed, self-hypnosing yourself into hypnotizing yourself into being clinically depressed. And it's amazing how you can speak things into existence. I cannot become depressed because I don't believe in it.
So how about chemical imbalances in the brain?
Bullshit. That's all been disproved anyway.
Really?
It's all been disproved. Firstly, that's all been disproved. And secondly, even if that was true, even if I had a chemical imbalance in my brain, I do not believe in depression. Next time you see a rich guy, go up to him and say, how'd you get rich? I've never heard anyone say university. Ever! I've never heard anyone say it's a lie. It's a scam. When I was 16, I saw the guy in the Ferrari. I was like, I'm going to college and he isn't. And he ain't going to work. He knows something I don't know. I knew at 16 everything they tell me was a lie. But there's still people who think they have 5 years to waste in college. 5 years. I'm 37. Let's conservatively estimate I make for myself $250,000 today, let's say. 5 years ago, I was probably making 20 grand. That's the difference 5 years can make. 5 years. And they're going to sit there and do what? Read a book from 22 years ago? Go party? Oh, fraternity. Bro, competence is confidence. I think they go hand in hand. You're going to be confident in doing things you're good at. And I understood I had to get good at things from a very young age. And I was challenged from a very young age to constantly test myself in endless competition. My whole life has been competition.
Correct.
It was chess tournaments from a very young age.
Yeah.
And then it was professional fighting. My whole life's been a massive competition.
Right.
And I understood that there's winners and losers. And that's how the world operates. To this day, right now, it's the same thing. And you just get good at the idea of competition. I think there's a lot of people out here who don't realize they're in a fight, or they know they're in a fight, but they want to ignore the fact they're in a fight because they don't want to have to accept that they're losing. So they wake up and say, oh, I'm just a man living life.
Bro, they're too comfortable.
They're too comfortable.
Yeah, mental health and depression is an interesting one because, like, you look at Tyson Fury, right? How can you not respect the heavyweight champ? Gypsy King, G. right? And he was talking about how he was depressed and how he fought his way out of it and everything. Huge respect for the guy. He was depressed, and the only way he fought and beat his depression was one day he got up, grabbed himself by the bootstraps, got in the gym, became the champ again, brought himself back to the former champion he was. He did it himself, right? And I think that that's really the only way any of these things can be beaten. I think if I were to talk to Tyson, or Tyson were to talk to anybody, he'd say the same thing. He'd say, look, end of the day, even if you're struggling, it's you that's gonna have to get up and get the work done and change your life. I think that a lot of the help, which is being purported now by the system, by the Matrix, isn't designed to help. I think it's designed to keep people in this state of depression, because when you're depressed, you're submissive. You don't care about what happens to you if you're depressed. Depressed people aren't going to riot against a new law or against COVID tyranny because they're depressed. They're too busy. They're at home and they're sad.
The best option, the best thing to do is still to get up, be an adult, control your emotions, be stoic, and do the things you're supposed to do day after day. Laying in bed and doing nothing is never going to be the best option. The best option is still to go to the gym, to work hard, to run your business, to be successful. So it doesn't matter. We're talking about the different positions on the chessboard. But if the rules of the game remain the same, regardless of the position you're still trying to win, you still have to do the same things. So does it even matter at this point? If you come along and say he's depressed because of X, and he's depressed because of Y, and he's depressed because of Z, and the answer to all of them is still the same thing, then I don't give a fuck why you're depressed. All I know, what I will say as a matter of fact, is this world is hyper competitive, especially as a man.
How do you think men can build more confidence in like deciding their life instead of just letting it be decided for them?
Yeah, so they have to take absolute responsibility, which is the first thing. The second thing, they have to get competence, and competence is going to allow you to have confidence. You're not going to be good at shit if you're bad at shit. You have to be good at things. You're only going to be confident at things if you're good at things. I know what I'm good at and what I'm bad at. So you have to go out there and take risks, and you have to make mistakes, and you have to risk it all. And once again, this comes down to competition. I think competition is such an important thing in the masculine world.
Yeah.
I grew up in the chess world, then I went into the fighting world. It was all extremely competitive. It's competition driven. You can't make excuses. If I sit here and say I lost a fight, cool, you lost a fight. But I lost a fight, but my gloves, when they were wrapped up, my hand was hurting, and then they
excuses.
Bro, you lost, G. Like, no one gives a fuck. Like, you have to understand that excuses don't matter. Nobody cares. Life's binary. Winners or losers. And you just have to take absolute responsibility for all of it.
I was walking to college with a couple of my friends, and a Ferrari drove past. And I said, bro, you see that? And he goes, yeah, what about it? I said, doesn't that piss you off? I must be about 16. He goes, why? So this dude has 400 G's for a car, 400 grand. I'm walking 4 miles to college because my mom hasn't got any car. He has 400 grand. Do you think he works a job? Do you think he's fucking behind a counter somewhere? He knows something about the world that I don't know.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, he's rich. I'm like, yeah, I know. I didn't say he wasn't rich, dummy. I'm saying he knows something about the world I don't know. And I was intrigued, and it angered me. I couldn't sleep for weeks. I was pissed off. Every time I saw somebody with genuine money, I understood that everything I was being told and taught and they were trying to make me believe just simply wasn't true. I was like, this is bullshit. None of these people are getting these things by following the path that the system is trying to make me follow. Yeah. Nobody, and everybody intrinsically knows this. If you go to if you're at BP, you're at a petrol station, and I pull up in my Lamborghini, nobody goes, wow, he went to school. Yeah. He studied hard.
It's over 10% into the year now. I wonder if anyone who made a New Year's resolution sits and says, it's over 10% into the year. Am I at 10% of my goal? Because your stupid ass said you were going to be a millionaire when you were drunk on New Year's Eve. Well, you need to have 100 grand saved. Do you have 100,000? Have you even done the feedback on your own goal you made 30 short days ago to realize that you're nowhere near it and you're not going to make it and you're a loser? No. Oh, I got the rest of the year. And then wonder why they fail. You should have a daily target.
And then it's just a full-on cycle for them, yearly. Of course. Going to be a millionaire next year. And then,
and then they just lie. Yeah. So you need to constantly feedback and analyze your life and take time out of scenarios. I do this all the time. There's been times I've got up out of bed and I've got ready and I've got my keys and I've got my phone and I've stroked my dog and I've had my coffee. I downed it quickly and it was just the right temperature, so it wasn't too hot and it wasn't too cold. And I got in my car, which had already been started my Ferrari by my security team, and it was already warm. And I got in and I was out the door. I was like, I'll go out the door in 6 minutes. That's like 2 minutes faster than normal. Yeah, that was good. What did I do good? Well, the coffee. The coffee wasn't too hot, wasn't too cold. Usually it's too hot and I have to wait. Or it's too cold and I want another one. The coffee was just the right temperature. When was it made? And I'll check the message where I sent them to make me a coffee. And it sounds crazy, but I'll analyze how I left the fucking house while I'm driving. I'll be like, that was fast. That was good.
Why do some men do what they do? Why did Elon decide to put rockets in space instead of just retire? He was rich after PayPal. Why?
Yeah, that's fair.
Why did Alexander the Great need all that land? Why Did men go to the Antarctic to try and cross the icy, barren, empty plains and freeze to death to just be the first men who did it? Why do that? You can't even put it on Facebook back then. Who gives a shit? Some men are built different, sir. Some men want to do it because it hasn't been done. And that is the reason why. They do not need much more motivation than the fact they will be first. There isn't much motivation to get on a rocket and be the first man on the moon, because the probability is you're going to die or get stuck up there and never make it back. Or even if you do go and you do come back, half the people on Earth won't believe you went at all. So why would you do that unless you're just that kind of guy? Feminists sit and complain about men and say, well, men have this, men have that. But they're talking about 2% of men.
Fascinating.
They don't talk about all men. They say men have the best jobs. 2% of men have the best jobs. Most men carry trash. So you're talking crap. So everyone accepts that the best possible human experience that exists is the top 2% of men. Anything below that sucks as a man. You're better off being a chick. So what I say to men is, look, life's hard. It's always going to be hard. It's always going to suck. It always has. The only way to get out is to become excellent and perform at a level where your echelon is so high that you get to live this brand new experience. You need to become strong and smart and interesting and charismatic. You need to become rich, powerful, well-known, connected. You need to do it.
But can all men do that?
No.
So, okay.
But I have to tell them the truth. When people come along to me and say, my life's shit, and I look at them and go, yes. People are genuinely not out here giving their absolute best, because if you were, you'd have everything you've ever desired. You'd have anything you've ever wanted and asked for. Instead, what people do is they cope and convince themselves they're trying. Oh, I tried, but I need a work-life balance, and it's hard, and I was trying. All garbage, all cope. And like I said earlier, life is war. If you're a man and you don't view the world as war, I can't imagine how you view the world. My entire worldview is war. I was actually having this conversation the other day about why I avoid extreme sports. This was some girl. She's like, would you ever jump out of a plane with me? I'm like, bitch, no.
Why do you avoid extreme sports?
Well, because my life is extreme. But my life is hard. I'm at war. If your life is extreme and you're already at war, the last thing you want to do is jump out of a plane. You want it safety, calm. I want to be left alone. The only thing a woman can give me back at my status in life is absolute devotion to protect my spirit. I need a woman who loves me completely and utterly. I don't expect her to have financial incentive to look after me. I don't expect her to be physically capable of dealing with my problems. I don't expect her to be my problems are very complex. I don't expect her to be sitting there on a computer trying to work them out. I expect her to sit there and go, I love you so much. I'm just worried about you and I just care about you.
Everything's about love.
It's all about love. Now, that's what I want, because that's a fair exchange. I can take a woman all around the world, spend a bunch of money on her. I can be top G, spend all this money, give her a life she could never see. If I am truly the center of her universe, she is giving me value back. And that's why I'm not going to go out here and fuck bitches who barely care about me or just vamoose a bitch in a club for a one night, because she's winning. It's like throwing money down the drain.
What if Kim Kardashian slides in your DMs and says, hey, Tate, I want a piece of that? How are you responding?
I'm kind of careful about talking about celebrities now.
Trying to get the TikTok.
I end up meeting them all. A woman's job is, in my view, the women who mean the most to me are the women who truly protect my spirit by just loving me and caring about me and using their intuition to truly want the absolute best for me.
Do you feel like your stress comes from holding on to what you hold dear, that pride aspect of things? Like, I got to be top G. Nobody's top G. I'm top G.
You know where I actually think it comes from? I actually think it comes from because I know I've only reached 10% of what I can actually do.
Let's go. Bro.
And that bothers me. And no matter how much money I'm making or how most Googled man alive, whatever, I can still identify the inefficiencies in my systems. I can still identify where more money could have been made. And money isn't that important. But like we said, money is a very simple way to measure success because it's numbers. Numbers are easy.
Yeah.
This number, that number. It's easy. What does a company do when it wants to measure the success of a company? It looks at the numbers. What does a YouTube channel do? It looks at the numbers. Numbers are easy. So if you're going to say, how do I be successful in life? Money's not everything, but it's a nice, easy way to measure because it's numbers. And then when you understand it's the time and energy of other people, you sit and go, okay, well, I have this large empire now, and I have all these people who work for me, and all these people I love, and all these people I care about, and all these children, and all this going on, and the world is getting more and more messed up, and everything's on a decline, and everything's being destroyed, and a certain number of people are going to become useless eaters, are going to be eradicated, and they're going to try and lock us all in our 15-minute cities for the climate or some garbage. That's coming in no time. How do I combat and fight all of this and protect all the people I care about? Well, I need the time and energy of others. I need an army, so I need money. It's not practice, it's feedback. If you don't analyze what you've done, then you're not going to
Where you
identify
can
your
improve.
mistakes
Yeah.
and where you can improve. I will watch this podcast back 10 times and I will realize all the times I stuttered or all the times I had to repeat myself or all the times I didn't use a word I was supposed to use. And that's why next time I do a podcast, it'll be better than even before. And that's also a lesson you can take and apply towards life. You can apply the feedback aspect towards life. Practice alone will not improve you. Practice is going to build habits. In fact, from fighting, I know this very well. If you allow a student to come and learn bad habits at the beginning, it's very hard to get out of them. This is why most people, when they talk on podcasts, are saying, I can't even listen to that shit. I'm like, you don't even speak English? Why are you sitting down? You don't speak English?
Why it's so hard to get your point across?
Well, if you can't get your point across compendiously and you can't articulate yourself in a concise manner, how do you expect other people to affiliate with your worldview?
I've never met anybody who is in fantastic shape, and you say, how'd you get in fantastic shape? And he goes, oops. Dunno, bro. Just oops. No, absolutely not. I went to the gym every day. I ate this particular way. I had a meal plan. I dieted. Nothing is going to happen on accident.
Yeah.
This mindset of when my ship comes in, one day it's just going to, well, you're going to win the lottery? Maybe. And that's another thing that's actually funny, talking about winning the lottery. I used to dream of winning the lottery, bro. How much does a lottery win nowadays?
It depends on the win. Could be anything.
6, 7? No, not Europe.
I don't know anything about the lottery because I think it sucks.
But man, like I used to dream of winning the lottery, thinking that my life would change, and now like 6, 7 million. That's a year of jets. It's nothing. Like it's not even money anymore. It's crazy how the perception changes.
But even if you win the lottery, 90% of lottery winners within 10 years are in the exact same situation.
Completely, because they think it's a lot of money. It's not even a lot of money. A couple, 6, 7 million pounds is zero in the real world. It's zero.
Some people really need a female in their life because they need that kind of stability and direction and motivation. I'm not that guy. I do not need a woman to tell me to go work. I do not need her to tell me to put the video games down. I do not need to be cooked for and mothered. Like, it's nice if she does, but I'll survive. I did all this myself. I'll be okay. Like, the menial tasks you complete, I can hire somebody to do. It's not a big deal. I absolutely believe in love. I believe in family. I believe having kids is an amazing thing. But does that mean I'm ever going to live the completely traditional, I'm at home, wife says come home? That's never going to happen. That's not who I am as a man. If I have a woman who I love with all my heart and we have children, I'm still going to be out till whenever the fuck I'm out. I might be gone for 2 weeks. I'm out. See ya. See you in 2 weeks. If during those 2 weeks I meet a big booty Q, whatever. It is what it is. Doesn't mean I don't love my woman at home. Doesn't mean I'm not going to come back to her. But I'm just true to my instinct as a man. I don't think I should apologize for it. I think a lot of people are socially conditioned to apologize for things. That's not me. Because everyone pretends they give a fuck, but nobody does. Especially women. I know I don't get attacked for women, but women truly don't give a fuck. If you ask a woman the kind of man she wants, she will never say depressed or sad. Ever. She wants a man who is ultra capable, ultra competent. I've literally had women say to me, you know what I love being around you? I'm like, what? I don't have to think. I'm like, what do you mean? Because I just turn up and like, we just walk in the hotel and staff do anything we want and the jet's just on the runway and we just land and I'm in this beautiful place and I don't even know where I am and I get to just turn my brain off and it's great. Like, they want someone who is fun and spontaneous and charismatic and successful. They don't have time for sad dudes. They don't care. So the world doesn't care. The world has never given a shit about sad men. So if you're going to sit there and self-diagnose yourself as a sad man, you're going to have a shit life and nobody's ever going to give a fuck and you're going to perpetually lose forever. And that is your decision. I am so scared of being that person. The idea of that terrifies me to the point where I don't even want to accept that as a reality that can possibly exist. I don't give a shit what happens to me in my life. I don't care how bad it is. I don't care if the worst, most heinous things I can possibly imagine happen to me. I know that my sadness, my depression will be temporary because I will never stay a loser. It is against my creed. It's not in my DNA. Anything in the world that makes you happy that you currently have, whether it's a person, whether it's a job, whether it's a scenario, whatever it is, also has the exact inverse capability to make you extremely angry. So you have to accept this about
You're
life.
quite detached, man. You're quite detached from everything that you also own. You say you love it, but at the same time, you're okay with letting go.
Well, that's because I think I have confidence in myself to get it all back. And that's also because I have quite a lot of emotional control. And then perhaps, maybe I'm a little bit of a sadist, I don't know. But when bad things happen to me,
You love it.
I kind of enjoy it. And I think that maybe it's perhaps I just enjoy it for the story. Perhaps my whole life is not about trying to find comfort, it's trying to find challenges, and it's trying to find stories. I'll be very honest with you. Even in jail, my brother and I kept saying this is probably the best story, one of our best ever stories. That's what life is about to me. And if you were to say to me right now, Andrew, do you want to spend a year living in comfort and flying around the world and sleeping with girls and doing whatever? Or do you want to spend a year in a jail in Mongolia? I'd probably choose the jail. I had real jobs and I did real things and I was really broke and I was really on the bus and really trying to pay rent and doing real stuff for a long time.
I wrote a line in here, and I think you could relate to it. A poor man is broke, a rich man is broken. So if you're broke, you could figure out a way to be rich. But if you were given everything and you don't know how to manage this life, you're broken and you don't feel like you've earned anything. I've met more depressed rich men than I've met depressed broke men.
It's amazing you say that because there's two answers to that. My first one is, I love that you say that because I always say I'm not rich. I'm a poor man with a lot of money. I always used to say that. And I don't want to brag or anything, but just because I get asked this question a lot. I've been extremely successful. I have hundreds of millions of dollars. In fact, I think our last valuation across everything we own we're almost at B now. So we're doing very, very, yeah. I'm a billionaire. Top G's a billionaire. So we're doing extremely well. That's the first thing. The second thing, it's great that you say that because I completely agree. Because if you're born with everything, if you're born with all this money, that you have no aspiration, nothing to actually grasp onto and trying to achieve, then money doesn't make you happy.
Chess teaches you that if you lose, at some point you made a mistake. It doesn't matter if it's the smallest mistake. It doesn't matter if you just took too long to think to make the right move and you ran out of time on the clock. At some point you fucked up for you to lose that game. It's 100% accountability with no luck. That's what's so important about learning chess. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, you need to, as a man, adopt the mindset that absolutely everything that happens to you is completely and utterly your fault, whether it's good or bad. And most men don't have that. Most men don't have that. When the Matrix was attacking me and they were destroying me, when they're calling up my exes trying to get fake fucking charges on me and put me in jail, when they close my bank accounts and I use $10, $11 million, when they ban me across all social medias and lie about me, when they harass my family, I'm sitting there going, this is my fault. All of this is me. I got here. It's my fault. I'm not going, that was unfair. It was orchestrated. The NGOs worked against me. Because that is not helpful.
So it's accountability.
It's 100% accountability in all things. But also when I go out there and I start the Bugatti, it's like, that's me. This is my fault. The car is my fault, and the big house is my fault, and everything that ever goes wrong is my fault.
And failure.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to take complete and utter accountability for everything. They try and convince you, don't worry if you're being a loser, because people feel sorry for you, and you'll get attention for it, and you'll be okay in the end. And it's all this temporary fixes of dopamine by saying, I'm sad. Don't worry, bro, you'll be okay. But it's bullshit. They don't care long term. The world doesn't care. Nobody really cares. Chicks don't care. Business doesn't care. You are going to fail.
It even happens in schools now, doesn't it? Everyone gets a prize.
No, it's garbage.
Of course it's garbage. Yeah. Absolutely. You've got to have winners, you've got to have losers. You have to lose to know how to win.
It's true, and the natural state of man is a competitive state of man. Men have always been competing with each other. Even now, right now, we compete with each other. I don't buy Ferraris to drive fast. I do sometimes, but if I'm in London traffic, it's not to go quick. No. It's to show everyone else I'm richer than them. That's what it is. It's a never-ending competition. I don't wear a big diamond Patek with fucking $500,000 to tell the time. I tell the time on my phone. I do it because I'm loaded. Life as a man is shit. It's always been shit. It's never been good. When men wake up and say, I'm depressed and life is hard and I'm sad and I'm struggling right now, I say, okay, throughout history, men have always struggled. Happiness is for children and women. Name a time in history it was better to be a man. Was it better to be a man in World War II? Was it better to be a man on the Titanic? Was it better to be a man in the Napoleonic Wars? Was it better to be a man when you were sitting in Vienna and the Mongol horde arrived, ready to decapitate any male and enslave all the females? When's it ever been good to be a man? Building the pyramids, was that fun? It's always sucked. The only time being a man ever is good is if you become an exceptional man, which is even something feminists admit. Because feminists sit and complain about men and say, well, men have this, men have that. But they're talking about 2% of men.
Fascinating.
They don't talk about all men. If you're a man in the middle and you don't have the light yet, often you'll find the light by jumping into the dark.
Yep.
What does Newton say? They're equal and opposite force. The deeper you go, if we imagine, let's imagine the yin and the yang. Let's imagine there's a line in the middle and you have the light and you have the dark underneath it. If you're standing in the middle, the deeper you'll dive into the dark, it's like coiling a spring. The higher you'll bounce back into the light.
This is what's happening right now.
Exactly. And this is also why I became successful in the first place, because I've always been capable of fighting and going through pain and dedicating myself and doing difficult things and having hard things happen to me and being emotionally regulated. So perhaps what's so interesting about it is, even if I want the dark, no matter how deep I dive into it, no matter how much mess I try and get myself in, I'm just going to end up springing back and having more fans and more followers and more people talking about me and more social media.
Bro, you can't make excuses ever.
Yeah.
There's never an excuse. And you're right. People try and put things on the outwards on the outside. It's interesting. I remember watching Forrest Gump about 5 years ago. I was on a plane. I can't remember where I was flying. And the beginning of Forrest Gump has a scene in it, which I don't think many people actually have ever analyzed or anticipated or understood what the scene means. But when he's sitting on the bench at the beginning, think about Forrest Gump. He's sitting on the bench at the beginning and there's a feather blowing.
Nailed this shit.
Yeah.
And then it lands on him and the movie begins.
Yeah.
What they're saying with that is Forrest is the feather and life has just pushed him all over and put him in all these unusual scenarios. Life has directed him everywhere.
Yeah.
That's what it's saying.
Sure.
And if you're going to be the guy and you're going to allow life to happen to you and you're not going to happen to life, then you're at mercy of the wind. Perhaps it might work out okay, but it might not, right? So you have to be the guy who goes, okay, the wind's blowing in this direction. Fuck them. I'm doing this. You have to come to life. You can't let life come to you, because if you let life come to you, then you're going to be living inside of a matrix and a system which is designed not for you to live your best life.
99% of what men do is for status. We want to be in good shape for status. We want the fast car for status. We want the nice house for status. We want the diamond watch. We want the hot girl. This is all for our status. Look at me. I'm the big dog. This is how we compete with each other. If you're going to be a dude who pretends that's not true, or be a dude who doesn't want to compete, your life's going to fucking suck. That's the reality.
Do you feel like sport drilled this mentality into you? Because I used to be a competitive swimmer. I was always competing, trying to be the best, and my dad used to compete with radio-controlled models.
Yeah.
How about you?
Well, that's it. What is sport? Sport is just watered down versions of war.
Yeah.
This is what men have always done.
Friendly war.
Completely. We've evolved to be in battle with each other to some regard. And
they wonder why fans get so emotional as well, because they're also at war with the other fans, aren't they?
Completely.
You know, and that's going to kick off at some point.
Exactly. And you look at the entire planet throughout history, there are ideas which are universal. These are not ideas that could have possibly spread or shared because of the distances involved. It was a universal idea for the Mongols and the Chinese to fight each other, and the Aztecs and whoever else to fight each other, and the tribes in Africa to fight each other. The Europeans, the French, and the English were fighting each other. Humans have always done this. It's just like, no, I'm the boss. No, I'm the boss. So, okay, then let's find out who's the boss. And now we live in a world where I think that status is the new form of combat, and the true expression of testosterone is showing you can move the world with money.
Do you have something to prove? I think everybody on the planet has something to prove. If you walk through life and feel like you have nothing to prove, then you're a fucking loser. If you wake up each day and go, I don't owe anybody anything, I don't have to prove anything to anybody, then you are a loser, because you are absolutely not incorrect. You must prove yourself to other people. You must prove yourself to your bloodline, as we just discussed. You must prove yourself to God. God hates the lazy. He can't stand them. If he gives you all these genetic dispositions and these natural God-given gifts, if you have 2 arms and 2 legs and you can think, and you're not trying your absolute best, that's the reason you're not lucky. He doesn't like you. He likes the people which show him the beauty of his own creation. He likes to give somebody building blocks and them to build something amazing. It's the best thing about being a man. You have to build who you are, right? You can decide if you want to be a funny comedian or a musician or a kickboxing world champion or fight the Matrix. You can decide whatever you want to be. I was a 4-time kickboxing world champion. For 12 years, I trained 5 hours a day, 6 days a week. And I was motivated to train probably about 25% of the time. The rest of the time I went because I am disciplined. Just like you're talking about your ultra marathon. You don't feel like going through that shit on a Wednesday morning when you wake up, but you have to do it because you're disciplined. You're either a disciplined individual or you are not a disciplined individual. To sit there and say, and I'm going to tell you the truth, Ramsey, a shit spiral, what does that mean? You go on Pornhub or you start clicking on cat videos on YouTube. Like, if you really wanted money, you would not do that. The number one thing people don't have control of in their lives is their mind. But what's funny about that is, the only thing in life you can truly control is your mind. You can't control other people. You can't control the weather. You can't even control your health. Your heart might stop beating. You don't make it beat. It just goes. So it's going to turn off one day. The only thing you can control in your life is what you think in your mind. So if you're going to sit there and go, oh, I'm sad, well, you can change that if you actually try, but you don't. You just accept it, right? So people have lost control of their own minds. And I don't understand why you would allow your own mind to take power from you. Why would you believe let your own mind convince you you're not a lucky person, or I'm not this, or I'm not confident? Why would you let your own mind sabotage you? Why wouldn't you reprogram your own mind to be on your team? It should be your ally, right? My mind is my ally. You can dump me in a bikini in the fucking Arctic Circle to die. 2 days later, I'm coming to your house, knocking on the door with 3 girlfriends in a Cadillac. I'm not going to sit there and go, shit, I'm going to die. I'm going to be like, okay, Andrew, you're the man. I don't know what the fuck we're going to do, but you're going to pull this off. You You have to be good enough on your worst day to beat your opponent on his best day. On the day he feels motivated and gets out of bed and wants to fight and he's raring to go and he's on the top of his game, and you feel the absolute opposite. You want to lay in bed, you don't want to move, you don't want to go anywhere, but you have to get up and have to fight this man. You have to be good enough to beat him anyway. You have to be that good. Life often gives you chances and you get one shot. You don't get to replay them, you don't get to rerun them. Even the ones that you do get to rerun, you do get to replay. I guarantee if you pulled it off first time, every time, your life would be completely different than if you pulled it off on the second time every time. It'd be a different trajectory. There'd be no failure in the mix. The air wouldn't be stained with the stench of your inadequacy. You must be that good, that no matter what happens in life, even when the Matrix attacks you, even when you get curveballed, you can put on a nice suit, you can pull out some money from somewhere, put on a diamond watch, and pull it off. You have to be that guy. And the way you're going to do that is by training. You have to practice. And you have to be held accountable amongst other men who are extremely capable in all realms. You can't be hanging around with losers because losers will allow you to lose. You need to be hanging around with winners because winners will not allow you to lose. We hate losers. We don't even like them around us. They stain our air. Train harder. When I get a message from whoever and he goes, my wife left me, I'm devastated. I say, I understand. I completely understand how hard it can be to lose a woman that you've given your entire life to. And you've done so many nice things. And then because of one thing you did, her innate and absolutely insane level of ungratefulness has turned her bitter, and she now talks to you like she hates you over one thing you've done after thousands of efforts showing how dedicated you are to her. And even now that you're prepared to die for her, she doesn't give a shit about you. I understand that pain. But my answer is, good, it's still good. Now take all of that pain, and instead of emailing me, do this. And then you're gonna become the kind of person that women don't leave. Then you win. If you don't believe in depression, you can't be depressed.
Right.
All you can be is, okay, I feel a bit pissed off, time to get up and go get it. Let's hit the gym, bang, hit the club. I'm gonna make some things happen in my life. But if you do believe in depression, the second you feel sad, the first thing you do is sit down and go, this isn't my fault I feel this way. I have a disease and nothing's gonna make me better. And you're gonna get worse. So this is the whole point. This is what was amazing when I said depression wasn't real. I said, if all you, because I was getting attacked by, all the Avatar Anon characters, I'm depressed, you don't understand, my friend killed himself, blah, blah, blah. I was like, listen, if depression is really so horrible, why are you all defending it so fervently? So it's real, it's so powerful, it's real. Why are you defending this horrible thing? Why don't you sit there and go, you know what, you're right, Andrew, fuck depression. But they want to defend it because it's an identity. It's something that allows them to feign individuality. It's something that allows them to, it's an excuse. It's a ready-made excuse for all of life's failures. I'm a loser, but it's not my fault. But depression. That's all it is. It's a fucking coping mechanism. In certain scenarios, there's absolutely no benefit to doubting yourself. When I was about to get in the cage, even if I knew the guy was a killer, there is no benefit to me thinking I'm gonna lose or I might lose. There's no benefit. If I lose, I lose, right? But you have to completely believe you're gonna win. That's the only way you're gonna do your best. That's right. So I would never believe I'm unlucky. I would never believe anything negative about myself because I refuse to self-sabotage. I have enough people out in the world who want to sabotage me. I'm not gonna do it to myself.
You have haters?
Oh, a few. A few. But yeah, no, I'm absolutely an extremely lucky person. And I know I've been lucky in my life. A lot of hard work went in as well, but yeah, there's a degree of luck in everything. Yeah. But I'm an exceptionally lucky person. Of course, I'm an exceptionally lucky person.
And we're sitting here in a mansion in Miami that you rented some.
Yeah, we're in a mansion in Miami, and we're doing the War Room Summit, and we've got like 50 guys here. And
how many masks are here?
How many masks? 0. Yeah. I'm talking with the president of the Manosphere. Life's good, right? Life's good, and I control my mind. My mind doesn't sabotage me. My mind will never say anything negative about me or what I can do or what I've done ever. Depression is not real. Because that allows me to become more competitive. I don't give a shit what paperwork you pull out your ass and which depressed person or psychologist comes in here and tries to explain to me how depression works. I'm more competitive if I don't believe in it. Because then when bad things happen to me, it doesn't cross my mind that I might catch depression. It is not even an idea in my me and Tristan are in jail, everyone's depressed, we're smoking cigarettes and dancing around. We can't be depressed because we don't believe in it. So I'll only adopt ideas that make me hyper competitive. And sometimes that's going to make you very humble. Sometimes it's very competitive to think, shit, I might lose here. Sometimes it's competitive to be delusional and think you can't lose. If you corner me and there's no way out but to fight and 10 men are going to try and kill me, I'm going to believe I can win. Delusional, maybe, but it makes me the most competitive. That's what I believe. Fuck you. I've decided. My brain works that way. Which mindset is the most competitive? Which mindset is the most useful to me right now? Which emotion is the most useful to me? I change emotions. We can all change our emotions if we really want to. You could all think yourself sad. You could all think yourself happy. Everyone can do it, but people take too long to do it. You need 10 minutes. Get good at it. Give yourself a few seconds. And then you have to decide which emotion puts me in the most competitive state right now. And you'll often find that happy is not one you choose very often. It's not a competitive emotion to be happy. For 5,000 years, people were dodging saber-toothed tigers and catching the plague and running from Genghis Khan just for my stupid ass to be born. I don't owe them anything. I don't owe them a thing because I want to play video games. These people are fucking losers. You should walk through earth with force inside of you. As I walked into this hotel reception, everybody looked. Not because they know who I am, but because as I move, even if it's behind their head, people feel something and they go. It's an energy that comes from brutal competence. It's almost like an evolutionary thing where a rabbit can just smell a fox. It just knows. That's what happens when a predator walks in a room, even amongst humans. You pay attention next time you're in a restaurant. If a man who's truly dangerous walks in, nearly every other man kind of looks up at the same time. You feel it. You need to or you don't survive. We've evolved with that to live. That's who I am. I couldn't imagine not being that man. There's a difference between want and want. And I say this all the time. People say to me, I want to be rich. And I say, okay, well, I want to be able to ice skate. But I don't want to be able to ice skate enough to go learn how to ice skate because I can't be bothered. I mean, surely if I could click my fingers and be a figure skater, I'd click my fingers. Who wouldn't? But I don't want to actually go train because I don't want it enough. And this is the exact point with money. Everyone wants money put on their lap. If you truly wanted money, you wouldn't be able to sleep until you fucking had it.
Yeah.
And this is the point. So you're saying you go down a shit spiral, then you're not cut out to be rich, my friend. Get a job in Starbucks and piss off. Some people, because when I had nothing, I couldn't be distracted. You couldn't distract me from what I wanted. That's who I am. If I want something, I'm going to get it. So I don't know what more you want me to say. I do not need to be motivated. I'm a disciplined person. If I allocate X amount of time to work, I'm going to do it.
Do you think he's proud of you?
I'm certain he's proud of me. And it's amazing how much strength I can get from that. It's amazing how much strength you can get from knowing that your ancestors are looking down on you and you're doing your absolute best. I also believe that God can be proud of you when you do your absolute best. And I don't think many people genuinely do their best in the world anymore. When I say do your best, people sit and go, oh yeah, okay. No, when's the last time you actually did your best? Like, I don't train to run marathons, but I know if I gave my best, I could run a marathon right now, first try. If I gave my best, life depending on it. When's the last time people have genuinely given their best to anything? There are people going through the world and going through life today that don't give their best or 100% effort to anything ever. Ever. They can't even remember the last time they tried. So when I'm sitting in a dungeon, I'm sitting in a Romanian jail cell, I understand that it is a chance that God has given me and my ancestors are watching for me to do my absolute best and to show to them that I am the man I say I am. You can't become the most famous man in the world for mental resilience and God not test your mental resilience. I think that would be a very amateur way to view the world, that you can now become one of the most famous men in the world who talks about mental discipline and mental resilience and God's not going to test it. I think God's going to come along and say, okay, you want to be Mr. Famous. All right, let's see what you have. You're not going to be able to compete with the person who performs regardless of how they feel if you only compete when you feel like competing, right? Because there's men like me out there who will be sad every day and outcompete you regardless. I don't care how I feel, I will still win. And that's the kind of mindset you need to adopt. So I don't, when a man comes...
You've got a job to do. Stop whining. Go to work.
Completely.
Yeah, I agree.
Completely.
Yes.
So when men say, oh, I feel sad. Who cares? The world doesn't care. All the men who are out here to destroy you and take your girl don't care. So why do you care? Like the person who should care least is you. You're the only person who wakes up every day who should have a genuine vested interest in improving your life. Nobody else wakes up and wants to improve your life, only you. So if nobody else cares about how you feel, why do you care?
You asked me about the fact that am I afraid they're going to put a bullet in my head? They're going to put a bullet in all our heads. Do you understand? At least I get to die first. At least they remember my name. If we all have to jump off the cliff, at least I get to go first. Wait, lads. Well, Andrew Tate went first. Because we're all going to die. The only way to stay alive as a man now is to not be a man anymore. To be a chick. I'd be afraid because men are little cowards.
oh, don't kill me. No, okay. I refuse. I refuse absolutely. Just shoot me or put me back in jail. It's fine. I refuse. Until the day I'm gonna drive my Ferrari around, I'm gonna say whatever I want. That's what's gonna happen. I don't care anymore. Put me in jail. Put me back in jail. I don't care. I worked out something that's actually very fantastic for everyone at home who's worried about going to jail. To all the men at home, because they're gonna come for all of us if you have any kind of opinion or you tell your girlfriend not to sleep with other men, somehow that makes you controlling. If you go to jail, you can still smoke. Which means there's nothing the government can really do to you that prevents you from getting cigarettes. So life's fine. My argument also for depression is, you're depressed, fine. Have you trained today? Well, that doesn't change what you should do with your life, depressed or not. And I don't say this because I'm an eternally happy person. I say this because I've experienced all ranges of human emotion. I was in a Romanian jail cell with cockroaches crawling all over me as I slept. I never missed a day of training. I wouldn't say I was particularly happy. The push-ups must be done, so they got done.
You're very close to your brother.
Correct.
And you were locked away for part of that with him. And did you have fun at all with him?
Yes. I do think there's something inside of men, whereas if you're with your boys or you're with your group of men, there's something inside of us.
Totally.
And it allows you to make the absolute best of the worst situations. Maybe that's an evolution from war. You know, all the men went to war and you saw all this pain and suffering and you saw heads, people decapitated, and you're injured, but then you sit around the campfire and you're laughing.
You're laughing, that's right.
It's something inside of us. It's like a coping mechanism when you're around men. So when me and him were together, no matter how bad the scenario or no matter what they tried to do to us, part of us would just look at each other like, cigarette? And you find joy in that. And yeah, there's definitely, and that's another thing I think a lot of men are lacking. A lot of men are missing is a masculine support network. I think Buddies.
Yeah.
You know, you talk to a guy and say, what was the highlight of your life? What was the best time of your life? And they'll say, college football. It's not about the football. It's about the team. Yeah. You know? And I think a lot of that's destroyed as well. Because also it's interesting how everything interconnects. When you destroy honor and principle and the masculine essence inside of men, well, now as a man, it's very hard to have friends. I wouldn't want to have a male friend who had no principles, no honors, and didn't work hard and was always crying about being sad. What do I want to hang around with him for? He's a loser. I don't think many men especially understand that even if you don't have the strength to be a hero for yourself, you should have enough discipline and enough honor to want to be a hero for somebody else. And if you have other people you truly respect, you should want to be a hero for them. And I think that's the masculine imperative. If someone's going to attack your wife, that's when you become a hero for her. You have to. What kind of man are you if you're not? And you can apply that to other things. If you apply that to your ancestors, or you apply that to God, or you apply that to your beliefs or your core principles as a man, then you can be a hero anytime you want. If I had left jail mentally broken and financially broken, it wouldn't have made me more famous. So, and physically broken, because all those three things could have happened. Please understand, I was in 24-hour-a-day lockdown. My cell was half the size of this room, and I didn't leave. I didn't get gym. I didn't come out looking all scrawny. I didn't get good nutrition. I didn't get good food. Most people in there had mental health problems. If I would have come out there all skinny and mentally broken, then it would have been game over. So there's also a degree of my competence in all things. But the people who laugh at me going to jail don't understand that there's no light without dark, and I'm an expert, I guess, if you were to say one of my skills is, I'm an expert at being hard on myself, and if life's gonna be hard on me, I'm gonna Aikido that into power. I would believe I'm a stronger version of myself post-jail. And if you put me back, I'll emerge stronger than ever before. Send me to jail. Fine. Send me to jail. Right now. I'll go. I'm not gonna fight. Put me in handcuffs. Send me to jail. The day you let me out, I'll be a stronger version of the day I went in. So what do I have to fear? Because if you truly want an exceptional life, this is one of the mistakes a lot of people make. They want an exceptional life, but they only want the exceptional good because they're cowards. Like, I want a lot of money and fast cars. Cool. You don't want the exceptional stress. You want the exceptional car collection. You don't want the exceptional stress. You want to be me when I'm flying my Bugatti on an A380 and I'm in first class Emirates and my Bugatti's below me and I'm filming it for Take Confidential. You want that, but you don't want to be me when I'm in a Romanian dungeon. But there is no like, if you want the exceptional good, you're going to have the exceptional bad. That is a law of the universe that can't be broken. That is not human law. That's universal law. So if you're sitting at home saying, I want an exceptional life, then you have to be prepared for both the good and the bad. Everything is hyper competitive, especially the sexual marketplace. Like if you're a 52-year-old, overweight, average income, no fame dude, and you have to find a girl, it's going to be pretty difficult. To find a good one, it's going to be very hard. So we're like, of course he's lonely. And his kids don't respect him. They're busy. Like, of course he's sad. Like, it's actually heartbreaking to discuss.
It is heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking. But then how do you prevent that happening? Well, then you need to be a man of honor and principle and make sure that you keep your support networks and make sure that your woman does respect you. And a woman's going to respect you when she sees other men respect you.
Yes.
And they're only going to respect you if you respect yourself. But to respect yourself, you have to be the kind of person who says no.
If you're not prepared for the bad, what's going to happen on your ascent to good? As you begin to get anywhere, something will happen, some degree of stress or whatever, and it's going to derail you, and you're never going to get to the highest echelon. So I've always been ready for the bad. I'm totally prepared for the bad. I was made in the dark, molded by it. I'm Bane. Put me in the bad. My whole life's been bad. My whole life's been terrible. I've known nothing but pain.
What's really scary is this. I'm 37. I grew up on a council estate. I was broke for most of my life. I made all my money myself. And even I have disdain for the poor. Because I look at them and go, you didn't try at all. I did it. With all of the pain I went through and all the problems I had, while also fighting and becoming a kickboxing world champion, I still managed to do it. You started at a higher bracket than me. You started from a middle income at home. Your dad you had food. I didn't have food and I was a world champion. How did you fail so massively? And I look at them and just think of them as, you're an idiot. And if I feel that, imagine how the elites look at us. Imagine you're born into a lineage, a bloodline that have been in charge of the banks forever. Imagine how you view poor people. You think you give a shit whether they live or die? I'm talking about someone who's only been rich for 10 years. And when someone comes and complains to me about being broke, I'm like, oh, you're a dummy. You didn't even try. So imagine you were born filthy rich and your family's always been rich. And you're told about how your family's always controlled everything because you're smarter than everybody else. Imagine how much disdain the elites truly have to the common man.
Most men are walking through life and they don't realize that it's constant competition. I was driving here. Even as I was driving here, I was looking out the window and I was looking at all these people just walking around. One of them had a fucking croissant. One of them was dressed like a dickhead because it's London. He thinks he fucking looks cool. It's a fucking moron.
We've all seen them.
Yeah, moron. Some of the dude just talking shit on the phone. Some other guy with headphones in, waiting to be fucking murdered, wouldn't even hear it coming. And all these NPCs, I'm just looking at them going, do they realize they're in endless, constant competition? Every single pound they want, someone else wants. Every single girl they want, someone else wants. There are people like me out here. I will destroy, you could get all 30 of them in a room and I will sit by myself and absolutely annihilate them in any single metric. And they're just sitting there just fucking floundering and wandering through life, unaware of how competitive the world is.
Well, and whinging how unfair it is.
And whinging how unfair it is. And this is my point. If the world is truly that competitive, you do not have time to be depressed because it's a non-competitive mind state.
The reality of masculinity is controlling your emotions. This is the reality of being a man. They try and say that men should give in and it's okay to cry. I'm not saying you can never cry if something bad doesn't happen to you. I'm saying that the tenets of masculinity since the dawn of time have been, I was afraid, but I did it anyway.
Yeah.
This is the tenets of masculinity.
Courage.
Courage.
Yeah.
Like, that's what courage is.
Yep.
I was afraid to storm the beaches of Normandy, but I did it anyway. I was afraid to stay on the Titanic, but I did it anyway. This is the whole tenets of masculinity. And now they're saying, oh, if you're afraid, just act afraid, be a pussy. Whenever somebody gives you their opinion on anything, listen to the opinion and then stop and look at who told it to you. Because you never want to adopt the thinking of somebody who you don't want to be. Because their thinking made them. So whatever they believe in their mind is why they are the person they are. So if somebody sits and says to you, you should be more humble. I sit and think, okay, this is how my brain works. He believes I should be more humble. That's how his mind operates. The closer my mind operates to his mind, the more likely I am to be like him. Who is he? And I'll look at the person who said that to me and say, no, thank you. No, sir, I refuse. Being humble, is that how you got to where you are? Is that how you got? No, you keep humble. I'll keep winning. You can give. Because most people who talk about humble, all they really want is not be reminded of how they have failed. They don't want me to make it clear to them that they have failed.
If you say to yourself, you know what? I'm reading all this shit on Twitter about drop shipping. Will it make money? Will it not? I don't know. But you know what? This weekend, I'm going to start a dropshipping company. If you actually say it, and then you're like, okay, well, I've said it now, so I have to do it. Saturday comes around. Even if you don't want to do it, even if you're not in the mood, whatever. But because you found the motivation to previously say it, and you're not the kind of guy who lies to himself, you're not a coward. Like, I'm not full of shit. I mean what I said. By the end of play Saturday, you might have a dropshipping company, or you'll at least know more, or you'll at least look into it. You might be making $100 a day. Who knows? It might change your life.
So all you have to do is find the motivation to say things. I say to Tristan, yeah, I'm going to train 5 hours. If I said it, that was it. I had to do it because I couldn't live with myself knowing I was one of them bullshitters.
You can be depressed for X, Y, Z, whatever. I'm not depressed. And I want the money you want, and I want the girl you want, and I want the status you want, and the car you want, and the house you want. And I'm gonna get it, and you're fucking not. And that's the bottom line of life.
If you gave that guy that stuff, he probably wouldn't be depressed.
Well,
anyway.
he's get up off his ass and work then, doesn't he? And this is the point.
He probably would, because he wouldn't have a direction in life. I think it's a very empowering message that you share. And, you know, I think if you can fix it with pills, you can probably fix it by going to the gym and doing all of these other aspects.
But pills doesn't even fix it. Pills just numbs it.
Mask.
Yeah.
Masks it.
Well, it's not a holistic way to treat it, is it? Whereas what you're saying is more so.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you're playing a game, and it's a competitive game, and you need to build a mindset that allows you to be ultra competitive. And if you want to sit there and say, no, I want a non-competitive mindset, then fine. You know what you call people who do not win competitions?
Losers.
Correct.
The brokey days were good days, bro, man. Like, I'd get at McDonald's, and you're laughing with your boys.
Yeah.
The brokey days are great, and I'm not complaining about being rich. Obviously, I worked hard for this, and it's a fantastic life I live now. But I think without those brokey days, without those original days to compare it to, without that juxtaposition, then I don't think being rich would be fun at all. I think it's only fun because you can compare it to the days when you weren't rich. That's the only thing that makes it fun. The only thing that makes a $10,000 steak fun is that you can laugh saying how you never had 10 grand in your bank till you were 27 years old.
Yeah.
Like otherwise it's boring. Otherwise okay, steak. And I think if you're born with too much money, that you'll never truly be happy. I think you need the brokey days. They're the best days.
Normalcy now is being psyoped from all angles. I feel like in the 1950s, a normal man was a winner. The normal man went to a normal job and had a normal family in a normal house and a normal car and a normal life. But I feel like the normal person now is two parents working, children being raised by the Matrix in school, being bombarded with propaganda, bills barely paid, depressed, angry, anxious, watching the BBC. I feel like normalcy has been changed from being a winner to being a loser. So now being normal is just losing in a way which is so familiar to the people around you are losing that you don't realize you've lost it all, because everyone's losing. So you're like, oh, I'm just normal. No, you've all lost. You've all lost. None of you are free. You're all lost. And that's even more scary. You can't even be normal anymore. To be a winner, you have to be exceptional. You could be a winner as a normal person only 50, 60 years ago. Now the normal people can't even win because they're grinding down society, that the bracket of normal is going further and further down.
I got people all the time on Twitter tweeting me, yeah, Tate, you're the man, I'm the same. I'm like, you're not the same. I know that if I were to come up to you and say, all right, we're going to do this now, you'd have some excuse. So like, my words are absolutely sacred, especially to myself. And that's why I'm very careful with what I say, because like I said, if I threaten someone, even if I don't want to do it anymore, I have to do it because I won't lie to myself. I won't betray myself. And that allows you to start thinking a lot more carefully about what you say.
Yes.
Thinking a lot more carefully about what you say, you get a lot more direction and clarification on which direction your life is going. And it's just fulfilling your own word, man. I said I was going to be world champion over and over and over again. I was nervous to lose, not because I was nervous to get knocked out. I was nervous I would look like a liar. I told everyone I was going to win.
Oh shit, yeah.
That's how I was. I was like, no, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna have this. When I picked up my Lambo, the best feeling about picking it up is that I told everyone for years I'm gonna have a Lambo. Lambo's my car. I'm gonna push a Lambo. When I guarantee you, I'm gonna find a way to push a Lambo. I don't lie.
Get the real talk on Patreon. Join us and elevate your mindset.
If you win, you manifested it. Fantastic. If you lose, you would have spent so much time imagining it that you're really going to want it. And because you're really going to want it in your mind, you're going to be more motivated to work hard than ever before. Most of you do not use your mind for what it's for. You've forgotten how to imagine things. But you cannot close your eyes and vividly imagine. You can't give yourself goosebumps. You can't evoke an emotion in yourself anymore. This is an age-old skill that humans had very recently up till social media. You should be able to close your mind and imagine the life you want to live so viscerally, to the point where you can taste it, so that this reality, the one outside of your mind, feels like nothing but a prelude, a ramp, which allows you to get where you want to go. The mind is that powerful. If you ask any champion of anything, they always envision themselves as champion all of the time. And the reason they do that is, one, so they feel confident, but two, so that if they don't become champion, they're more angry and more motivated for the next attempt to ensure that they do become champion. So that's the mentality and the mindset you have to have. Your mind is your number one ally in all things. A lot of you have been sabotaged internally by your own mind. Your own psyche is working against you. When you have negative thoughts that prevent you from being the best version of yourself, you should understand that your mind is attempting to betray you, and you should feel disgust because you have enough enemies. There are enough people in that opposing trench trying to destroy you. If you're watching this and listening to this right now, I promise you, if I were to give a button to most humans on this planet, if I were to go up to an average man, 25-year-old man of average income anywhere in the world, and say, if you press this button, this guy's gonna die. And I'll show a picture of you holding your dog, cuddling, being a nice little boy, whatever you're doing. I'll make you look sweet and innocent. I'll say, if you press this button, this guy dies, but you get $100 million. You do understand that 99.9% of people will press that button, right? And they'll take that 100 million without remorse. They won't really think about you very much. And if they do, they'll distract themselves with a Lamborghini and with bitches. That's it. They won't care about you. There's enough people in the opposing trench who are prepared to destroy you for self-interest that the idea of you not having every single part of you on your own side is truthfully sad. You need to be in a better position than that. You cannot allow your own mind to betray you ever. It has to be 100% on side all of the time. Once your mind is on side, once every part of your psyche is on your team, that's when you can go and look for other teammates. You can expand your network of other people whose psyche is all 100% on their side, and you have a unified outlook on the world. Then you can go and get things done. But the idea of self-betrayal is something most of you are struggling with and you didn't even realize. So as a thought experiment, we're gonna sit here and I want you to actually think about it. How many times have you doubted yourself? How many times have you didn't feel like doing something you knew you were supposed to do? How many times has your mind tricked you into procrastination or being lazy? How many times has your mind convinced you that it was okay to fail and lose even though you didn't try your best? How many times have you sought comfort in excuses? How many times have you betrayed yourself? Don't worry about your enemies attempting to crush you. That's another conversation. If you actually analyze most of your failures, you're going to see the majority of them come from self-sabotage. And once you're in a position like me where you never betray yourself, where your mind never lets you down, ever. My mind knew exactly what I had to do. I did not miss a single day's training. I did not lose my mind. I did not go mental. I did not have a breakdown. I acted exactly as I was supposed to act. I was fully professional in all things. I got as much work done as I could possibly do. I was extremely productive. I used the experience for what it was. My mind never betrayed me. If you listen and look back on most of your failures, you're going to see that it was your own mind that betrayed you. It wasn't your enemies that tricked you. It wasn't your enemies that outmaneuvered you or outsmarted you. Most of you are not yet at high enough echelon to even have enemies of caliber. You were simply self-betraying. And until you identify that pattern and get yourself in the habit of ensuring that is impossible, then you're always going to lose against people who fully believe in themselves. You know, one of the things that stupid people have that makes stupid people quite successful sometimes is irrational self-belief. And the smarter you are, sometimes the harder it is to irrationally believe in yourself. But if you're dumb enough, you can be arrogant enough to have this irrational self-belief, and you will see some people be very successful, and you say, how is this idiot successful? Because they're so stupid that they don't consider the idea of failure. Their mind isn't advanced enough. They are not cognitive enough to consider betraying their own being. They only see outside. They don't self-reflect. If you're intelligent enough to self-reflect, you need to do it so that you can come up with feedback so that you can constantly improve, but be very aware of the trouble that can come from a mind that's not 100% on your side. My mind is 100% on my side in all ways. If I have to do something difficult, even if my body can't do it, My mind believes I can do it all the time. And you'd be amazed how much of life, even in the physical realm, is mental. If you believe you can run a marathon, you can run a marathon. If you don't believe you can run a marathon, you can't run a marathon. Because a marathon is hard. And by believing in it, by truly believing you can do it, then you will your body to a different level than if you don't believe you can do it. It's the same with absolutely all things, including making money, including the gym, including dealing with mental struggle. Anxiety is self-betrayal. Panic is self-betrayal. Procrastination is self-betrayal. Laziness is self-betrayal. Lacking motivation is self-betrayal. All of these things are self-betrayal. Most of you, your largest enemy on the planet today is yourself. You are the one who is destroying your own prospects because you don't have your own mind under control. And one of the things that's crazy about the world is your mind is one of the few things you can control. You can't control very much else. You can only control your mind. It's the only thing you have control over. So if you don't control it absolutely, you're going through life with no control over anything. You don't control your own mind, which means by extension, you do not control your life, you do not control your woman, you do not control the weather, you don't control nothing. You're just an empty vessel going through life with zero control over anything. You can control, once your mind's in check, your reaction and attitude to things. When you're in the trenches, there's people who give up, there's people who quit, there's people who sow FUD, there's people who feel sorry for themselves, there's people who want an easy way out, and there's other people who say, listen, this is a test, and the only way we're going to get this done is to be irrationally positive all of the time. He's like, well, what can I do about the price of Bitcoin? Perhaps nothing, but the universe may reward you karmically if you at least try to do something positive. Go for a walk, go for a run, burn some calories. Why don't you go down to the nearest grocery store and buy the old lady's groceries? How about that? You're unhappy that Bitcoin's gone down. Fine. What I recommend you do, although you may not understand this because you don't see them as linked, but karmically, all things are linked inside of this universe. Go down to the local grocery store and buy some groceries for an old lady. That's what you should do to fix the Bitcoin price. Now, will that genuinely affect the Bitcoin price? I don't know. It's amazing how this world works. Perhaps in some strange version of events, that slight delay in her thanking you and her getting in the car ends up leading to an increase in the Bitcoin price. But even if it doesn't, perhaps you'll learn something about not being so attached to money. Perhaps you'll feel grateful and understand you have a lot more spare money than you thought in the first place. Perhaps your attitude to the world will change, which will allow you to be more open-minded so that you can approach opportunities in a different way so that you make more money later on. Karmically, it's impossible for us to tangibly link how that positive action will lead into something else positive in your life later on. We just have to have faith that it will, because it will. So when I said this to this guy, he's like, LOL. That's his reply. He replied LOL when I said he should go buy groceries for somebody, and he doesn't understand the world. And I thought, well, why don't I go speak to thousands of people and talk positive then? Not to save him, but just to put my money where my mouth is, just to prove that you can just do something good. And if you just do something good, it is better than doing nothing. Rain dances work. If you need it to rain, you shouldn't sit and pray. You shouldn't sit and hope. You shouldn't sit and complain that it's not raining. You shouldn't sit and wait. You should rain dance. Does a rain dance make clouds appear? No, but you should take action. Perhaps your rain dance, although will not make clouds appear, will be viewed by a tribe high on the mountain far away, and they'll look down seeing you rain dance and realize that you need water. And then maybe Providence and luck will have this tribesman appear with big barrels of water saying, we think you might need water and we have some spare. If you didn't rain dance, they wouldn't know. They just see you sitting around being a mopey dipshit, crying his eyes out. That's why it's so important to take action in all things. Action solves all. Raw action is the answer. Raw action solves all. It is a mindset. So this dipshit complaining about the crypto price, he's not prepared to rain dance. He's not prepared to help a granny with her groceries. He's not prepared to do anything. God does not reward men that way. God rewards men who attack the world. You have to go and get things. You have to show that you deserve them. Even in mating, men go get the woman. Men go get money. Men go take land. Men go. We go and happen to the world. The world doesn't happen to us. What did we say earlier about if you try your absolute best, you can always find the W even in the L? I tried my absolute best, so I win. Raw action solves all. If you had that kind of attitude, you wouldn't be looking at a crypto price and sitting there praying and hoping like a dork. You'd be doing something about it. Oh, I need your help. Do you? I don't even see you trying. And that's how God views things. That's how, in fact, most wealthy people view things. I haven't seen you do anything that warrants me giving you a second of my help. People feel like rich people are horrible because we don't help the normies. Even if you try and help normies, most of them are beyond help because they are self-sabotaging and lazy. You have to at least show to the people who are important in the world that you're not those things in the beginning if you ever want to be taken seriously, at least. That's one of the first things you can do. But I want to see that you give a shit. I only want to give money to people who know how to rain dance. I only want to give money to people who sit and believe that the rain dance is the answer. I like rain dancers. I like people who sit and say, I don't know what to do, so I'm going to do something. I don't know what to do, so I'm going to just do something positive. I don't know how to make Bitcoin go up. I'm going to buy an old lady groceries. I don't know what to do, but inaction in and of itself is an action. And men of honor do not allow the universe to decide for them. They decide their fate. And you decide your fate with hard work and vigor in all things. In fact, I would argue that a lot of you probably heard about Bitcoin in 2007 or 2009 or 2011, whenever. But you were so uninterested in doing your due diligence, so uninterested in being proactive that you just ignored it. You probably don't even remember being told about it because you didn't give a shit. Yeah. And then you have the gall and audacity to sit here and say, if someone told me about Bitcoin back then, I'd be rich. No, you wouldn't. If you're the kind of person who would have got rich from Bitcoin back then, you're the kind of person who can get rich right now by taking action, by paying attention. If you're refusing to do the right things now, you would have never done the right thing. And retrospectively identifying your failures and identifying how many right things you've missed out on is actually a form of hard cope. Oh no, I just don't have the chances. You've had chances and wasted them. And you have another chance right now to do your rain dance. You have a chance. You're sitting here right now during a chance. You have a chance from God because you're breathing. You have a chance right now to get things done. Now, you can retrospectively look back on this period of time and go, oh yeah, I was young and energetic, but I wasted it. But if someone had just told me to try hard at this, I would have been. I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you about Bitcoin in 2009, but you're not going to do anything. It's almost impressive how difficult it is to make the average person move. The average person is a statue getting shit on by the pigeons, and they'd rather just sit there covered in shit than move. It's very hard to inspire people to take initiative to save themselves. It's incredible. Why? When they know that it's going to work. Some people are just born to lose. These are people who are betrayed by their own mind and can't be influenced even from the external because their own mind betrays them. There's a devil on their shoulder constantly holding them back. When you watch old kung fu movies and you see a master and he has chi, I totally understand the danger of a man with endless chi, endless internal power that he can convert into anything he wants it to be, whether it be mental fortitude at the time, physical fortitude, whether he can exert it as an attack. Chi is a super real thing, and it's self-generated. It is a decision. I want you to understand how my mind works. My core principle is endless work. Endless attack. That is how you win in the end. You never give up and you endlessly persevere. It's hard to destroy the man who endlessly perseveres. Perseverance is the key. It is very easy to accept an L when you've tried your best. It's easy. The reason I don't like that saying, well, as long as you tried your best, is because most people don't try their best. If you do try your best, it's very rare you fail. In fact, it's nearly impossible. People say it's okay to lose if you tried your best. The secret to the universe is if you try your best, you hardly ever lose. It takes some freak accident or the will of God to ensure that you don't pull it off if you actually try your best. And on the few scenarios that's happened in my life, I'm happy to take the L because I can say I couldn't have tried any harder. I done my absolute best. I know I did my best. I can't try any harder. God knows more than me, and he decided that things have to be slightly different right now. That's fine. It's easy to take the L if you try your best. So if you try your best, you never feel the bitter sting of regret. You never feel the dark rankness. You never taste failure. It's never in your mouth. It's never lucid. It's never tangible. Because you approached the scenario with absolute vigor. And truthfully, effort is a muscle, like everything else. The more you exercise it, the better it becomes. So even if you try for 100% for something and fail, you've exercised your effort muscle, which means you haven't failed because you've learned something and become better at giving effort to things. You've become better at being concentrated on a task. So it's nearly impossible to fail in these scenarios. A lot of sayings are overused, never a failure, always a lesson. And that's what's annoying about it, because it's true, but it's rarely applicable. You guys will say it's never a failure, it's always a lesson, when you didn't even try. That's wrong. That's a failure. But if you absolutely try your best, then it is a lesson, and there are benefits, right? It's like going for a PB in the gym. You may not get the PB, but your muscles get stronger because you tried so hard. That's how every single task should be approached. I'm trying to lift as much as possible. Perhaps I failed, but because I tried so hard and I strained so hard, my muscles ache and I got stronger anyway. Meaning I did not fail at the task of becoming stronger. There were tangible benefits to my effort in and of itself. Making things happen is the masculine essence to how you should approach the world. Work harder than ever before to be monumentally rewarded more than ever before. It's also about pleasing the universe and showing that you are prepared to put your concentrated calories, the calories you consume, you're prepared to put them into something. You're only going to be rewarded if you differentiate yourself from the crowd via effort. A lot of people don't know how to try anymore, but we are not like that. We know better. We know how to try. That's why we always endlessly win. You should feel genuinely worried about wasting a single second, because you can't let the winners keep dunking on you. I've spoken at length about how the world is getting harder and harder. This is true. This is easy to observe. Everybody knows it. There are people out there in the world who are going to try hard to change that dynamic because they don't believe they can ever be rich. There are people who are going to sit and say, I don't want the rich to get richer and the poor to get poorer because I'm poor. And there's other people who sit and say, I like it this way. I like this challenge. I like that the game is rigged because now if I get rich, I get richer. That's how rich people think. Winners think, I have no problem with the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer because I'm going to be one of the rich ones. Losers think, no, we need to spread it all out. If you accept the rich will get richer and the poor will get poorer, then you need to be prepared to do whatever it takes to win the game. Just like a video game, the harder the level, the greater the difficulty, the larger the high score at the end. I mean, you should try every day anyway, but let's assume you're the kind of person who can't try every day because you don't have that grit and consistency. If you're not going to pull your finger out now and finally try in these few days, when are you going to try? When are better chances going to come? Because they're actually right in front of you. This is a huge important period in your life when it comes to your success and your finances. If you're not going to try now, when are you going to try?
If you're inspired, hit that like button, share this video, and subscribe for more stories of leaders changing the world. And as always, stay inspilligent and keep fighting for your dreams.
What if I told you that success is not a gamble? That if you truly committed every single day, you would be rich, guaranteed. The problem? Most of you quit before the game even starts. You give up at the first step back. But listen to me. If a man goes to the gym every day for a year, his body will transform. So tell me, how can a man work every day towards success and not get rich? The truth is, you don't fail. You stop trying. Most people are living a fantasy, a delusion so deep they can't even see how pathetic they've become. They sit around broke, miserable, blaming the system, blaming their parents, blaming the government, blaming everyone but themselves. They scroll through social media, watching men with private jets, fast cars, and endless freedom. And instead of studying them, instead of learning how to escape, they sit there and cry. It's not fair. He got lucky. I could never have that. And that right there is the reason they will never be rich. Because before you even start the race, you convinced yourself you can't win. You've programmed your brain to fail. Do you understand how insane that is? If I put you in a boxing ring and you step in already believing you'll lose, you're finished before the first punch is thrown. Life is the same. Success is the same. Money is the same. The reason you're broke isn't because you lack intelligence. It's not because you weren't born into wealth. And it's definitely not because the world is unfair. The real reason? You haven't worked long enough. You haven't endured enough. You haven't suffered enough. You do something for a few weeks, maybe a couple of months, and the moment it doesn't work, you fold. You throw in the towel like a coward. You sit back down with the rest of the losers and tell yourself, I tried, but you didn't. Trying isn't real. Either you do it or you don't. And when you look at your bank account and it's still empty, you want to act confused, as if success is some kind of lottery. It's not. It's simple. Life is cause and effect, action and reaction. You push hard enough for long enough, and something has to give. The problem is most of you never push long enough. You don't understand that if you committed to something for 5 years, fully, brutally, obsessively committed, you would be a completely different man. 5 years sounds like a long time to the weak-minded, to the guy who can't even focus on a single task for a full week. But if I told you that in just 5 years, you could have total financial freedom, you could wake up in a mansion, drive the cars you've always dreamed of, travel the world with zero limits, never answer to a boss again, if I told you that was guaranteed, would you still hesitate? No. You'd go all in. But here's the kicker. It is guaranteed. The reason you don't believe that is because you've never seen what happens when a man refuses to quit. I'll give you the perfect example. A man who steps into the gym every single day for a year, he will change. No debate. You could hate the gym, you could hate exercise, but if you show up every single day and push yourself to the limit, your body will transform. It's a law of nature. So tell me, how is success any different? If you sit down every single day and learn, if you work on your business, improve your skills, study, apply, grind, build, how is it possible that after 5 years you're still broke? The answer is simple. It's not possible. The only way that happens is if you stopped, if you gave up, if you got distracted, got lazy, got weak. That's the brutal truth nobody wants to hear. People like to pretend success is random, that some people are meant to be rich while others aren't. That is the biggest lie ever sold. The difference between a man with millions and a man with nothing is one thing: relentlessness. The rich man never stopped, the poor man did. And I know exactly what you're thinking right now, but Tate, what if I don't know where to start? What if I pick the wrong thing? Shut up. That's an excuse. Pick anything and start. You'll adjust along the way. You think the man who gets in shape knew the perfect training routine from day one? No. He just showed up. He figured it out as he went. But most of you don't want to hear this because it means you have no excuse. It means that everything you don't have is your fault. It means you are exactly where you deserve to be based on the work you've put in. If that pisses you off, good. Should. Use that anger, turn it into something useful. Because if you sit here for another year, watching others win, watching others live the life you want, and you're still in the same place, you have nobody to blame but yourself. Let me tell you a story about two men. Same age, same background, same city. Neither of them had rich parents. Neither of them had connections. Both started from zero. They both hated their jobs, hated being broke, hated the fact that every day looked exactly like the last. But one of them, just one, decided he had enough. One night while the other guy was sitting on his couch, scrolling through nonsense, wasting time, making excuses, this man sat down at his desk and started plotting. He didn't know exactly what he was going to do yet. He didn't have all the answers, but he knew one thing: he was going to get rich or die trying. At first, it was small steps. He researched, he read books, he watched videos, he studied people who were already successful. He absorbed every bit of information he could because knowledge is power, and he understood that before he could build, he had to learn. But here's the key difference. He didn't just sit there consuming information like a mindless fool. He started taking action immediately. Every single thing he learned, he applied, he tested, he failed, he adjusted, and he kept going day in, day out, no breaks, no distractions, no I'll do it tomorrow, just relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, the other guy, he was still talking, still dreaming about success. Instead of chasing it, he'd say, one day I'll start a business. One day I'll get serious. But that day never came. Because every time he had a chance to take action, he chose comfort instead. He chose his bed. He chose video games. He chose another pointless night out. And the funny thing, he still believed he deserved success. He thought it was unfair that other people were getting rich while he was stuck in the same place. But how could it be unfair? The other guy was working while he was sleeping. He was grinding while he was partying. He was building while he was wasting time. Years passed. The first guy, he's a millionaire now. He's free. He wakes up when he wants, goes where he wants, does what he wants. He doesn't check price tags. He doesn't answer to anyone. His time is his own. But the other guy, he's still broke, still miserable, still making excuses. I just wasn't lucky. It's too hard. I tried. But the truth, he never tried. Not really. Because if he had put in just 5 years of ruthless effort, if he had sacrificed like the first guy did, he would be in the exact same position. And that's where most people fail. They see someone winning, and instead of thinking that could be me, they get jealous. They look for reasons why it's impossible for them. But let me tell you something. Success is a math equation. If you put in the right amount of time, effort, focus, and discipline, the result is guaranteed. It might take you longer than someone else. You might have to go through more obstacles, more failures, more suffering, but if you refuse to quit, you will win. That's not my opinion. That's a law of the universe. Think about it. If a man dedicates every single day to improving his physique, can he really look the same after 5 years? No. It's impossible. His body has to change. His strength has to increase. His endurance has to improve. And the same applies to money. If you dedicate 5 years of your life to learning, executing, building, refining, how could you not be rich? It's not even a question of if, it's only a question of when. And yet, most people will never experience that because they never start. Or worse, they start, hit a wall, and give up like cowards. They expect the road to be easy. They think success should come quickly, effortlessly. But that's not how life works. The game will test you. It will throw obstacles in your way. It will demand that you prove how badly you want it. And most of you, you'll fail that test. You'll crumble at the first sign of difficulty. But the ones who don't, the ones who refuse to back down, those are the ones who make it. Those are the ones who wake up rich, free, untouchable. So ask yourself, which man are you? The one who keeps talking, dreaming, complaining, or the one who makes a decision and never looks back? Because the choice is yours. It always has been. You wake up every day and tell yourself you're going to change. You swear that this time you're serious. You promise that starting tomorrow, you'll get your life together. But then the day goes by, and what do? Nothing. You scroll your phone, you waste time, you push your dreams further down the road, convincing yourself there's still time. But let me tell you something. There isn't. You are running out of time right now, this very second. You are either moving towards success or falling deeper into failure. There is no pause button. There is no neutral ground. Every moment you waste is a moment you will never get back. And one day you will look in the mirror and realize you're too old, too weak, too far behind to fix it. And when that day comes, regret will eat you alive. Do you understand what that means? You will sit there old and tired, knowing you had the chance to be rich, to be powerful, to be the man you always wanted to be, and you threw it away. Not because you weren't smart enough, not because you weren't capable, but because you were lazy, because you chose comfort over discipline. And there is nothing more painful than knowing you had all the potential in the world and you wasted it. You see rich men driving past you in their supercars and you think, I wish that was me, but it could have been you. If you had started years ago, if you had committed to the grind, if you had refused to quit, you would already be at the top. But instead, you're still here, still struggling, still stuck. And deep down, you know it's your fault. I've seen men throw away their lives because they couldn't control themselves. They let distractions take over. They let fear hold them back. They let their emotions dictate their actions. They told themselves they weren't ready. They told themselves they needed more time. But time doesn't wait for cowards. You think you're going to live forever? You think you have decades to sit around before you start moving? Look around you. People die every single day. They wake up thinking they have time, and by the evening, they're gone. No warning, no second chances. And if you were to die tomorrow, could you say you gave this life everything you had? Could you say you tried? Could you say you left nothing on the table? Or would you die knowing you were a failure? knowing you never even scratched the surface of your true potential. There is a war happening right now and you are losing. A war against your own mediocrity, a war against your own weaknesses. And if you don't start fighting back, you will lose everything. Do you think the world is going to wait for you to figure it out? No one cares about your dreams. No one cares about your struggles. No one is coming to save you. Every second, there's a man out there working harder than you, grinding longer than you, pushing past the pain while you make excuses. And when the time comes, when you're both standing at the finish line, he will win and you will watch as everything you ever wanted goes to him instead of you, because he was willing to do what you weren't. You have been lied to your entire life. They told you to be patient, to wait for the right time, to take it slow. But the truth is, there is no right time. The only time you have is now. If you are not working, you are failing. If you are not progressing, you are falling behind. And the worst part, you know I'm right. You feel it in your gut. That sinking feeling when you realize you've wasted years. That burning regret when you see someone else living the life you wanted. That quiet voice in your head telling you I could have been more. That is the truth clawing at your soul, screaming at you to wake up before it's too late. But will you listen? Or will you keep lying to yourself? Will you keep telling yourself that next week, next month, next year, you'll finally get serious? Because if you do, you will wake up one day and realize it's all over. That you waited too long, that the chance has passed, that you are too old, too broken, too filled with regret to fix it. And that is the real nightmare. Not losing money, not failing, but waking up knowing you lost the one thing you could never get back: time. So what are you going to do? Keep watching? Keep waiting? Or are you going to stand up, take control, and fight for your future like your life depends on it? Because it does. At the end of the day, it all comes down to one thing. How bad do you want it? Because let me tell you something. The world doesn't care about your excuses. It doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care if you're tired, if you're struggling, if life has been unfair to you. The only thing that matters is whether you win or lose. And right now, most of you are losing. Not because you don't have the ability, not because you don't have the intelligence, but because you refuse to suffer for success. You refuse to push through the pain. You refuse to get up when life knocks you down. You sit there feeling sorry for yourself while other men outwork you, outthink you, outfight you. And then you wonder why you're broke. You wonder why you're stuck. You wonder why nothing in your life changes. It changes when you change. It changes when you stop lying to yourself. It changes when you stop making excuses and start making sacrifices. Because that's what it takes. Success is brutal. It does not come easy. It does not come cheap. It demands everything from you. It demands your energy, your focus, your discipline, your entire existence. And if you are not willing to give everything, you will get nothing. That's the reality. No shortcuts, no lucky breaks, just a battlefield where the strong survive and the weak get crushed. And if you're sitting there thinking, but Tate, what if I fail? Good. Fail. Get knocked down. Get humiliated. Feel the pain of losing and then stand back up and go again. Because that's what separates winners from losers. Winners don't quit when it gets hard. They thrive in hardship. They see pain as fuel. They use setbacks as motivation. But losers fold. Losers look for an easy way out. Losers quit at the first sign of resistance. And that's why losers stay losers while winners keep winning. You think life is unfair? You're damn right it is. The rich get richer, the powerful stay in control, and the weak get left behind. That's how it has always been. That's how it will always be. And you have two choices. Become one of the winners or get crushed by them. There is no in between. There is no middle ground. You either rise to the top or you become another forgotten nobody, drowning in mediocrity. And if that scares you, good. It should. Because this world does not have mercy for the weak. It does not give handouts. It does not care how hard your life has been. It only cares about results. You either perform or you get left behind. You think money is just going to fall into your lap? You think success is going to magically find you one day? Wake up. Every second you waste is a second another man is building his empire. Every moment you spend hesitating is a moment someone else is taking action. And when the time comes, when the real winners of this world have claimed their wealth, their power, their freedom, do you think they're going to look back and say, hey, let's make sure the lazy ones get a piece too? Never. They will enjoy their lives while you suffer because you had the exact same opportunity and you threw it away. This is your last warning. This is the moment where you either change or you stay broke forever. I don't care if it's hard. I don't care if you're tired. You have no other choice but to succeed. Get up, work harder than you've ever worked. Stay disciplined when no one is watching. Make sacrifices while everyone else is wasting time. Because if you don't, one day you'll wake up and realize it's too late. And that regret, that pain of knowing you could have been more, but you were too weak, too lazy, too afraid, that will be the most unbearable suffering of all. You either get rich or you die trying. There is no other way. You are going to die. And when that day comes, when you're staring at the ceiling, gasping for your last breath, the only thing racing through your mind will be this: did I waste my life? Did I throw away my potential? Did I let fear, laziness, and excuses rob me of everything I could have been? You will remember every moment you were too weak to push through, every morning you hit snooze instead of rising like a warrior, every time you let pain defeat you instead of letting it forge you into something unstoppable. And when that moment comes, it will be too late. No more second chances, no more opportunities to change, no more time to build the empire, the physique, the discipline, the life you were meant to have. Because the truth is, the only thing standing between you and the man you could be is your tolerance for suffering. Every great man was willing to endure more pain than the average loser. Every champion embraced suffering while others ran from it. So the question is, will you or will you die with regret knowing you were too weak to pay the price of greatness? Because that price must be paid, and if you don't pay it now in sweat, blood, and discipline, you will pay it later in shame, failure, and regret. You think life is unfair? You think success is some magical reward given to the lucky ones? No. Success is brutal, it's ruthless, it only bows to those who are willing to break themselves apart and rebuild into something stronger. If you wake up every day looking for an easy way out, you've already lost. Life doesn't care about your excuses, your emotions, or your temporary discomfort. It cares about results, and results are only given to those who are willing to suffer. You want willpower? Then stop waiting to feel like it. Stop waiting for the right moment. The right moment is now, and it always will be now. The weak wait, the strong take action. The problem with most men today is they think pain is something to be avoided. They've been told all their lives that suffering is bad, that discomfort should be minimized, that happiness comes from living an easy, comfortable life. But look around, who are the most miserable people? The ones drowning in comfort, the ones who have never had to fight for anything, the ones who crumble the moment life punches them in the face. Comfort breeds weakness, and weakness leads to a life of regret. You have to understand this. Suffering is the foundation of strength. Without it, you are nothing. Without it, you will never develop the willpower required to achieve anything meaningful. Most people quit the moment things get hard. They start a workout routine, and after a few days of soreness, they stop. They try to build a business, and the first failure sends them running back to mediocrity. They say they want to change, but the second discomfort creeps in, they fold. That's why they stay weak. That's why they never achieve anything. If you only do what's easy, your life will be hard. But if you force yourself to do what's hard, your life will be easy. The pain you feel today is the price for the strength you'll have tomorrow. But most people don't want to pay that price. They want the rewards without the struggle. They want the victory without the fight. And that's why they will never win. Discipline is doing what you said you would do long after the mood you set it in has left. That's willpower. That's what separates the winners from the losers. Every single day you have a choice. Either you embrace the suffering or you run from it. And the more you run, the weaker you become. Every time you hit the snooze button, every time you skip the workout, every time you take the easy route, you are programming yourself for failure. You are reinforcing weakness, and weakness compounds over time. One day you wake up and you're 40 years old wondering where it all went wrong. The answer is simple. It went wrong the moment you started avoiding discomfort. You think the men who have conquered life did it because they felt good every day? No. They did it because they forced themselves through pain day after day until they became unbreakable. They suffered when no one was watching. They grinded when every muscle in their body screamed for rest. They kept pushing when their minds begged them to stop. And that's why they are at the top while everyone else is at the bottom. Suffer now so you can live the rest of your life like a king. But if you refuse to suffer now, life will force suffering on you later. And when that day comes, it will be too late. The truth is, nobody is coming to save you. Nobody's going to do the work for you. There is no secret hack, no shortcut, no easy way out. It's just you, your willpower, and your ability to endure pain. Every great man understands this. Pain is the gateway to power. The body wants to quit long before the mind does. Your brain will tell you to stop, but that's where the battle begins. The moment your mind screams at you to give up is the moment you must push even harder. That's when you build true willpower. That's when you separate yourself from the rest. It's supposed to be hard. If it were easy, everybody would do it. The fact that it's hard is what makes it valuable. If you are waiting for motivation, you are already weak. Motivation is unreliable. It comes and goes like the wind, but discipline is forever. Discipline is waking up and doing what you need to do, even when every cell in your body tells you to stop. Discipline is showing up, grinding, and pushing forward, even when it feels like the world is against you. The pain of discipline weighs ounces, but the pain of regret weighs tons. And you do not want to wake up one day full of regret, knowing you had every chance to change, but you were too weak to take it. So I'll ask you again, are you willing to suffer? Are you willing to endure pain? Because if you are, then nothing can stop you. No obstacle, no failure, no setback will ever break you. Willpower is not something you are born with. It is something you forge through suffering. And once you understand that, once you fully embrace it, you will become unstoppable. Now go out there and earn your greatness. There comes a point in every man's life where he has to make a choice: stay weak or suffer his way to greatness. Some men step up, embrace the pain, and build themselves into warriors. Others run, hide, and fade into a life of mediocrity. The difference between them isn't intelligence, luck, or talent. It's willpower, the ability to suffer through the struggle without breaking. Every great man in history has had to make that choice. And the ones who chose suffering became legends. Because suffering is the price you pay for strength. It's not a punishment, it's a test. And most people fail. Take a look at the man who refused to fail, David Goggins. This was a man who had every excuse in the world to quit. Fat, out of shape, miserable. He could have accepted the life he had, blamed his past, and lived as a loser. But he didn't. He made a choice to suffer, to break himself down completely and rebuild into something unstoppable. He forced himself to run when his lungs burned, to train when his body begged him to stop. He shattered the limits his mind had placed on him. Not because it was easy, not because he wanted to, but because he had to. He understood that pain was the only path to strength. That's what makes the difference. That's what separates warriors from the weak. Most people don't get this. They think the struggle is unfair. They complain that life is too hard. But fairness has nothing to do with it. Life doesn't reward the ones who cry about their problems. It rewards the ones who fight through them. Nobody cares about your excuses. The world only cares about results. You either become the man who pushes through the suffering, or you become the man who gets left behind. That's the choice. And every single day you make that choice through your actions. Do you wake up early and attack the day, or do you stay in bed like a coward? Do you push yourself beyond your limits, or do you stop when it gets hard? Do you force yourself into discomfort, or do you look for an easy way out? Suffering is not the enemy, weakness is. Weakness is what keeps men trapped in a life they hate. It's what keeps them poor, unfit, and powerless. And the only way to kill weakness is through suffering. You think the greatest men in history got there by avoiding pain? No, they embraced it, they thrived in it, they became addicted to it. The more you suffer, the stronger you get. That's the secret nobody wants to hear, because it means there's no shortcuts. It means you have to go through hell to get what you want. And most people don't have the willpower to handle that truth. But you're not most people. You have the power to make that choice right now. To stop running from pain, to stop looking for an easier way, to finally step up and take control of your destiny. Look around you. Look at all the men who took the easy road. They are everywhere, slouched over, lifeless, beaten by a world they refuse to fight against. Do you want to be like them? Or do you want to be something more? The path to greatness is right in front of you, but it's covered in fire, pain, and suffering. And the only way to the other side is to walk straight through it. Most men won't, but you can. You have to understand this. Every moment of suffering you endure is a deposit into your future. Every drop of sweat, every ounce of pain, every second of struggle is building something inside you. It's forging an unbreakable will. It's crafting the kind of man who can withstand anything life throws at him. Pain is temporary, but quitting lasts forever. That's why you must push through even when it feels impossible, even when your body screams for rest, even when your mind begs you to stop. Because every time you endure, every time you refuse to break, you become stronger. You move closer to the man you were meant to be. People will look at you and wonder how you did it. They'll think you were gifted, that you had some advantage they didn't. But they won't see the nights you spent grinding when they were sleeping. They won't see the sacrifices you made, the pain you endured, the times you kept going when every part of you wanted to quit. And that's the difference. That's why you'll win, and they won't. Because you made the choice to suffer. You chose to embrace the hardship, to welcome the struggle, to refuse to be anything less than great. And that choice will set you apart from everyone else. So ask yourself right now, what kind of man are you going to be? The kind who complains, who looks for the easy way, who accepts weakness as his fate? Or the kind who stands up, grits his teeth, and forces himself to suffer because he knows that's the only way to win? The answer is in your hands. And if you choose pain, if you choose struggle, if you choose to suffer for your dreams, then nothing, absolutely nothing can stop you. Now go out there and prove it. The truth about suffering is that most men will never embrace it. Not because they can't, but because they are mentally weak. They have been programmed to believe that struggle is something to avoid, that pain is something to escape from. Society has trained them to seek comfort, to settle for mediocrity, to live a life of quiet desperation, never pushing beyond their limits, and that is exactly why they will never be great. Because the moment a man runs from discomfort, he signs his own death warrant. He has already lost. You see it everywhere. Men who are stuck in jobs they hate, bodies they despise, relationships that drain them. They complain, they make excuses, but they never change. Why? Because change requires suffering. It requires doing things you don't want to do, waking up when you don't feel like it, grinding when every fiber of your being wants to quit. And that is where most men break. Not because they aren't capable, but because they have convinced themselves that suffering is unnatural, that life is supposed to be easy. But nothing in this world is easy. Everything you want is on the other side of pain. If you refuse to endure that pain, you will stay exactly where you are, weak, powerless, and forgotten. This is why the majority of men will die without ever reaching their potential. They were given the same 24 hours as everyone else, the same opportunities, the same chances, but they lacked the willpower to suffer through the process. They wanted results without sacrifice, rewards without effort, victory without battle. That is not how life works. The universe does not reward the lazy, it rewards the relentless. And if you want to rise above the weak, you must be willing to do what they won't. Embrace the suffering that they fear. Fear is what holds most men back. The fear of failure, the fear of judgment, the fear of pain. But fear is nothing more than an illusion. It is a mental barrier designed to keep you weak. And the only way to destroy it is through action. Every time you push through discomfort, every time you force yourself to keep going when you want to stop, you are killing that fear. You are training your mind to become stronger, harder, more unbreakable. Pain is the forge where warriors are made. If you refuse to step into the fire, you will never be anything more than average. But here's the brutal reality. Most men don't actually want to be great. They say they do. They talk about success, about discipline, about becoming the best version of themselves. But when it's time to suffer, when it's time to endure the sacrifice, they crumble. They choose comfort over greatness. They choose distraction over discipline. And then they wonder why their lives never change. You either suffer the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. One of them is temporary. The other will haunt you for the rest of your life. There is no easy way out, no secret formula, no shortcut. The only way to win in this world is through suffering, through forcing yourself to do what is necessary even when every part of you wants to quit, through enduring the pain, the struggle, the endless battles until you become something unbreakable. That is the difference between those who succeed and those who fail. The ones who win are the ones who refuse to give up, the ones who push through the suffering no matter what. And here's the best part. Once you embrace suffering, once you condition your mind to thrive in pain, nothing can stop you. The obstacles that break other men will mean nothing to you. The challenges that make them quit will only make you stronger. You will become the man who can walk through fire and come out untouched. And when the weak men of the world look at you, they will not understand. They will wonder how you did it, how you became so disciplined, so powerful, so untouchable. But they will never know, because they never made the choice. They never forced themselves to suffer. So ask yourself right now, are you willing to do what it takes? Are you willing to embrace the suffering that will make you great? Or will you be like the rest, comfortable, weak, forgettable? The choice is yours. But remember this, every second you waste avoiding suffering is a second you could have spent becoming stronger. Time is running out. Make the right choice. The difference between the winners and the losers in this world is simple. One group is willing to suffer and the other isn't. That's it. That's the whole game. You look at the strongest men, the most disciplined warriors, the most powerful individuals in history, and they all share one trait. They endured suffering while others ran from it. They didn't pray for comfort. They didn't sit around waiting for motivation. They forced themselves through the fire again and again until their minds became steel. And that is why they stand at the top, while the weak waste their days making excuses. The problem is, most people see suffering as something negative. They think pain is something to be avoided, something unfair, something that life shouldn't have given them. But they don't understand. Suffering is not a punishment. It is a gift. It is the very thing that will forge you into the man you are supposed to become. The struggle is where strength is created. Without it, you stay weak. Without it, you remain just another average person who talks about success but never earns it. The world is full of these men. Guys who spend years saying they'll change, that they'll start grinding, that they'll transform their bodies, their finances, their mentality. But they never do, because they refuse to suffer. And that's why so few people ever make it, because they are terrified of discomfort. They want the rewards without the sacrifice. They want the six-pack without the brutal workouts. They want wealth without the sleepless nights of grinding. They want discipline without ever being forced to struggle through exhaustion. It doesn't work that way. Suffering is the entry fee for greatness. If you're not willing to pay it, you will never be great. It's that simple. The moment you stop avoiding suffering and start embracing it, you unlock an entirely new level of power, because when you train yourself to be comfortable in discomfort, nothing can break you. The cold, the hunger, the fatigue, the failures, none of it will stop you. Most men crumble when things get hard. They fall apart the second life doesn't go their way. But the ones who are truly dangerous, the ones who succeed at everything they do, are the ones who refuse to quit. The ones who wake up tired and still go to the gym. The ones who feel like quitting but force themselves to keep going. The ones who suffer and instead of complaining, use that pain as fuel to push harder. Think about it. Every moment of suffering you endure is making you stronger than the man who quit. Every rep at the gym when you're exhausted is building a body that weak men will envy. Every extra hour of work when others have stopped is setting you apart from those who will never escape mediocrity. Pain is the currency of success. You either pay up now or you spend your life broke, mentally, physically, and financially. The reality is, most men will never experience what it feels like to be truly powerful. They will never know what it means to look in the mirror and see a warrior staring back, because they have never suffered enough to become one. They have spent their lives hiding from the very thing that would have transformed them. And that is why they stay weak, they stay stuck, they stay trapped in a cycle of laziness, procrastination, and regret, watching from the sidelines as real men rise above them. But that doesn't have to be you. Right now, in this moment, you have a choice. You can continue doing what you've always done, avoiding suffering, chasing comfort, making excuses, or you can make the decision to suffer on purpose, to wake up earlier, train harder, work longer, to do what weak men won't. Because the second you make that choice, your entire life changes. Suddenly, the things that used to seem impossible become routine. The discipline you once lacked becomes effortless. You become the type of man who doesn't need motivation, who doesn't need external validation, who doesn't care what anyone thinks, because you have built yourself through suffering, and you know that no one can take that away from you. Most people will read this and nod their heads, agreeing with every word, but then go right back to their old habits. They will tell themselves that tomorrow they will start, that next week they will change, but next week turns into next year, and before they know it, they've wasted a lifetime avoiding the very thing that would have saved them. There is no tomorrow. There is only now. If you don't decide today, you never will. So ask yourself, are you really willing to do what it takes? Not just when it's easy, not just when you feel like it, but every single day, even when it hurts. Because if you are, nothing can stop you. No challenge will be too great, no obstacle too difficult. You will become the man that others fear, the man who thrives in the suffering that destroys the weak. And when you reach that level, when you have fully embraced the pain and turned it into power, you will understand why the greats live by one rule. The more you suffer, the stronger you become. At the end of the day, everything in your life comes down to one decision. Will you suffer for greatness, or will you take the easy way out and remain weak? That's it. That's the defining factor between the men who conquer life and the ones who spend their days making excuses, blaming their circumstances and decisions. That's where you make the mistake of blaming your circumstances and watching from the sidelines. The truth is brutal, but it's simple. Every great man has suffered more than you can imagine, and every weak man has avoided suffering like a disease. So the question is, which one are you going to be? Most people spend their entire lives lying to themselves. They say they want success, but when they're faced with the choice between suffering and comfort, they pick comfort every single time. They want to be in shape, but they skip workouts because they're tired. They want money, but they waste time scrolling on their phone instead of working. They say they want to be disciplined, but when it gets difficult, they quit. And then they wonder why they're stuck. The world doesn't reward intentions. It rewards results. Nobody cares what you wanted to do. Nobody respects what you almost accomplished. You either did it or you didn't. You either forced yourself through the suffering or you gave up like everybody else. But the real tragedy, most people never realize how powerful they could have been because they never pushed themselves hard enough to find out. They never suffered enough to unlock that version of themselves. Imagine if you had done the hard thing every time it was presented to you. Imagine if instead of quitting, you had forced yourself to keep going. Where would you be right now? What kind of man would you have become? The life you want exists, but it's on the other side of suffering. And the only way to get there is to embrace it fully, without hesitation, without fear, without excuse. Understand this: pain is not your enemy. Pain is your greatest ally. Every moment of suffering is sharpening you, hardening you, making you stronger, while the rest of the world complains about how hard life is. You need to smile because you know something they don't. You know that the suffering is turning you into something unstoppable. Most men will never understand this. They think happiness comes from avoiding pain. That's why they seek distractions, entertainment, cheap dopamine, anything to numb the fact that they are weak. But real happiness comes from proving to yourself that you are a warrior, that you can endure anything, that nothing can break you. And once you reach that level, life becomes simple. No more hesitation, no more doubt, no more wasted time. You wake up and do what needs to be done, whether you feel like it or not. You stop looking for motivation because you don't need it. You don't complain, you don't make excuses, you don't seek sympathy, because you have trained yourself to thrive in the suffering that destroys other men. You have built a mind that is unbreakable. Most people will never experience that. They will stay trapped in their own weakness, waiting for some magical moment when it all becomes easy, but that moment never comes, and deep down they know it. That's why so many men walk around miserable, drowning in regret, because they know they should have done more. There is no worse pain than knowing you could have been great, but you were too weak to suffer for it. That's what haunts people at the end of their lives. Not the failures, not the losses, but the fact that they never even tried hard enough to find out what they were capable of. You are at a crossroads right now. You can walk away, ignore this, go back to your comfortable little life, and keep telling yourself that one day you'll change. Or you can make the decision right here, right now, that you will suffer on purpose, that you will wake up earlier, train harder, work longer, that you will chase discomfort, that you will stop negotiating with yourself, that you will become the man who does what weak men won't, that you will suffer more than anybody else so that one day you will stand at the top while they stay exactly where they are. But understand this, if you don't do it now, you never will. You will never feel ready. You will never feel like starting. That's why weak men never do. The difference between winners and losers is that winners act in spite of their feelings. They suffer because they know suffering leads to power. They don't wait for motivation, they create discipline. They don't wait for permission, they take action. So what are you going to do? Are you going to step up, suffer, and take what's yours? Or are you going to keep lying to yourself, keep hiding from discomfort, keep pretending that one day it'll be easier? Because I promise you, it won't. The only thing that changes is whether you step up now or waste another year doing nothing. This is it. There is no later. There is no next time. There is only right now. And if you don't choose suffering, you're choosing weakness. If you don't choose discipline, you're choosing failure. If you don't choose to become the strongest version of yourself, you are choosing to remain weak. The choice is yours. But just remember, every second you hesitate, someone else is out there suffering for the life you say you want. And when the time comes, he will be the one standing on top. Not you. Your mindset is the single most important factor in determining your success or failure. Look around. Everything in your life right now, the money, the job, the body, the respect, is exactly what you deserve. You're not broke because life is unfair. You're broke because you've accepted mediocrity. You're not overweight because of bad luck. You're overweight because you lack discipline. Success is not given, it's taken. You have to be aggressive and go after what you want in life. But most of you sit there scrolling, complaining, waiting for something to change. Guess what? Nothing will change unless you do. The world doesn't care about your excuses. You wake up every morning broke, stressed, and wondering why life hasn't handed you success. But let's be brutally honest. Your entire life is a reflection of your mindset. The way you think determines everything. The rich don't stay rich because of luck, and the poor don't stay poor because the universe hates them. A rich man's mind prints money, while a poor man's mind finds ways to spend it. That's the difference. It's not about the amount of money you start with. It's about how your brain operates. Look at how you spend your time. The moment you get a little bit of money, your first instinct is to waste it on something meaningless. You get paid, and instead of figuring out how to multiply that money, you rush to spend it on things that bring no value. A new phone, a night out, some useless gadget that impresses nobody but your own weak ego. You spend money like a consumer, not a producer. You live like the sheep that the rich control. Every ad you see, every sale you fall for, every useless item you purchase, it's all designed to keep you exactly where you are, trapped in the cycle of poverty. Rich men don't think like that. A man with a wealthy mind looks at money differently. The moment he touches a dollar, his only thought is, how do I make this multiply? He sees money as fuel, a tool to create more wealth. He's not chasing temporary pleasure, he's building empires. That's why the rich get richer, because they understand that money is just energy and they know how to direct it. But most of you don't direct anything. You float through life letting your emotions dictate your decisions, spending money the second it lands in your pocket, then whining about how unfair life is when you struggle to pay rent. You say you want to be rich. No, you don't. If you really wanted it, you wouldn't be watching movies every night. You wouldn't be going out on weekends wasting money on overpriced drinks. You wouldn't be buying clothes just to impress people who don't care about you. A rich man sacrifices comfort for growth. A poor man sacrifices growth for comfort. That's the difference. That's why the rich keep winning and the poor keep losing. The way you see money is the root of your failure. You fear losing it, so you hold on to it like a desperate fool, never investing, never risking, never growing. And when you do spend it, you spend it on nonsense that brings no return. You work a job you hate for money you don't know how to use, to buy things you don't need, to impress people you don't even like. Then you sit there, confused as to why you're stuck in the same place year after year. You don't have a money problem, you have a mind problem. Until you fix that, nothing will change. You think rich men are lucky? You think they just stumble into success? No, they see the world differently. Every minute of every day, they are strategizing, they are studying, learning, making moves. They see opportunities where you see obstacles. They take action while you sit there overthinking and hesitating. The truth is, your life is a direct result of your decisions. If you're broke, it's because you've made broke decisions. If you're rich, it's because you've made rich decisions. There is no mystery, but here's the good news. You can change. The mind is a muscle, and if you train it properly, it can become a money printing machine. You don't have to stay in this cycle. You can reprogram yourself to think like the winners. You can teach yourself to see money as a tool, not a burden. You can stop making weak emotional choices and start making powerful, calculated moves. But it starts with killing the broke mindset that's been holding you hostage. From this moment forward, every dollar you touch should have a purpose. No more wasting money on useless entertainment. No more impulse spending just because you deserve a treat. No more being a pawn in a system designed to keep you weak. If you start thinking like a rich man, money will begin to flow toward you. If you keep thinking like a poor man, you will spend your entire life chasing scraps. The choice is yours. Let me tell you a story about two men who started at the exact same place in life. Same background, same resources, same opportunities. The first man, when he got his first paycheck, saw it as a reward. He felt like he had worked hard and now it was time to enjoy life. He bought himself a new phone, took his friends out for dinner, upgraded his car to something flashier. He didn't think about tomorrow, only today. He told himself he deserved it. He told himself he could always make more money later. But as the months passed, he found himself living paycheck to paycheck, stressed about bills, never getting ahead. No matter how much money came in, it was always gone just as quickly. The second man, on the other hand, saw his paycheck differently. The moment he got his money, he asked himself, how do I make this grow? Instead of wasting it on things that lost value, he put it into things that made him stronger. He spent it on books, courses, mentors. He learned about investments, businesses, high-income skills. While the first man was busy enjoying the illusion of success, the second man was quietly building real success. He sacrificed short-term pleasure for long-term power. And in a few years, while the first man was still struggling, still stressed, still trapped, the second man was free. He had built something. He had turned his mind into a money printing machine. This is the difference between the rich and the poor. It has nothing to do with luck and everything to do with mindset. One man sees money as a tool, the other sees it as a toy. One man understands that money must be multiplied, the other believes it is meant to be spent. That's why you see people who come from nothing and become millionaires while others stay broke their entire lives. It's not about where you start, it's about how you think. The poor mind is emotional, it reacts. It chases instant gratification. It spends money the second it's earned because it has no discipline, no strategy, no long-term vision. A poor man will complain about being broke while holding a brand new iPhone. He will say he has no money while standing in line for expensive coffee. He will waste his life working a job he hates just to afford things he doesn't need, all while blaming the system for his struggles. A rich man sees through the illusion. He understands that money is not about what you earn, it's about what you keep, what you invest, what you grow. You need to stop thinking like a consumer and start thinking like a producer. Stop chasing the lifestyle of wealth before you have actually built wealth. The problem with most of you is that you want to look rich instead of actually becoming rich. You spend money trying to impress people who don't even care about you, trying to keep up an image that brings you nothing in return. Rich men don't waste money proving they're rich. They use money to get richer. The world is full of distractions designed to steal your money and keep you broke. Every advertisement, every sale, every social media post showing off luxury is a trap to make you spend. The system is designed to keep you poor by making you desire things that don't help you grow, and because you lack self-control, you fall for it every time. You tell yourself you need these things. You convince yourself that spending money is a sign of success, when in reality it's a sign of weakness. The more you spend, the more enslaved you become. But here's the truth. They don't want you to know that money is just a game. And once you understand the rules, you can break free. The moment you stop thinking like a consumer and start thinking like an investor, your entire life will change. Instead of looking at money as something to spend, you'll see it as something to grow. Instead of fearing investment, you'll seek it. Instead of working for money, you'll learn how to make money work for you. And once you reach that level, life becomes limitless. The rich mind is not born, it's built. It's trained, it's developed through discipline, through sacrifice, through the relentless pursuit of knowledge and opportunity. If you want to escape the cycle of poverty, you need to start making different decisions. You need to stop acting like a poor man and start thinking like a rich man. Every dollar in your pocket is a seed. Plant it wisely or waste it and stay exactly where you are. The choice is yours. The biggest prison in the world isn't made of concrete and steel. It's not guarded by men with guns. The biggest prison is your own mind, and the system has built it perfectly to keep you inside. You wake up every day not realizing that you are a slave, not to a person, not to a government, but to a system designed to keep you poor. From the moment you were born, they programmed you. They told you to go to school, get good grades, get a job, save money, retire at 65. That's not a plan for success. That's a plan for control. They need you to be just smart enough to work, but never smart enough to escape. They give you just enough money to survive, but never enough to be free. And because you've been trained to think this way your entire life, you never even question it. You've been taught to fear risk, to avoid failure, to play it safe. They don't want you to invest. They don't want you to start a business. They don't want you to understand money, because the moment you do, the system loses control over you. They need you to be predictable. They need you to wake up, go to work, pay your bills, stay in debt, and keep consuming. And you obey like a good little worker, never realizing that you're building someone else's dream while yours rots away. But the real tragedy? They don't even have to force you. You do it willingly. You convince yourself that this is how life is supposed to be. You tell yourself that getting rich is for other people, that success is about luck, that financial freedom is just a fantasy. You've been brainwashed into believing that working hard at a job for 40 years is more secure than betting on yourself for 5. That's how they trap you, not with chains, but with lies. And the worst part, you feed the very system that keeps you enslaved. Every time you buy something you don't need, every time you finance a car to impress people who don't care about you, every time you waste money on distractions instead of using it to build something, you are not just a prisoner, you are your own jailer. The truth is the system is rigged, but not in the way you think. It's not designed to keep everyone poor. It's designed to keep the weak poor. The ones who are lazy, the ones who lack discipline, the ones who make excuses. But the strong, the ones who wake up, who see through the illusion, who refuse to play by the rules, they escape. Money is not a mystery. It is not luck. It is not something reserved for the privileged. Money is a game, and the rules are simple, but they don't teach you the rules. They don't want you to know that money flows to those who understand how to multiply it. They don't want you to know that wealth isn't created by working harder, but by thinking smarter. They don't want you to know that every dollar you earn is a soldier, and if you deploy it correctly, it will bring back reinforcements. A rich man's money works for him. A poor man's money works for others. Look around you. The richest men in the world are not slaving away at a job. They own things. They control assets. They invest in businesses, in real estate, in systems that generate wealth while they sleep. Meanwhile, you wake up every morning, trade your time for money, and then immediately give that money away to people who are already rich. Your landlord, your bank, the corporations that sell you nonsense you don't need. And then you wonder why you're broke. But here's the real secret. They cannot stop you from escaping. The doors are open. The knowledge is out there, but you have to make a choice. You have to decide that you are done being a slave. You have to be willing to go against everything you were taught, to unlearn the lies, to take risks, to fail, to learn, to fight for your freedom. The road is hard, but the reward is everything. Because once you break free, once you understand how money truly works, you will never be controlled again. The moment you stop thinking like a poor man, the moment you start treating money as a tool instead of a toy, your entire life will change. The world is full of men who will spend their entire lives trapped in financial slavery. But you don't have to be one of them. You can wake up. You can rise above. You can build the life they told you was impossible. But it starts with your mind. It starts with your choices. It starts today. Most people will spend their entire lives chasing money like a dog chases its own tail. They wake up, go to work, get paid, spend it all, and repeat. They never stop to ask themselves why they are always broke, why they never seem to get ahead, why their bank account is a constant source of stress. The reason is simple. They think like poor people. And as long as they think like poor people, they will remain poor, no matter how much money they make. It's not about how much you earn, it's about how you think. A rich man doesn't see money as something to be spent. He sees it as something to be multiplied. Every dollar that enters his hand is a tool, a weapon, a soldier that must go out into the world and bring back more. He doesn't waste it on nonsense. He doesn't buy things to impress people. He doesn't spend for the sake of spending. He deploys his money strategically, ensuring that it continues to grow and work for him while he sleeps. Meanwhile, the poor man spends every dollar as soon as he gets it. He upgrades his phone, he buys new clothes, he finances a car he can't afford. He thinks that the purpose of money is to be spent rather than invested, and because of this, he remains trapped, living paycheck to paycheck, working harder and harder, but never truly progressing. He doesn't realize that his own habits are the reason for his suffering. But the truth is, it's not entirely his fault. Society has trained him to be this way. The system wants you to spend. The system wants you to stay broke. That's why they push consumerism so hard. Every advertisement you see is designed to make you part with your money. Every marketing campaign is crafted to make you feel like you need to buy something. They don't care about your financial freedom. They care about keeping you locked in the cycle of consumption. The rich don't play that game. The rich understand that money is a means to power, not a means to pleasure. They don't buy liabilities, they buy assets. They don't throw their money away on distractions, they put it into vehicles that generate wealth. That's why the gap between the rich and the poor keeps growing. It's not because of some conspiracy, it's because the rich understand how money works and the poor do not. If you want to escape, you need to change the way you think. You need to stop seeing money as something you simply spend and start seeing it as something you must make work for you. Every dollar that enters your pocket should have a job. It should be invested, it should be grown, it should be multiplied. This is the fundamental difference between a rich mind and a poor mind. And here's the real irony. Most people don't even realize that their own mind is the biggest thing keeping them poor. They complain about money, they complain about not having enough, but they never take the time to actually learn about how money works. They refuse to educate themselves. They refuse to make the sacrifices necessary to build wealth. They'd rather stay comfortable in their ignorance than face the truth. But you're different. You're here because you want more. You're here because deep down you know there's another level to life. You know you weren't born to struggle, to barely survive, to live in fear of your next bill. You know you were meant for more. And the only thing standing between you and that reality is the way you think. The moment you shift your mindset, the moment you start treating money like a weapon instead of a toy, your entire life will change. You will stop wasting money on things that don't matter. You will stop making excuses. You will start moving with purpose, with strategy, with intent. And when that happens, success is inevitable. Because here's the truth. The world doesn't care about your excuses. It doesn't care about your circumstances. It only cares about results. You can either continue playing the game like a pawn, following the rules they set for you, or you can rise above, learn the real rules of money, and play to win. The choice is yours. You have two choices right now. Continue living the way you always have, or wake up and take control of your life. Most people will never make that decision. They will keep wasting time, keep making excuses, keep playing the game on someone else's terms, and then one day they will wake up old, broke, and full of regret. They will look back at their life and realize they wasted it chasing things that never mattered, working jobs that never fulfilled them, and living in a system that was designed to keep them in place. They will realize they never truly lived, they just existed. But you don't have to be like them. You don't have to accept the life you've been given. You can choose to rise. You can choose to stop thinking like a poor man and start thinking like someone who is destined for greatness. Because the truth is, money is just a byproduct of power. And power comes from your mind, from your ability to see opportunities where others see limitations, from your discipline, from your relentless pursuit of what you want. The problem is that most people are too weak to handle this truth. They don't want to take responsibility for their failures. They don't want to admit that their situation is a direct result of their own actions. They want to blame the government, the economy, their upbringing, their bad luck, anything but themselves. And as long as they keep making excuses, they will stay exactly where they are. Let me tell you something. Nobody is coming to save you. There is no magical moment when life suddenly becomes easy. The only way to win is to become the kind of person who cannot lose. That means strengthening your mind, controlling your emotions, and understanding that your time is the most valuable asset you have. You don't waste it. You don't trade it for a paycheck that barely covers your bills. You don't spend it on things that don't serve you. You use it to build, you use it to create, you use it to become untouchable. A poor man spends money because he's chasing happiness. He thinks the car will make him feel powerful. He thinks the designer clothes will make people respect him. He thinks spending his entire paycheck at the club will impress women. But the rich man prints money because he understands that happiness isn't in the things, it's in the freedom. It's in waking up and knowing that nobody controls you. It's in having the power to say no. It's in knowing that your time is yours and yours alone. That is what you must aim for. Not temporary pleasure, not validation from people who don't even respect themselves. Real power, real freedom. But that only comes when you stop thinking like a slave and start thinking like a king. That only comes when you stop looking at money as something to spend and start looking at it as something to grow. The people at the top don't work for money. They make money work for them. They put it into businesses, into investments, into assets that keep producing more. They never let their money sit still. They don't waste their energy chasing after paychecks because they understand that the real game is about control. When you control your money, you control your time. When you control your time, you control your life. The moment you understand this, everything changes. You stop buying things you don't need. You stop caring about impressing people who don't matter. You stop living for the weekend, waiting for permission to enjoy your own life. Instead, you start moving differently. You start thinking differently. You start making decisions like a man who is going to win no matter what. Because at the end of the day, the world belongs to the ones who take it. The rich are not lucky. They are not special. They just understand something that most people never will. And if you want to be one of them, you need to start by changing the way you think. You need to start by controlling your mind, your actions, and your future. Most people will never do this. Most people will never even try. But you are not most people. You wouldn't still be here if you were. So stop waiting, stop hesitating, stop playing by the rules that were designed to keep you broke. Take control, print money, build your empire, or stay exactly where you are and watch someone else do it instead. There will come a day when you're alone, staring at your reflection, and you'll realize you were the only one who could have saved you. Not your parents, not your friends, just you, and you didn't. You folded when life got hard. You chose comfort over conquest. And that moment will haunt you more than any failure ever could. Because deep down, you knew you were built for more. But you did nothing. And now the pain isn't temporary. It's forever. You either build a mind made of steel or get crushed by life's weight every single day. Mental toughness isn't optional. It's survival. The reason you're unhappy isn't life. It's not your job. It's not society. It's your weakness. It's the voice in your head that lets you give up when it gets hard. It's the tiny cowardly version of you whispering lies, telling you it's okay to quit, that it's okay to feel sorry for yourself. And you listen to it, you obey it. That's why you're stuck. That's why nothing changes. Because instead of hardening your mind, you've spent your life padding your excuses with comfort. You've been lied to since birth. They told you mental health is about talking more, crying more, opening up. And maybe that works for some. But what if your mind doesn't need comfort? What if it needs combat? What if you need to face the war instead of avoiding it? Life is pressure, life is chaos, life is unfair. And that's the point. It's designed to expose the weak and reward the resilient. The man who cracks under pressure never gets the reward, never builds the empire, never earns the respect because he was too focused on being understood instead of becoming undeniable. Mental toughness is understanding that you don't need to be in the perfect mental state to perform. You need to perform regardless. You need to show up when everything inside you screams to stop. That's what separates the winners from the masses, the ability to act without emotion, to move without permission, to build under stress. If your emotions control you, they will own you. If your feelings decide what you do, you'll never do what needs to be done. You've been taught to seek peace, but no one told you that peace is earned through war. You can't meditate your way out of struggle if you've never earned the right to be still. Stillness means nothing if your soul hasn't tasted chaos. Discipline means nothing if it only exists when it's convenient. Mental toughness is not about smiling through pain. It's about being unmoved by it. It's about getting punched in the face by life and saying, "That all you got?" It's about staying on your feet when everything around you collapses. You don't just survive pain, you turn it into power. That's mental toughness. That's what the world respects. That's what breaks you out of mediocrity and into greatness. You want to know why you keep losing? Because your mind has no edge. It's dull, it's soft, and it folds under even the smallest weight. You crumble when someone insults you. You spiral when things don't go your way. That's not strength, that's emotional slavery. And the worst part, you justify it. You post quotes about self-care. You blame trauma. You romanticize your suffering like it makes you interesting. But suffering without strength is just self-pity. If you're not using your pain to grow, you're letting it rot you from the inside out. The world won't wait for you to heal. It'll pass you by, step over you, and keep moving. Only the mentally tough rise, because they don't wait for perfect conditions. They become the storm. There's no such thing as a mentally weak man living a great life. It doesn't exist. Not in this reality, not in this world. You either train your mind to become your ally, or it becomes your prison. And training it means suffering on purpose. It means doing what you hate repeatedly until it bends in your favor. It means embracing boredom, pushing through pain, taking action even when your soul begs for rest. Weakness is always louder than discipline, but when you silence it, when you prove you can lead yourself, you become unstoppable. You become dangerous. Because the man who controls his mind can't be controlled by anything else. There's no blueprint for toughness. It's earned in the unseen hours. When you wake up early and everything hurts, but you move anyway. When no one's watching, no one's clapping, no one's motivating you, and you show up anyway. When your plans fall apart and you hold the line without flinching. That's where mental toughness is forged. Not in books, not in podcasts, not in therapy rooms. It's built in the trenches, in the grind, in the solitude of discipline. Most men fear failure, but the mentally tough man welcomes it. Because failure sharpens him. Because rejection exposes what he needs to work on. Because pressure is a gift, it forces him to grow. If life isn't hard, you're not growing. If your days are too easy, your mind is weakening. Comfort is the real killer. It sneaks in silently and robs you of your edge. And you wake up one day wondering why you're anxious, lost, depressed. The answer's simple. You've been running from the hard stuff too long, and it caught up to you. You're not a victim, you're just undisciplined. You're not broken, you're just untrained. And the beauty of this realization is that you can change everything right now if you choose to suffer with purpose. If you choose to fight back against the weakness creeping into your life. Because the truth is, you don't need more support, you need more grit. You don't need to feel better, you need to get stronger. The man you want to become is on the other side of every excuse you've ever told yourself. Tear them down and build something stronger in their place. Mental toughness is the foundation of every great life. Without it, you'll fold. With it, you'll rise every single time. I remember waking up in a cold apartment, no heating, no food, no applause, just silence, just pressure. And the sound of my own doubts echoing in my skull like a drumbeat I couldn't shut off. People think it starts with success. It doesn't. It starts with silence. It starts in the dark. I didn't have a handout. I didn't have someone holding my hand, whispering encouragement. I had bills. I had a goal, and I had the war inside my own head. That's where toughness is born, not in comfort, not in support, but in the brutal moments where you either become a man or die as a boy. That's the truth they don't tell you. I've sat on the floor with nothing but a cracked phone and a mind full of pressure, and I still showed up, still trained, still worked, not because I felt good, because I had already made a decision. I will not fold. People see the wins now and they think it's talent, luck, some secret formula. They have no idea. They never saw the nights I went without sleep, chewing through anxiety, drowning in stress, and still choosing discipline. They didn't see the losses. They didn't see the betrayal, the backstabbing, the moments I had every reason to quit and didn't. Mental toughness isn't something you pretend to have online. It's something you earn in hell. You want a story? Here's one. I had a fight overseas. I got off the plane, sick, injured, tired, barely able to breathe. I'm in a country where I don't speak the language. There's no crowd cheering for me, no one hyping me up. I step in the ring knowing I'm not at my best. But I also know something they don't. I'm not here to feel perfect. I'm here to win anyway. That's mental toughness. Fighting not because the odds are in your favor, but because quitting isn't an option. That day I didn't just beat an opponent, I conquered myself. That's the real fight. That's the one most men lose before they even swing. Mental toughness, it's not motivational quotes and morning routines. It's dragging yourself out of bed with no one watching and pushing through the resistance your own mind throws at you. It's shutting up the voice that says, take it easy, and replacing it with the voice that says, this is what makes you a warrior. Every time life tried to bury me, I got sharper. Every failure gave me a lesson. Every betrayal gave me armor. I didn't become strong because life was fair. I became strong because I stopped expecting it to be. People love to talk about healing, but no one talks about hardening, about becoming the kind of man who doesn't break, the kind who feels pain and keeps walking. That's mental toughness. Not ignoring pain, but carrying it like fuel. Let me make this clear. The world owes you nothing. No one is coming to fix your life. If you're waiting for permission to become powerful, you've already lost. The only permission you need is your own pain. That pain is the invitation. Answer it. That's where greatness begins. I've had moments where everything collapsed, business deals fell through, people I trusted betrayed me. I've stood at the edge of everything I built, watching it burn. And you know what I did? I stood taller. Not because I liked the fire, but because I refused to kneel in front of it. That's what separates the strong from the broken. Not success, not skill, but the refusal to fold when things get ugly. Your story doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be yours. Own the pain, use it. That's the blueprint. People ask me how I stay focused. The truth is, I don't entertain weakness. I don't sit around romanticizing my struggles. I look them in the face and ask, is that all you got? Because once you've stared rock bottom in the face and walked away smiling, there's nothing left to fear. That's the kind of man the world can't control. And that kind of man, he builds his own future. He doesn't beg for one. Mental toughness means walking into hell and not flinching. It means building yourself from nothing and doing it with zero applause. It's knowing that pressure isn't your enemy, it's your forge. Every hardship in my life became a lesson, every setback made me sharper, and every moment I felt like quitting became the exact moment I pushed harder. That's how you build a mind that can't be broken. And let me tell you something people don't like to hear. Life is always testing you. Not once, not twice, every day. It throws problems at you not to destroy you, but to see what you're made of. And if you crack every time it gets hard, you don't deserve to win. You want to be respected? Learn to suffer in silence. You want to be powerful? Train your mind to do what's necessary when everything inside you wants to give up. That's real strength. That's how legends are made. Every man has two voices inside, one that says you can't and one that says try anyway. The one you listen to decides everything. And the reason most people stay average is because they obey the weak voice. They pamper it, protect it, feed it. I killed mine. I buried it under hours of pain, discipline, and action. Now there's only one voice left, and it speaks with fire. Mental toughness is not a talent, it's a decision. It's earned every day in silence, through suffering, through sacrifice. And if you want a life that matters, you better start earning it now. Every single day, the clock is ticking. And while you're hesitating, doubting yourself, making excuses, someone else is sharpening their mind. Someone out there is becoming relentless while you're scrolling. Someone is embracing pain while you're dodging it. You think you got time? That's the biggest lie ever sold to weak men. You don't have time. You never did. Every second you waste in comfort is a second stolen from your legacy. I'll do it tomorrow is the anthem of the mediocre. There is no tomorrow for the man who refuses to harden his mind today. You have to understand this. Life is not waiting for you to get motivated. It's not going to pause while you figure things out. It's not going to slow down because you feel overwhelmed. Life is a storm. And if your mind is weak, it will swallow you whole. That's not a maybe, it's a guarantee. Be soft mentally, life will break you into pieces and leave you on your knees. Not because it hates you, but because that's how it works. And the world doesn't care how you feel about it. You either become unbreakable or you get broken. That's the game. And here's the harsh truth. Nobody is coming to save you. That's not cruel. That's reality. Your problems are yours. Your pain is yours. Your responsibility to fix it, also yours. Waiting for someone to understand you, feel sorry for you, help you get through it. That's weakness in disguise. The strongest men I know didn't become strong because they were supported. They became strong because they were abandoned, betrayed, left alone with nothing but pressure. And they use that pressure to forge mental steel. You got to decide, are you going to let pain define you? Or are you going to use it as your weapon? People talk about fear like it's something to avoid. I say, fear is a compass. It points directly to what you need to do. Afraid to start the business? That's exactly why you should. Afraid of failure? That's your training ground. Afraid of being alone? Then master solitude. Most men run from fear like it's a threat, when in reality, it's the only thing that will ever wake them up. You can either live comfortable and afraid your entire life, or you can face it and become a monster. Your mind was never meant to be your cage. It was meant to be your weapon. Sharpen it or surrender. And what about criticism? Most men crumble at the first sign of disapproval. Someone calls them out and they melt. Let me ask you something. Who are you trying to impress? People who haven't built anything? People who've never fought for a single inch in life? If the opinions of sheep are breaking your mind, how the hell do you expect to survive a world run by wolves? You want to be respected? Then earn it. Through action, through consistency, through becoming so sharp mentally that no insult can pierce you. You don't grow by being praised. You grow by being tested. Mental toughness isn't just about resilience, it's about intensity under pressure. It's about choosing to stay focused when chaos is screaming in your face. It's about training your mind to override emotion. That's the level most men never reach. You think I feel motivated every day? You think I always feel confident? No, I just don't let my feelings make my decisions. I made a vow that I would move forward regardless of emotion. That's the power. That's the difference between the average man and the dangerous one. The average man lets emotions dictate action. The dangerous man acts in spite of emotion. And that makes him untouchable. There will be moments when everything in you screams to quit, when the weight of life feels unbearable, when giving up feels like the only option. And in that exact moment, you have one choice that changes everything. Either surrender to weakness or embrace the war. That moment is your rebirth. That's when you either die mentally or become unstoppable. And trust me, once you choose the path of power, once you prove to yourself that you can walk through fire and not flinch, nothing will ever scare you again. People wonder why they feel anxious all the time, why they wake up with dread, why they feel lost. It's not because life is unfair. It's because they live in opposition to who they were born to be. Men weren't built for softness. We were made for struggle, for resistance, for dominance. When you live in alignment with that truth, the anxiety disappears, the depression lifts, the chaos becomes fuel. You don't need a therapist. You need a challenge. You need to get uncomfortable. You need to fight for something. That's what mental toughness is. It's not about being numb to pain. It's about embracing it and letting it sculpt you. Let me leave you with this. Every man will be tested, not once, over and over. Life will hit you with death, betrayal, failure, humiliation, and in those moments, what you've built in your mind is all that matters. The body will break, the money can disappear, the fame can fade, but your mind, that's forever. You build that right, and there is nothing that can destroy you. And that is what separates men who win from men who wish. There is no freedom without discipline, and there is no greatness without suffering. The man who chases comfort is unknowingly choosing slavery. You want to feel safe. You want it to be easy. You want people to clap for you. Then prepare to rot in mediocrity, because real power is forged in silence, when no one's watching, when your bones ache, when your mind screams to stop and you keep going, not for applause, not for validation, but because your soul demands it. That is mental toughness. That is the real difference between a man who merely survives and a man who dominates. You think champions are built by luck? You think they're born different? No, they just train their minds to do what weak men avoid. They face rejection, failure, isolation, fatigue, and they treat it as fuel. The truth is, you are either becoming a weapon or you're becoming a warning. Every single day, your habits, your choices, your self-talk, they're sharpening you or softening you. And the worst part, most men will never know how close they were to greatness because they gave up when life got inconvenient. They folded under pressure that was designed to sculpt them into titans. They bowed down to emotion and labeled it wisdom. They chose comfort and called it peace. And they died with their potential still locked inside them. Your mind is your throne or your prison, and you decide that. You either lead it like a king, commanding it with discipline, training it like a soldier, or it will turn on you, it will sabotage you, it will whisper weakness into your decisions and call it logic. You've worked hard enough today. You deserve a break. Tomorrow's a better time to start. Lies. All of them. The real you, the dangerous you, the disciplined, elite, the high-performing, untouchable version of you. He's not on the other side of a motivational video. He's on the other side of your excuses. You kill the excuses and you meet the man you were born to become. People talk about willpower like it's some mystical gift. It's not. It's a choice. A decision you make every second of every day. You wake up tired, train anyway. You feel uninspired, execute anyway. You're in pain, push anyway. That's how you take back control of your mind. Discipline is doing what needs to be done, especially when you don't feel like doing it. You want confidence? Earn it. You want power? Build it. You want to feel unstoppable? Then become the kind of man who shows up no matter how broken he feels. Because real strength isn't about smiling through struggle. It's about doing the work while bleeding and still demanding more from yourself. You've got to stop waiting for the perfect time. That version of you who's locked in, who doesn't get distracted, who doesn't fear failure, who doesn't beg for sympathy, that version doesn't show up because the stars align. He shows up because you force him out of hiding. You want to know the real secret? Nobody ever became mentally tough by doing easy things. Every second you resist your temptations, you build armor around your mind. Every day you train when you're tired, your brain learns to obey. Every time you reject comfort, you become more dangerous. And dangerous men don't need to speak loudly. Their presence does the talking. This world is run by men who didn't quit when everything went wrong, who got betrayed, mocked, doubted, outnumbered, and kept going because they weren't chasing claps, they were chasing legacy. And legacy is reserved for those who refuse to fold. You think it's supposed to be easy? It's not. It's supposed to break you. And when it does, you build yourself again, stronger, smarter, colder, sharper. You become the kind of man that even life respects because you didn't beg it for mercy. You beat it at its own game. Pressure doesn't create weakness, it reveals it. That's why weak men hate it. But you were built for pressure. You just haven't proven it to yourself yet. You haven't gone far enough into pain to discover who you really are. You haven't pushed your mind to that place where everything hurts, and yet something deeper takes over. That fire, that storm, that force that no one can give you and no one can take from you. That's the edge you need. That's where mental toughness is born, not in motivational quotes, but in war. Daily war against laziness, against doubt, against fear, against softness, against the version of you who settles. You go to war with that man every single day until he no longer exists. And hear me clearly. This isn't about becoming emotionless, it's about becoming untouchable. It's about taking your pain, your fears, your doubts, and converting them into fuel. You use every scar as armor, every betrayal as a lesson, every failure as a strategy. Mental toughness doesn't mean you don't feel, it means you feel everything and move anyway. That's power. That's clarity. That's the mindset of a man who can't be broken because he's already been to hell and built a throne there. The truth is, life will never stop testing you. The storms don't end. But when your mind becomes unshakable, it doesn't matter what's happening around you. You stay locked in, focused, driven, dangerous. You start to operate on a different frequency. And people feel it, they respect it. Because in a world full of men chasing dopamine and shortcuts, you chose pain, you chose discipline, you chose to evolve. And that choice makes you untouchable. This is the moment where you make the choice that splits your life in half. Before this, you were reactive. You waited, you complained, you rationalized weakness. But now you either rise or you stay buried under the weight of your own inaction. Understand this clearly. Your life is the result of your standards. Not your dreams, not your intentions, not your hopes, your standards. What you tolerate is what you become. If you've been accepting average, that's what you'll stay. But if you decide here and now to raise the bar so high that even your own excuses suffocate at the thought of trying, you will become unstoppable. You were not born to play small. You weren't designed to blend in. You were crafted with the potential to dominate, to influence, to lead. But that version of you will never show up unless you demand him to. That's the truth most people never hear. No one's coming to save you. No one's coming to wake you up at 5 a.m. No one's handing you discipline, strength, or resilience on a silver platter. You build it, you bleed for it, you sweat through the setbacks, you tear through the excuses, and you climb inch by inch until your mind becomes a fortress no weakness can enter. If you want to change your life, you need to go to war with yourself, not the external world, not your boss, not your haters, you. Because your greatest enemy has always been that soft voice in your mind that tells you to delay, to skip, to rest. The voice that says, you've done enough today. That voice has lied to you your entire life. It's dressed comfort up as kindness. It's wrapped laziness in the blanket of self-care. And now it's time to silence it, not with words, but with action. Daily, violent, unstoppable action. The kind of action that doesn't need motivation. It runs on purpose. It runs on obsession. It runs on the fire that comes when you refuse to live another day beneath your potential. You want mental toughness? Then act like it. Stop chasing things that drain your soul. Stop surrounding yourself with losers who normalize weakness. Stop letting your phone steal your focus, your purpose, your future. You become what you tolerate. If you tolerate distraction, you'll drown in it. If you tolerate weakness, you'll wear it like skin. But if you choose to operate like a savage, focused, unrelenting, self-governing, then everything changes, not just your results, your presence, your energy, your legacy, because the world starts to bend for those who refuse to bend for it. This isn't just about self-improvement. This is about self-conquest, about becoming so mentally sharp that no setback can pierce you, about waking up and choosing excellence over comfort until it becomes your default operating system. That level of focus doesn't come from wishing, It comes from sacrifice. You've got to be willing to give up who you were to become who you're meant to be. And let's be clear, not everyone can do this. Most people will run back to comfort the moment life gets heavy. But you were not built to break. You were not built to beg. You were built to rise. The world doesn't need more dreamers. It needs more doers, more warriors, or men who walk into the chaos of life with a steady mind and an unshakable code. The men who don't need to speak loudly because their discipline does the talking. The men who don't need sympathy because they turn pain into power. You want to be remembered? Then become the man who outlasted every excuse, every betrayal, every storm, because you refused to fold. You don't get to lead if you haven't mastered yourself first. And that mastery, it's not found in books. It's earned in battle, in silence, in sacrifice, in the boring, brutal repetitions no one sees, but everyone eventually respects. You don't need another plan. You need a promise, a commitment so unbreakable that even on your darkest days, it drags you forward. You need to be the kind of man who follows through no matter what. Not when it's easy, when it's hell, because that's when it counts. That's when character is exposed. That's when the world finds out whether you're real or just another pretender. And remember this, you were given this life because you're strong enough to overcome every piece of it. Nothing is random. Every pain you felt, every betrayal you've swallowed, every night you felt invisible, it was shaping you, molding you, sharpening your soul into a weapon. So stop doubting, stop hesitating, stop playing the victim in a life where you were meant to be the king. It's time to take back control of your mind, of your habits, of your life. Wake up early, train harder, think deeper, cut distractions, speak less, move with purpose. Ignore the noise, chase the truth, earn your peace, stand alone if you must, but never fold. The world is watching, your future self is watching, and he's begging you. Don't waste this chance. This is your moment, your war, your throne. You either seize it or spend the rest of your life haunted by the man you could have been.
There's a version of you that never sleeps in, never skips training, never wastes time. There's a version of you who never fails. It is waiting for you. Genuinely ask yourself a question, you at home. If you had done those things for the last 2 years, you never skipped a training, you never wasted time, you never scrolled TikTok, you never sat aimlessly on the internet typing in garbage, never played video games, you never wasted time, you never skipped training, you were training every single day, you never slept in, you were never lazy. Genuinely imagine what you would look like, imagine where you would live, imagine the car you would drive, imagine how much your woman would respect you, imagine the love you would see in her eyes when she looks at you with adoration like a king. Imagine your existence. That person is waiting for you, and the only thing that's stopping you from being that person is your monumental laziness. You can have it. The universe is very giving. It will give you anything you work for. I've never seen somebody try for something with all of their might and not get it. The only people who do not have the things they want are the people who do not try for them. I've never seen a person wake up and say, my only dedication in life is to solve a Rubik's Cube and fail. You are not stupid. You are not incompetent. You are lazy and arrogant. It's extremely important you understand that that person is waiting for you, and you are declining that version of yourself. In the multiverse, in the many different versions of the universe that exist, there is a version of you that does those exact things, and he is a greater person than you can even fathom. You can transform yourself into that guy. You can be a top G. That's exactly what I did. I knew who I was going to have to end up being before I became that person. My brother and I are not from rich families. We are not from advantaged beginnings, but I knew I had to be a big, strong, fighting billionaire. That's what I knew I had to be. Discipline is the key to success. If you cannot force yourself to do something you don't want to do, how are you ever going to put yourself through the suffering required for greatness? If you cannot force yourself to train when you do not want to train, if you cannot force yourself to work when you don't want to work, or force yourself to eat right, how can you possibly ever become a monumentally successful person if you cannot control yourself long enough to do what must be done as opposed to what you feel like doing? A man must do what he is supposed to do irregardless of how he feels. That is the key component to masculinity, is discipline. If you do not have the discipline to dedicate yourself to anything, you are going to fail and be crushed by the people who can. If you only go to the gym when you feel like going to the gym, you're never going to be as strong as the people who go to the gym when they don't feel like going to the gym. That is a reality of life. So, I train every single day. I've actually heard from some people saying, you overtrain. And I explained to them, one, I don't believe in rest. I'm not you. I'm not pussy, and I'm not broke like you are, Mr. Fitness Trainer, standing around the gym teaching people for $50 an hour. I don't need to listen to you. Secondly, I don't train because I want to get bigger. I train every day because it is difficult to train every day. It hurts. I don't want to. I wake up and I'm busy. I have other things to do. I don't feel like doing it, so I force myself to do it 7 days a week, 365 days a year, so that I know I'm the kind of person who can do what he doesn't want to do when it needs to be done. I am that man, and it is more of a mental exercise than a physical exercise at this point. How can you ever outcompete me if I can force myself to do the things I don't want to do and you cannot? Discipline is absolutely essential for success, and you need to get very comfortable and very used to the idea of understanding that on your path to greatness, there are going to be long periods of time where you hate what you are doing, where you are dissatisfied with the actions you must undertake, where you are tired, where you are stressed. That is why it is difficult. That is why most people won't make it. If the path was easy, everybody would walk it and it would lead nowhere. 100 people start the path, 99 fall off because it is difficult, and the one person who makes it to the end gets the gold. If all 100 made it to the end and the gold was divided by 100, it wouldn't even be worth anything. The difficulty gives it value. The fact that it is difficult to do is the key component into the fact you want it in the first place. If it wasn't difficult, everyone would have it and you wouldn't want it because no one would respect it. It's supposed to be hard. Life is supposed to be hard. You're supposed to think this is terrible. You're supposed to suffer and smile through the pain regardless. Discipline is the key to success in all realms as a man. And if you lack it, you stand no chance. You can give most people a roadmap to success. You can give them a Ferrari with a full tank of gas, and a lot of people still wouldn't make the destination because they would say the drive is too far away. Quitters, they don't have the discipline. You can tell them exactly how to do it. You can give them the mechanism to get there, but they don't have the discipline to complete the drive and end up at the destination. That is the majority of Earth. This is your competition. People who, even if they are told what to do and people tell them exactly how to do it and help them do it, still quit, still fail because they lack discipline. Even me, with my monumental powers, I can't make a quitter successful. It doesn't matter how good I am. It doesn't matter how easily I make it for them to succeed. It doesn't matter how compendious and concise and powerful the real world is. It doesn't matter how much I text them and motivate them, how many emergency meetings I do to try and talk to them and hype them up, how much motivation I give them. It doesn't matter what I do. If they are a quitter, guess what they're going to do? They're going to quit. No matter how simple the map is to read, no matter how fast a Ferrari is, somewhere along the drive, the sun's going to get in their eyes, and they're going to sit there and go, I don't like this, this is hard, and they're going to quit. Quitters are the number one type of people that nobody can help. If you're a quitter, I can't help you, life can't help you, God himself cannot help a quitter. So if you lack discipline, you lack the very basic building block to any type of success which exists on the planet. By every single metric which can be measured with science, you are going to stay a loser and a failure. So you need to pick the low-hanging fruit first. And the starting block to all of these things is your body. I believe you lift, stretch, move, improve your body, try and train MMA, learn how to fight, get stronger, get bigger muscles. It's a fast track to self-discipline, which will carry over into all other endeavors. And I would argue that it is nearly impossible. In fact, how many people can say the gym saved their life? How many people do you know were depressed, started training, got in fantastic shape, and weren't depressed anymore? It is very easy. The low-hanging fruit is your body and upgrading your body. That is the easiest struggle, which is never going to backfire on you and never going to be a negative towards any other facet of your life. And when I look at men who are physical specimens, I think everyone naturally does this, but I'm going to openly say it. I respect them differently than I look at men who aren't. I have a different level of respect for them because they show me they have discipline. They show me they have motivation. They show me they're capable of doing difficult and hard things. Those are the kind of people I trust. They're not afraid of struggle. They're problem solvers. People who train are problem solvers, and you need to become one, and you need to become very, very adept at solving problems pretty quickly. I actually find it amazing that there's people out there who aren't in perfect physical condition. Guys, let me tell you all a news flash. If you eat right and you train hard, you look good.
Yeah.
It's like a biological certainty. It's almost impossible to be fat and look bad if you eat right and train hard. Your body will react and give you exactly what you want. So why don't you all look like superheroes?
Do you not understand how intimidating that is just when they look at a group of people and they all look like superheroes and they can tell they're all disciplined, all hardworking, all dedicated, all physically strong? The struggle is what's beautiful about it. That's the most important thing. That's what you have to understand. The key is to keep training. If you train hard every single day, you don't have to worry about a little bit of vitamin C.
It's true.
If you don't train and you don't smoke, you're still going to be a pussy.
Yes.
The answer is always hard work. As soon as you are granted life, you are guaranteed death. What you do in between is up to you. You are all conscious. That could end tomorrow, that could end in 100 years. But the time between the beginning of your consciousness and the end of it is completely up to you. Training is never the wrong decision. If you are free, you should train. If you are rich, you should train. If you are poor, you should train. If you smoke, you should train. If you don't smoke, you should train. If you drink, you should train. If you don't drink, you should train. You cannot escape that hard work is always the correct decision. There is no time in any scenario when working hard is going to be the wrong answer. You should always try your very best in all things.
I always knew the answer to everything is raw action. The answer to everything has always been raw action. My dad had a tweet about this. He said that raw action solves all. So when I was broke, I was never like, I'm poor, what do I do? It was, I'm poor, I have to do something. If I was broke, I'd go for a run. That's why I was such a great fighter. If I was broke, I'd sit there and go, I'm actually poor. How do I make money? Dunno. Where can I get some cash? Dunno. What work can I do? Dunno. I'll just go for a run then. And I just go for a 3-mile run. You just have to say, well, I have to do something. I can't just sit still and die. A lot of people are happy to just sit still and die or to go to sleep and take a nap. Well, if that's what you want to do, then you can say a loser. That's fine. I'm glad there are losers because if everyone had Lamborghinis, my Lamborghini wouldn't be fun to show off. I need you to look at it and feel the deep pain in your heart of regret and failure. That's the whole point of it. I need to drive my Bugatti and everyone be looking at it going, I'll never have one of those. And I can get all their energy and feel it all, and it makes me happy. Fantastic. So you can sit at home and do nothing. But when I was poor, I had to go for a run. I couldn't sit still or lift weights or do something. I couldn't even sleep. So raw action solves everything. And I understood that at a young age. But as you get older, you get to look back and you get to put your whole story together, the whole tapestry together. I knew I wouldn't stay poor. Did I ever think I'd get this rich? Well, I never said I wouldn't, but did I ever think it would probably happen at this level? No, but it's amazing how the compounding interest of just endless raw action adds up. I've never had a lazy day. I've never skipped work, never missed an email, never had a day off, ever. Your name, if you were to go through the last 3 years of my life, you will see that there's never been a day where I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. And it all just adds up, and then monumental success comes, and you get to laugh at everybody else, ha ha ha, and life's great.
I find it amazing that, I speak to people my age, and I say, in my 20s, I spent maybe, let's say 3 hours a day. What's a decade at 3 hours a day? Let's just say 10,000 hours. I spent 10,000 hours in the gym training. You're the same age as me. What did you do with those 10,000 hours? And they can't even tell me what they did. What did you do? Watch TV, go out, go pub, sit around, sleep, nap, chase women? What did you actually do? We had the same amount of waking hours and the same amount of minutes. I know where 10,000 hours of my minutes went, and that's why I'm the champ. That's why I have 4 title belts above my bed. That's how I spent my 10,000 hours. Tell me what you did with your 10,000 hours, which is equal to, comparable to, or superior than how I spent my time. And they can't even name what they did with any of their time. They're like, dunno. So if you're 16, you need to be using every single waking minute towards things you're going to remember. You're going to remember training. You're going to remember working hard. You're going to remember trying to make money. You're spending your life and wasting your time doing things you're not even going to be able to recollect in a few years. You're going to wonder why you fall behind the people who don't waste time. Time is the ultimate currency. Time is money. Time is also strength and power and networks, connection. Time is everything. You can convert it. It's like malleable. Time is like Play-Doh.
Yeah.
You can turn it into anything. You can turn it into muscles if you go to the gym. Turn it into fighting prowess if you go to the fight gym. But people have all this time and they just mush around with it. And then they're like, don't know why I'm failing. I wish I was successful.
You shouldn't wake up and say, how happy am I today? How does that affect how I act? That's not how I operate. I wake up and say, what must be done? What will allow me to be proud of myself? What will allow me to achieve? And those things will be done regardless of how I feel. And that's how the most successful people on earth all operate. The most successful people on earth don't only do things because they feel happy about doing them.
You are truly disciplined when you have so much belief in the importance of your actions that the rest of the world feels like an unnecessary distraction. Why would I want to have fun when I can work instead? I can be proud of myself for doing what was hard as opposed to entertained by doing what was fun. Proud is larger than fun. People like this are impossible to beat. Pain is an extremely important part of the equation. Pain is the elixir of success. When people say this bad thing happened to me and I'm suffering, I say good. It is pain which is required. It's one of the elements in the chemical reaction. If a chemical reaction requires 5 particular distinct compounds and you have 4 and you're missing 1, it simply doesn't work. Pain for a man is one of the most important elements in becoming successul. Batman is Batman because they killed his parents. If they did not kill his parents, he would not be Batman. You're supposed to suffer. You're supposed to take that pain. The worst thing that can happen to you as a man is you live a life with no pain in it. To be born into a rich family and have a nice, easy life and be given money and you don't have to go to the gym and not have to train because you have bodyguards and sit around like a fuck up. You're going to be miserable and unhappy and a drug addict buying prostitutes. You're only going to have women who adore you. You're only going to feel confident in yourself and feel happy when you've been through hell and come out the other side. The pain is required, and you'll often notice that people who are better than you are people who have suffered more than you have suffered. So, the person who is waiting for you, he requires your motivation. It also requires huge amounts of pain. So when bad things happen to you, do not sit at home and lament. Do not feel sorry for yourself. Instead, look in the mirror and say, thank you, God, for giving me one of the ingredients that is needed for the chemical concoction that is going to turn me into a superhero. Because pain is an extremely important one. In fact, it's one of the most important ones for a man. Everything is war. All of it. Sitting in the commute without losing your patience is war. Keeping your wife happy and your children inspired is war. Training to become stronger than before is war. It is all war, and it cannot be avoided. And I'll tell you why it's war, because war is 2 opposing sides trying to achieve the same goal. 2 opposing sides want the same land or the same influence over X land. And the car you want, the Ferrari, you're not the only person who wants it. The reason it's so expensive is because others people want it. The girl you want, the beautiful woman, everyone wants her. It is war. It is competition. Everything about life as a man is war. It is conflict because you are competing against the other men who want it the same, which is why discipline is such an important thing, which is why you must take the pain and add it to the concoction to become as formidable as possible. Life is war. This idea that you can go through life as a man and avoid war is probably the biggest mistake that most men make, because it is impossible for you to achieve anything significant without war. Running a business is war. Running a hotel, running a restaurant, running an online company, it's war. Training is war. Life as a man is war. You need to wake up and view it exactly as what it is. Everything I want, other people want. Everything I desire, other men are trying to get. This is a war, and I must outcompete them. That is the best possible mental model you can have. Life in and of itself as a man is a never-ending struggle and a never-ending battle. It is the constant of the human condition. Evolution requires pain. While others complain that they do not feel happy enough, I'm happy I'm struggling. I don't want to be happy. I want to be great. This is the beauty of life as a man. Do you understand? I don't care. I'm happy to be struggling. I wanted to fight. You wanted to win. I wanted to fight. That's the difference. You're concerned with winning. I wanted to just fight. And we're fighting. That is the beauty of life as a man, to be great. If you concern yourself only with being happy, you are once again acting like a female or a child. Happiness is fleeting. It doesn't even matter if you're concerned only with the hedonism of happiness. You're going to drink alcohol and go to parties and go to festivals and take drugs. I want to be happy. Who cares? I want to be great. I want to be great all of the time. And let me ask you a question as a man at home, genuinely, truthfully. Would you rather be a loser who's always smiling, a happy loser, or would you rather be a stressed winner? Because the beauty of life as a man is to be great. So you have to sit here and ask yourself, do you want to be a happy loser that's insignificant? Nobody knows you exist. Women don't respect you. Men don't respect you. Nobody cares if you live or die, but you get to smile all the time. Or do you want to be one of the most important people on the planet with a little bit of stress? I am brilliant because I've decided to be brilliant. And if I have to sacrifice happiness to be brilliant, then that's fine. You know what the great thing about it is? You know it's amazing what God gives, how the whole world becomes full circle? If you stop caring about being happy and you start caring instead about being great, guess what you end up being?
Great.
Along with great.
And you know what? Yeah,
happy.
You end up happy if you forget about happiness and try to become great. You will never be successful if you're concerned about being happy, so forget about it. So how do you find happiness? Happiness is in struggle. The struggle and the size of the struggle you're facing, along with how important it is and how important you feel it is deep in your heart, is directly correlated to how successful and how happy you're going to feel all of the time. Struggle is extremely important for a man, and you should be looking to inject struggle into your life permanently. If you're injecting struggle, and that struggle, solving those problems lead to a positive place, once you become addicted to it, you're going to become a machine of monumental achievement. There are some very simple basic things you can do. Weight training, chess, having debates, trying your very best to take care of your mother, retire her, make sure that your people who you love are taken care of. You need goals and resistance and something to fight against to live well. Because the distance between pain and joy is what we experience. If you only have joy all of the time and no pain, you are not going to be happy. As a man, you need to have struggle in your life. And I want you guys to actually sit and think, what struggle are you going through daily? What struggle are you undertaking? What struggle are you trying to overcome? Because you should make a list of them. I can know for myself, every single day I wake up and I train physically. Every single day I have to go through X amount of physical pain when my day begins. That is a struggle that must be completed. Then I must try and keep my massive empire online, see my children, take care of everybody. There's struggle involved. My life is difficult. Difficult lives are fulfilling because we used to have to hunt and fish and go out there and go through difficulty to survive. And I often see that when I speak to people who are too comfortable, they end up being unhappy. Yeah. You can't entertain yourself to happiness. You must earn happiness. You must climb a mountain. You must struggle yourself to happiness. That's extremely important. There must be physical, mental, social, creative, some kind of spiritual struggle. And those things being satisfied is what's going to satisfy you. People are afraid of accepting there's a problem because then they know they have a responsibility towards fixing it. Yeah. And they don't want to do anything, one, because they're lazy, and two, because they're afraid they might lose. So they'd rather pretend there's no problem at all. And I think I often say to people in a lot of my videos about a lot of other subjects that it's not always the winning and the losing. It's the fighting in the first place. And there's plenty of men in history you remember who ended up losing in the end. Napoleon, for example, who still fought, which is why they mattered. It's not, if you're only going to fight when you're guaranteed to win, then no bravery is required. And you have to fight so that you can look back on your life and feel happy that you tried to do something when you knew it was going on before it was too late. Forget about the winning and losing for now. Focus on the fight. Most of the important things in the world have been accomplished by men who kept fighting when there seemed to be no hope at all. I heard it during a boxing match, and I think it was between Evander Holyfield against some guy who's not nearly as well known. And Holyfield was losing, and then he starts swinging, hitting the guy. And the commentator said, "Suddenly the champion returns with initiative and vengeance." That's a good slogan for life. You should wake up, look in the mirror, and say, "Suddenly the champion returns with initiative and vengeance." That's a good way to start your day every single day.
Yeah, it is.
Initiative and vengeance to become the best possible version of yourself.
Well, I think that initially fighting is always the best thing you can ever do. Especially it's the best way to spend your 20s because you heal superhumanly. You heal like Wolverine. And I can't think of a better use of that superhuman healing ability besides fighting. And it's going to teach you everything you need to know about personal accountability and hard work and overcoming fear and dedication and discipline. There's so many lessons to be found inside of fighting. And plus, it's the most respected sport on the planet. And I think that you'll learn more about yourself and more about life and more about the realities of how the world works if you're a fighter. So I think that's what's so fantastic about it. All of my wisdom and all the things I say doesn't come from books. It comes from life experience. And a lot of my life experience is the brutal realities of violence. So people say, oh, Andrew's so smart, Andrew's so wise, Andrew knows so many things. I've learned all of that simply through fighting. And if you're a warrior in life, the arena may change, but the battle never ends. It's just never ending. And you have to get used to fighting. You have to get used to being under pressure and under stress all the time and being the kind of person who can perform and smile anyway. And I'm glad I spent my 20s training because I can't think of something else.
Alternatively, you can go out there into the world, try and implement your mark on the world, work hard, try to get rich, more money, more problems. You can try and start a business, the stress of that. You can lose your girlfriend because all you're doing is working. This is a new level of stress, a new level of trauma, but at least you'll be a somebody at the end of it. As a man, there is no easy life. Your life is not about being easy. Your life is not about being happy. Your life is always going to be difficult. All of the pain you feel, all of the sadness you feel, you're supposed to feel as a man, and you have two effective binary choices. You either go through the suffering and go through the trauma and go through the hardship it takes to be a man of value, or you suffer eternity as a nobody. There's two ways to suffer. You either suffer as becoming a somebody, or you suffer as a perpetual and forever nobody.
Life is hard. Life is difficult.
Maybe I've just been unlucky, which I don't believe in, but I've had so much trauma and bad events and negativity and stress and all these things that have happened to me, and I've used all of it to be monumentally successful. If I wasn't that way inclined, with the workload that God put on my shoulders, I'd just be in a ditch somewhere. Like, I don't understand how people are functioning. If you're not thinking like me and you're going through life with any other mindset, you've been extremely fortunate that God smiled on you and allowed you to sit around most of the time doing jack shit, and you have yet to be punished for that. Yeah. I could never have lived that life. If I was a bit lazy or a bit, or I was a bit of a snake, or if I lied to people, I'd be dead by now. Yeah. Like, so a lot of these people are just absolutely and utterly blessed by God that they managed to go through life with such a non-competitive mindset and they're still breathing. Like, I don't understand how people can think any other way. Yeah. I've spoken to dudes and like, I had a bad couple months. Why? My girl left me. You've wasted months? But I really believe God's given me one of the best lives, and I can't complain about anything bad that's happened. It's all been fantastic. I'm truly thankful for all of it. I think if a couple bad things happen to you, you should be intelligent enough to realize that eventually you're going to get over it and you're going to learn an important lesson. It's going to change you in the correct direction. And Allah is the best of planners, and He knows what you need to learn. I think that as humans, especially as men, we only learn the hard way anyway. There's two ways to learn a lesson, the hard way and the hardest way. There's no easy way to learn a lesson. You have to learn the hard way. So God gives us lessons via difficulty. He thinks you need to learn this about yourself or this about other people. So I'm going to give you a difficult time so you can learn your lesson. Because if I told you, if I just said, hey, Andrew, this is how the world works, you go, yeah. But when I show you, when you feel it, my fight coach used to say, you have to feel it to believe it. That's why if he was teaching low kicks, he'd kick your leg off. Because you don't believe in the power of a low kick. You don't believe a low kick can be so devastating unless you've felt it. You have to feel it to believe it. So God will give you a difficult time so you learn your lessons. And the lessons are very important for you to be the person who you need to be in this life. He's the best of planners, and I'm thankful for all the lessons He's given me. He's bestowed knowledge upon me. How could I not be grateful to God for making me so intelligent and wise, and the ability to look into things so deeply and come up to the right decision and basically predict the future perfectly? You have to have difficulty happening to you all the time. So when you sit and say, I want an easy life, what you're saying is you're a dummy, and you want to be a dummy. You want to stay a dummy. I want an easy life, and I don't want anything bad to happen to me, because even though it will teach me lessons, I'm too big of I can't handle the emotional pain. I can't handle the stress. I don't want to be a dummy. I want to be smart. If I want to be smart, then hurt me. I just know that I become a more formidable, more competitive version of myself after every single bad thing that's ever happened to me. It's one less thing to fear. It's one less thing to be worried about. I've done it before. All of the wisdom I have, all of this knowledge I speak, all of these things I say have been learned through basically difficulty of life, through professional fighting and being poor and all bad things happening to me and struggle. All of my lessons have been bad things, bad events, bad scenarios, bad situations, pain, suffering, anger, resentment. All of these horrible emotions are how I've learned everything. So I thank God for giving them to me. And anyone who wants an easy life wants to stay a dummy. What do you learn if you just get money, you buy a crypto coin, it blows up, you get some money, you go to some restaurants? What do you learn about anything?
You don't.
Completely. And then the thing that's so interesting is that the people who are choosing the safe option is actually choosing the most risky option. So you're not taking a safe option, you're taking a coward's way out, and it leads to exactly where a coward's way should lead. Cowards in the end do not get to enjoy the shade of the olive tree, because unless you fought in the arena, unless you've been a gladiator, you never get the peace of mind and peace of heart, which is afforded from bravery. So if you choose the safe choices in life, thinking, I'm going to take the safe route, you don't end up anywhere safe. The safe option doesn't work anymore. You need to take risks. You need to try and start your own business. You need to go all in on things. You need to go wild. You need to be a man who's not afraid to stand up and think, fuck it, it's all on my back and I'm going to find a way to pull this off. Because any other way, any other option in the world today only leads to a bad scenario. Yeah. The safest thing you can do are the riskiest things. That's the now scenario we're in. Every single gamble I've taken, which was seen as risky, all paid off for me because I dedicated myself completely.
I think a lot of you at home right now, you may not be in our position, but if you're already working hard, you're already going to the gym, you're already training, you make sure that you're getting as much muscles as possible, as much money as possible, you're dedicated, you don't sleep in, you don't waste your time, you don't smoke weed, you don't play video games, you're focused on trying to become fantastic as a person, you can just ignore that girl. That girl who broke your heart or cheated on you, just ignore her. The most powerful move you can make is ignore her. Yeah, you could yell at her. Yeah, you could try and make her scared of you, blah, blah, right? That's not going to work. The powerful move is just to completely ignore her because you're on your ascent. She is likely on her descent. She likely has no intention of improving herself, no intention of becoming richer, no intention of becoming better looking. Time is against her. As she gets older, she's going to lose her looks. You're going to continue your ascent, and she's going to have to watch you for the rest of her life be the man that she could have been with that she's no longer good enough for. The best thing you can do is simply ignore her. That is the powerful move.
When someone emails me and says, "This has happened to me," I'm like, good. No, what do you mean good? It's terrible. How else are you going to become important? How else are you going to find endless fire to get up and struggle in the face of the competition that's out here in the world? How else are you're going to do all that with a nice, cushy life? If any man's honest with himself, think about the biggest transformative stages in your life. Think about the times you got the most work done. It was a bad part of your life. You were heartbroken, or, you lost a house, or broke, or whatever. That's when you did shit. When everything was fine, the mortgage is paid, dinner's on time, it's kind of doop-de-doop-de-doo, little by little, do a little bit of work, do a little bit of relax. But the big events come from trauma. This is it. So it's a cheat code. It's a cheat code to climb the mountain. So when I get a message from whoever and he goes, "My wife left me, I'm devastated," I say, I understand. I completely understand how hard it can be to lose a woman that you've given your entire life to. And you've done so many nice things. And then because of one thing you did, her innate and absolutely insane level of ungratefulness has turned her bitter, and she now talks to you like she hates you over one thing you've done after thousands of efforts showing how dedicated you are to her. And even now that you're prepared to die for her, she doesn't give a shit about you. I understand that pain. But my answer is, good. It's still good. Now take all of that pain, and instead of emailing me, do this. And then you're going to become the kind of person that women don't leave. Then you win.
Heartbreak is the most fantastic motivator on the planet. When a lot of men message me and say they're heartbroken, I think that is the most fantastic mindset to be in to achieve things. Because there is that degree of revenge, and there is that degree of vengeance, and that can only be achieved through being so successful, so monumentally important that she can't forgive you. And also, you cannot even sleep. You can't even concentrate. Like your whole mind's a mess. That's the perfect time to train. I only mention heartbreak all the time because I know it's a path every single young man goes through. There's up and down. There's rain and sunshine. You have to be that man who's going to go through it all. If you're a man who has a heartbroken, why did this happen? You have to know the why to prevent it from happening. You have to analyze the scenario and learn from it. When you look at your bad or your previous relationships with women that went wrong, you can sit there and go, okay, this all went wrong. What has she taught me? She taught me that I'm emotionally affectable. She taught me that if she ignores me, she gets more attention than if she's nice to me. You have to sit there and analyze all the lessons, and you have to implement them. It's the same with absolutely everything. As a man, you have to be accountable for absolutely everything. Every single thing that happens is your fault. You made her leave you. You did. Whether you like it or not, you are the reason she became so cold. You are the reason she doesn't listen anymore. You are the reason she's so arrogant all 100%. Of a sudden. You are. You may not have identified why yet, but if you identify why, then you get into your next relationship healed and understanding what you did wrong and learn from it. That's what you have to do. But most of these men don't want the self-accountability, and they want to blame the women. You have to blame yourself. I actually truly believe that women in their hearts, unless they're completely corrupted by society, women just want to love and be loved and feel safe. That's what they want. They want a man that they can look at and they truly know he makes the decisions and I trust him to make the decisions and I love him for that and I respect him for that. That's what they truly want. When a woman starts turning on you, it's usually because she doesn't trust you for some reason. She doesn't trust your judgment. If she starts to doubt your judgment, how can she truly love you? You're the protector. You're the provider. If a woman's gone cold on you, you have to sit there and go, okay, she doesn't trust my judgment. What have I done that made her doubt me? It's not her fault. It's your fault. Every single time a woman leaves you as a man, it is your fault. Always. Even if a richer, more successful, more alpha man stole her from you, it's still your fault because you need to be like him. It's always 100% your fault.
First things first is that going through a breakup sucks. And every single man out here, no matter what they say, understands how bad it is to go through a breakup and understands what heartbreak's like. It's difficult. It's not easy. I'd actually like to argue that men feel more heartbroken than women. I think that's facts. I think it's true. And I think it's because one of the possessive element that we have, the idea of her being with someone else hurts more than the idea of you being with someone else to her. And secondly, because you have a lot less options than she has instantly. So I think that breakups are worse for men than they are for women. And I understand how difficult and hard they can be. However,
The unfortunate reality is that chasing her and being dedicated to her and saying you're going to do whatever she wants, etc., is very unlikely to work. It's very unlikely to work, and you have to look at the scenario you're in, look at the chessboard, and make the best possible move. When you're heartbroken, when you're truly heartbroken, you can't even sleep, and your mind is constantly preoccupied. And instead of seeing that as a negative, what you need to do is use that as a source of unlimited power. You have to just take the energy inside of you. Energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be converted, whether it's heat into light, the momentum into friction, or however you want to put it, right? Energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be converted from one form to another. And you have to look at that and understand that the sadness inside of you is energy. You can't destroy it, but you can convert it into something else which is constructive. And you just have to suck it up, buttercup, and get over it. And there's no other way to do it. And obviously having an abundance of women makes that easier. But I wouldn't even put it that way. I'd say if you were with a woman and you lost her and you're now lonely and she's going to be moving on and you're absolutely utterly heartbroken and you're destroyed inside, I understand how difficult that is. But now you have genuine sadness inside of you, which is unlimited motivation for you to become a beast, become an animal. And by the time you're finished becoming an animal, you won't care anymore. So if you really want to cure yourself, you just say, I'm going to get a six-pack and I'm going to get bigger arms. And by the time my arms are this size and I have a six-pack, you'll realize you don't give a shit about her anymore. That's just the way the world works. Let's say your wife breaks your heart. If you're not going to work, you can't sleep anymore. You're upset. She's running around with a new dude. You see her Instagram story. She's got some new guy. You're furious and you're angry and you're jealous and you're bitter. You have all of this inside of you. But you're not going to go to the gym and work hard and become so fantastically in shape and so rich and so powerful that no girl ever leaves you again. You're not going to do that. No. What are you going to do with it? Text her? Try and explain to her? She doesn't care. Like, you can write the most perfect English. You can write the most beautiful words ever constructed. Forget Shakespeare. You can do, it doesn't matter. She doesn't care. She just doesn't care. She's distracted. She forgot about you. She forgot about you. So what are you going to do with all of that inside of you if it's not positive? Well, it's going to consume you and you're going to end up self-destructive, or you're going to embarrass yourself, or you can take all of that and put yourself in a position where it never happens to you again. Yeah. Those are the choices. So what's the most intelligent choice to make? Yeah. You know? The cowardice is they are afraid to lose her. Trump says it in his book, The Art of the Deal. If you're not prepared to walk away from the table, you cannot negotiate. And that is absolutely true in a relationship. If you are not prepared to get rid of her, then what are you negotiating? If you're not prepared to say, sorry, that's the red line, goodbye, then you don't have a negotiating position. Mm-hmm. You don't have one, because you'll just say no, 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 forever. It'll just stay forever. There has to be a line you will not allow to be crossed. There has to be, right? And so many men are so scared of losing the girl, but if you refuse, men message me all the time, I need my girl to listen to me, but I don't want to split up with her. You already lost. I was like, bro, if you're telling me there's no scenario in which you will leave her, I can't help you. Because I have people message me all the time and they go, oh yeah, but it's easy for you, Tate, you don't care. I say, no, incorrect. I will tell you right now on this podcast, I have walked away from women I loved with all my heart, and women I missed for months, but I never told them, and I never text them. I was a man about it. Being a man about things is not feeling things. It's being a man about it. Be a man about it. If she's not going to be the woman you need her to be, she has to go. It's actually very interesting, the masculine experience, because I like to believe that most men on the planet have lived a semi-similar timeline. All of us as men experience a very similar human paradigm, and that is that most men are born and you're not important, and then you go to school and you fall in love with some girl in school, and then you realize that all the 19-year-olds you want when you're 19 are with older dudes because they have cars or whatever, and you go through this experience of getting your heart broken and losing your girlfriend, etc., or accept they're gonna have their heart broken forever. But some men decide to become so big and important and strong and irreplaceable that they never have to suffer heartbreak again. You know why God made your girl leave you? Because he wanted to show you that you ain't shit. He wanted to show you that you are human and you're fallible and that you're very replaceable. So he decided to make you fall in love with the girl, and he decided to make her leave you. Now it is your job to look at the board, understand what's happened, say, I understand, God, I deserve that. I'm glad she left me and I'm sad, and do something about it. Because if you refuse, if you ignore God's message, next time you fall in love, guess what he's going to do? He's going to make her leave you. Every single man out here, if you're upset that your girl's leaving you, God is reminding you that you aren't worth shit. You need to get up and work so hard that even in the eyes of God, he is proud of you. God loves his creations, which show him their true potential and beauty by getting up and trying your absolute best and becoming a man of moral standing. He will reward you and bless you. So God just broke your heart on purpose to show you that the way you're living your life and the man you are simply are not good enough. What have you changed since? Nothing. You think God's going to forgive you for no reason? You think God's going to go, it's fine. He hasn't learned his lesson. He hasn't changed. He isn't even trying very hard. He's not up early in the gym. He ain't doing nothing. It's fine. Let's just let him fall in love. No, sir. This is going to repeat endlessly. It's a cycle that will not change until you take the message from God and become the man you're supposed to be. You deserve what's happened to you. You deserve how you feel. All of it. Right? What did we talk earlier about how trauma can mold you? How trauma can be a fantastic thing. Heartbreak, sadness, these are all fantastic motivators. I'm telling you why they're a fantastic motivator. You go to a guy who's heartbroken, he has all the motivation in the world to send 300 text messages. He has the motivation, he's putting it in the wrong place.
That's 300 cold emails you could be sending to someone to pitch a business.
That's a lot of money you could have made. Life's going to hurt you, and how you use that pain is completely and utterly up to you. You can use that pain to galvanize yourself as a man and become a better man you've ever been. I'm not saying that I'm only successful because of some chick. I'm saying that every single time that I was heartbroken, I never wasted a second. I was never wallowed. You are feeling the same pain that many men have felt. Every man out there has had his heart broken and understands how difficult it is as a man. But the difference is, as a man, you must build yourself into a man of credibility, which means to build yourself into a man of standing, we all start in a fairly similar position. I became me through tedious, arduous, difficult, never-ending work. You are wasting your time.
You don't need drugs. You don't need alcohol. You don't need parties or festivals. You don't need fun. Fun is the vector from which Satan operates. Every time you look at something which is fun, it's all just hedonistic. There's no money to be made. You don't retire your mother. You don't help the world. You don't give to charity. You don't become stronger. You don't become wiser. You don't learn anything. Next time you think of what is fun, and someone goes, guys, come, it'll be fun. Sit there, go, wait. Will it? Life's not about fun as a man. Life is about doing the right thing because it must be done. You do not need fun until you've already reached the highest possible echelon. So this whole idea that you need fun in your life, you don't. What you need is purpose. You need discipline. You need hard work. You need things to do which are going to benefit you and the others around you. You need duty. You need obligations. And you need performance metrics. You need people around you who are going to hold you accountable. You don't need to be waking up thinking about fun. You're nobodies. You're not important. Nobody knows who you are. You're not physically strong. You're not financially wealthy. You have bigger concerns. You're obsessed with this idea of fun. Hey, what are we gonna do this weekend? We need to have some fun. Do you? Do you need fun? Do you deserve it? Really? Have you actually gone out there in the universe and made a mark large enough that you're allowed some time off to have some fun? You don't deserve any fun. You don't need any fun. You have work to do. Your obsession with fun is holding you back. These things you think are fun aren't fun. For a man, your contentment will come from your purpose, and it will come from your competence, and it will come from succeeding objectives. It will come from completing difficult things that other people cannot complete. It will never come from the easily accessible hedonism, which you have confused for fun. If everybody can do it, you shouldn't want to do it. If everybody can go to that concert, you shouldn't want to go. If everybody can go to that club, you shouldn't want to go. You should only want to do things others can't do. The only fun I have is doing things I know you're not allowed to do. Putting my Bugatti on an A380 and flying it around the world to a racetrack, which I've rented out for only me and only my friends to race around cars. You can't do that. I can. That is fun. But if you say to me, Andrew, come to this party, and I say, well, who's there? Everyone. Oh, everyone's there. Does that mean I need to go? Right? It's the event of the century. Ooh, everyone's there. If everyone's there, it's trash. So you need to sit there and go, all right, I'm being asked to do something fun. Who else can do this? And if the answer is everybody, stop. I clear my emails. I've trained hard that day. I've made a couple $1 million. I've spec'd a brand new car. I've checked on all the people I love, all the people I care about. I've donated some money to charity. My children are fed. Their mothers are taken care of. Everything is in order. Everything is in its proper place. That is fun. If you say to me, Andrew, skip a portion of that organization and professionalism so that we can go and do something that everyone else can do, my answer will be no. That does not sound fun to me. And the fact that you think that's fun shows that you have a severe mental deficiency. Stay away from it. You're only going to find actual fun through purpose. You're only going to find purpose through exceptionalism. So you need to become the best possible version of yourself in all realms. That's extremely important. The reason you are so unhappy is because you are trying to have fun. You're unhappy because you're trying to have fun instead of trying to become important. They are very different things, and you're never going to feel satisfied in your heart unless you become important.
When you're living that type of life and you end up searching for meaning, you end up down the path of hedonism because the meaning is, I want to have as much fun as possible. But fun in and of itself, I was talking to another girl, and I was saying to her that fun, she was saying to me, you know what, Andrew, all you do is work. You never really have fun. And I said, fun is haram. He goes, is fun really haram? I'm like, no, it's not. But please understand what I'm trying to say here. What I'm trying to say is, when you look at what most people do for fun, it's haram. Look, what fun is: clubs, drinking, running around, laughing like a kid, all this. All the bad things in life, the negative haramities, can be attained through this obsession with fun. If you find a man who's obsessed with work, I have things I need to do, and I feel satisfied inside when I do them. I have duty, and I have work, and I have obligations to fill and objectives to meet. I feel happy when they are done. That is my fun. My fun is clearing my emails, making $2 million in the day, buying another investment property I don't need, going to bed, training hard, eating right. That's my fun. Call me boring. That's what I enjoy. When you were talking about that lifestyle and what you end up searching for in that hedonism, you just end up searching for excesses, right? To have more fun, you want to get more drunk, go to more clubs, and it's just a black hole. It never ends, and you end up destroying yourself. Yep. We need discipline. We need purpose. We need to have parameters set for us. And truthfully, as a person, you're happier that way. Being exceptionally regimented is fun. I truly enjoy it. I enjoy it just as much as I enjoyed because what would happen before is I'd do all my work and I'd train hard, and I was always an effective person. I was still 1,000 times more effective than the average man. And then I would take 6 or 7 hours and drink and smoke and have fun and enjoy the fruits of my labor. I became extremely rich. Why not get on a private jet and have fun? But now, instead of spending those 6 hours having fun, I spend those 6 hours continuing to work. And I enjoy it just as much. So now I'm sitting there going, well, I enjoy it just as much, and I'm not damaging my health. I enjoy it just as much, and I'm making more money. So it really, truly ruins my day when a beautiful girl's like, can I see you? It's like, oh, I've got work to do. I'm regimented. I have to sit here and type. I don't want to talk to you and have fun and party. I don't want to do any of that. I want to do emails. You don't get it. I know to you it makes no sense. But you already have all this money. Why do you want to do emails? Because that's my fun now, regiment.
Is happiness the purpose of life? No, absolutely not. The purpose of life is to be competent and successful. If you try and base your life and your mentality purely around how happy you are, you'll end up hedonistic and destroyed.
I think that as a man, your happiness comes from feeling respected over feeling loved. And the reason perhaps you're happy now is because you have more respect for yourself because of the decisions you're making. And you have self-respect.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of men, even if they have self-respect, if nobody else respects them, they're struggling.
I have no interest in being happy. I wake up and say, how can I be proud of myself? What can I achieve that makes me proud of myself? How can I do things that make other people respect me and are proud of me? How do I have a day which I complete when I come home? The woman who's in my house says, wow, there's no man like you. How do I live a life so my children look at me and go, Dad's a superhero? How do I make my mother call me and say, I couldn't possibly be more proud of you? I have duties to complete. I have to live the exact same life regardless of how I feel. So for me, happiness is not a good indicator on how life should be lived.
But happiness to me is a super interesting concept, because when people come to me and say, I'm not happy, I say, why should you be happy? They're like, what do you mean? It's like, who told you should be happy all the time without working for it? Happiness is at the top of a mountain somewhere. You ain't been anywhere. You haven't even climbed it.
Nobody cares about men being happy. We talk about women being happy. We want children to be happy. If you look at a full-grown man on Christmas morning, he's smiling because his wife is smiling. He's smiling because his children are smiling. Nobody even buys him anything. What do they buy the dad? Socks? Nobody cares about men being happy. So why do you as a man care about you being happy? That's how you're going to fall into these traps. I'm a very content person. I live a fantastic life. I'm not miserable or depressed. I'm not sad ever. But I don't wake up and go, I want to be happy today. No, sir. I wake up and say, okay, things must be done. And those things will be completed regardless of how I feel. Regardless of how I feel. Happy or sad, the push-ups must be done. It's called duty. It's called honor. It's called pride. So I'm asking you why you don't have them. You could be a genuine force for good in the world. And you know what's funny? The funniest thing, the most ironic thing about all of this is that if you don't prioritize happiness and you prioritize feeling proud of yourself, you end up happy by extension. I'm happy because I'm proud of myself because I have a fantastic life and mansions and supercars and money, most famous man in the world, thousands of love letters a week from beautiful women. Of course I'm happy, but I didn't ever choose to try and be happy. If I would have chosen to try and be happy, I would have never ended up happy. Happiness is the number one thing that must be earned. And I'll tell you that my happiness is based on very real world achievements. I couldn't be happy if I was broke. I couldn't be happy if I was obese. I couldn't be happy if I was lonely. I couldn't be happy if I wasn't respected. I couldn't be happy if I couldn't whoop a dude's ass. I couldn't be happy in those scenarios, so I made sure none of them scenarios came true. I have earned my happiness via hard work. It's the top of a mountain which I have climbed. I deserve it. I deserve to go to sleep with a smile on my face. Yes, that's what I deserve. And every single guy who hasn't got it probably doesn't deserve it. The universe is very giving and very fair. People seem to think that the world is unfair, and those are all the same people who tell themselves they're unlucky. I actually believe the opposite. I believe the universe is a very giving place. I believe God is a very giving being, and that thing, the world all in all generally balances out and is pretty fair. If you're the kind of person who deserves a good life and works their ass off and genuinely wants it and tries very hard, guess what you get 99% of the time? A good life. And if you're the kind of person who doesn't really deserve it, slacks 3 days a week, a little bit lazy, snakes his friends, talks behind people's back, blah, 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 guess what? Your life ain't all that good. The universe is pretty fair and pretty balanced. I've yet to meet somebody who gets up every day, does what they're supposed to do, works hard, goes to the gym, then goes to work, does their best, makes their money, looks after it, is sensible, doesn't blow it, etc., who then fails. I've never met anybody who fails when they do all the right things. The universe is a very fair and giving place all in all. There are very few exceptions to that. So when I see somebody who doesn't have the success they want, especially when I see, let's say, a group of people who don't have the success they want, there's no way you're all exceptions to that rule. You may want something, but you certainly don't deserve it, and that's why you don't have it.
I refuse to accept that there are people out there who cannot become happy, contented individuals. I refuse to accept we live in a world where God has created people who, no matter how hard they work and how good their life becomes, can't be happy. I don't accept that. I accept that the universe is a very giving place and that God loves all of us. And if you try your best and you work hard, you can become a better person.
Please understand, you can be happy in the middle of the struggle, in the middle of the stress, in the middle of the war. Let's explain happiness and how happiness works. I believe happiness is derived from combat, from fighting. Not just fighting professionally, but I believe that if you're thankful for something, you will fight to keep it. If it's your six-pack, you'll do training to keep it. If it's your girlfriend, you'll try and keep her happy. Fighting to maintain and retain or gain and obtain shows genuine appreciation. When you're happy for something, you fight for something. So I believe fighting is happiness. And when you're fighting, you're happy. So let's make a list of all the things required for a man to be happy in the world today. 1, a battle. So the first thing a man needs is a battle. You're not happy without struggle. Well, the worst experience a man can possibly have is to be born with everything and not have to work for anything, because there's no light without dark. Being rich is only fun if you can talk about the times you were poor. You can either fight back or give up. But I don't understand most people. Imagine giving up. Imagine it even being an option on the table. How could you not fight? I am thankful to God for giving me this battle. There is nothing I'm more thankful for than God himself, because I know men like us don't give up. Which means what happens is you end up addicted to the struggle because you want the positivity from it. You want the dopamine. And if you're addicted to the struggle and you have any semblance of capability, you then become one of the most important and formidable forces on the face of the planet, because all you do is fight. I don't have any fun. Fun isn't fun. Festivals aren't fun. Clubs aren't fun. Parties aren't fun. So the only thing that's fun is winning all of the time, which means I work all of the time. People say to me, Andrew, you have so much money. Why all you do is work? Because I want to. Because I want to. Because I have to win. We are designed, we have evolved, we're biologically wired to want to win as men. Guys, if you're ever feeling sad, do these things. You'll be happy. I promise. Fun is not as fun as struggle. Fun is not as fun as feeling brave. Fun is not as fun as having a vision and making it come true. Fun is not as fun as victory. And
nothing's as fun
nothing's as fun as victory. There's only 2 forces in the world. Forget what Newton said. There are 2 forces in the world: stress and relaxation. You have positive organs and negative organs. There is a version of you in the world which is important, which is respected, which is rich, which is capable, which is charismatic and funny and interesting. You're not him yet, but you need to make a plan to become that person. That person exists. You have to make it come true. I don't believe in faking it before you make it. There is nothing fake about belief. You have to wait for the rest of the world to catch up with what you already know. You have to see through time, act accordingly, and prepare to told you so that eternally upsets doubters. I'm saying you must believe all of the things you want to have
are going to happen. You must see through time with a plan in place so you can see it all come true to be the man you want to be. It is impossible, and I have never in my life seen a man who eats right, goes to the gym every day, and trains hard not have a good body. The universe is extremely giving. It will give you anything you want. He imagined himself with a good body. He made a plan to get one. He followed the plan and he got it. I've never seen somebody who works hard, who's in the right networks, who's paying attention, who is not rich. I've never seen somebody who dedicates himself to the gym and eats right, who is not in fantastic physical condition. It's impossible. You can have anything you want. All you have to do is make a plan and see it. So there's no such thing as faking it before you make it. No, you see it and you make it come true. You make everybody else accept your version of reality. You see a version of yourself inside of your mind, and when other people do not see it, when they look at you, you bend space-time and change your outward projection, your avatar, so others view you exactly the way you see yourself. It is called belief. You must have a vision for who you could be. The power of belief is real. Words and thoughts have power. Use them. They are tools and weapons to aid your ascension to greatness. Let me give you a thought experiment, all the people at home. I had a very old video before. I said, I'm a sayer. I'm a sayer. If I say something, it comes true, which means I don't need the motivation to do difficult things. I just need to find the energy to say things. But then I have a bond to myself, because my word is my bond and my contract is golden, where I do them. So if I say I'll do 1,000 push-ups, I'll do 1,000 push-ups. So when I'm sitting there feeling lazy, think I don't want to do 1,000 push-ups, I think, well, if I just say it, then I have to do it. And I always have the energy to say something, so then I do it. So that's why I always train. Please understand that losing hope is fatal. Hope is a requirement for success. My whole life was built on hope. You do not become a 4-time world champion without it. You cannot put yourself through the training required, through the sacrifices and pain, unless you believe and hope that you're going to win, that it's going to pay off in the end. You must believe in yourself. You must believe. You can achieve your dreams, but you need to regain your hope. I am here to show you it is possible. Was I telling the truth? I never lost hope. I knew hope and vision are slightly different. Vision, you can see where you want to end up, but hope is the belief that for sure the vision will come true. First, you want to become as strong as physically possible. So you want to be as strong as physically possible. Next, you want to try and make as much money as possible. Not even necessarily for the money, although money is extremely important, so it allows you to take care of yourself. We talked about this before, but there's the challenge involved, and solving that challenge is going to make you feel more satisfied as a human. Happiness comes from success, and making money is success. You should try and make people around you smile and be happy. You should try and encourage positivity around you. You should be the kind of person that no one can really complain about their struggles around, because they know that you're the person who's going to be like, why are you complaining when you could just simply fix it? Especially successful people. Successful people are uninterested in stealing, because we'd rather everybody win and keep the friendship and keep the network and keep the positive orgons and keep the good karma than make a little bit extra money. So it's amazing what you see in the world. And if you become a person who is happy and successful and can take care of himself and adopt struggles, you're going to start finding those other people who do the same thing, and then you're going to build a network and become fantastic. If you lack somewhere, excel somewhere else. Counter your weaknesses by honing other capabilities. If you're ugly, become filthy rich. If you're poor, be as strong as an ox. Life is unfair. The primary focus of your energies is to balance the books.
And there's two different ways you could interpret that. You can obviously increase the attributes that you are lacking. If you have the ability to train, because a lot of people don't. Some people are born without arms and legs, but you, with 2 arms and 2 legs, are sitting at home jerking off the hub, flabby and fat. If you have the ability to train, you should be doing it. But also, you know, there are some things that some people are just better at, and you can counteract that problem by teaming up with people who compensate for your weaknesses. People who are strong in areas where you are weak, and you team up with people where you are strong in areas where they are weak.
So if you have a disadvantage, you also have somewhere God has given you a distinct advantage over others, and it is your duty to excel in that realm. It is your duty to become so monumentally influential and powerful within that specific criteria in which you have the capability to be brilliant, that your weaknesses no longer appear, because they can be simply overshadowed by your network or overshadowed by your absolute competence.
The reason I'm the luckiest man on earth is because God has given me endless building blocks to build a superhero. He's given me endless power. He's given me endless motivation. What did we say?
Yeah.
He's given me endless. I have endless sources of power. I can sit here right now and recall events that will prevent me from sleeping for 2 to 3 days. That gives me a superpower that other men do not have. They want to go to sleep. They're tired. I can stop being tired for days at a time. I can just have a thought. I can remember. I can sit, close my eyes, and use the power of my brain to vividly remember events, and I will not sleep for days. And when people come to me and say, oh, this happened, I'm really sad, or my heart broke, or this bad thing happened to me, I say, good. Thank the Lord that he's given you this endless source of motivation. You're wasting it. That's your problem. But it's been given to you. Nitrous oxide has been given to you. You just have to use it in the correct way. So I'm the luckiest man in the world because all the bad things that happened to me have given me all the building blocks to become the most fantastic man on the face of the planet.
I think everybody on the planet has something to prove. If you walk through life and feel like you have nothing to prove, then you're a loser. If you wake up each day and go, I don't owe anybody anything, I don't have to prove anything to anybody, then you are a loser because you are absolutely not incorrect. You must prove yourself to other people. You must prove yourself to your bloodline, as we just discussed. You must prove yourself to God. God hates the lazy. He can't stand them. If he gives you all these genetic dispositions and these natural God-given gifts, if you have 2 arms and 2 legs and you can think, and you're not trying your absolute best, that's the reason you're not lucky. He doesn't like you. He likes the people which show him the beauty of his own creation. He likes to give somebody building blocks and them to build something amazing. It's the best thing about being a man. You get to build who you are, right? You can decide if you want to be a funny comedian or a musician or a kickboxing world champion or fight the Matrix. You can decide whatever you want to be. God loves to see that. Those people, for some reason, seem to be enormously lucky, right? The person who goes, I don't have to prove anything to God. I don't owe all of my ancestors any effort. You know, for 5,000 years, people were dodging saber-toothed tigers and catching the plague and running from Genghis Khan. I don't owe them anything. Don't owe them a thing because I want to play video games. These people are losers. I wake up every day with something to prove. I have hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm in fantastic shape, 4 times world champion. I will have to be braver. I must try harder. All I do is prove myself. So when I hear people go, I don't have nothing to prove, then you're a loser. Peasants have never felt like they needed to prove anything, but kings felt like they needed to go and conquer land. Isn't that it's coincidental that the king, who already had it all, felt like he needed to go to some far-flung land and conquer it and take it and prove he's the king. But the peasants, oh, I don't have to prove nothing to nobody. You're a loser then. You're a dummy. I absolutely and utterly completely have everything to prove to everybody all of the time. That's who I am. I will prove anything to anybody. If I sit and say X, I will prove it.
If you never make a mark on the world, then you effectively never existed. And when you're gone, nobody will care. And that's very important because you have a duty to your ancestors and you have a duty to God. So you must make a choice. And this is genuine choice to you people at home. Do you want to live in obscurity forever and be invisible and not matter and have an easier life? I would argue that it's not easier because in your heart and in your soul, you're going to feel guilty knowing you could have been something you're not. Or do you want to try your absolute best and struggle and suffer every day of your life, paying the rent for all of the amazing things around you? We pay endless rent. We pay rent for our bodies. We pay rent for our relationships. We pay rent to keep our kids. We pay rent to keep our business. We pay rent to keep our freedom. Every single day is work to pay the rent. It's absolutely never ending. And you have to make that choice. So if you have a pen and paper in front of you, you need to decide, do you want to be invisible with a lower rent bill, or do you want to be important and work hard and suffer to make sure that the rent is paid? It's a choice you must make, and it's binary, and you must be extremely dedicated towards the decision you finally make.
Another thing that's going to give you a lot of motivation and power as a man is helping other people. It's inside of the masculine imperative to provide and to protect. If I love a woman, I want to protect her. I want to give her things and I want to make sure she is safe. This is how I feel naturally. It's my natural inclination. Another thing you should be doing is trying your very best to help people, to give to other people. You have enough money to give some away. You have enough time to take 10 minutes out your day and help somebody who is worthy. Don't be used by users and losers. A lot of people go through life with a very average attitude and they wait for their one big break. But you have to build your big break. And you're going to do that with 1,000 tiny victories. By constructing the correct mindset, you could be in the exact same scenario you're currently in, living the exact same life with a different mental model in which you view the world, and you will not only feel more
powerful. You will be more powerful. You'll achieve more amazing things. You will be greater. You will be happier with the same car, the same woman, the same house, the same income, the same everything, but your mind changes the lens in which you view the world. Lenses change things. Rose-tinted glasses, perhaps dark glasses. You can put glasses on, change the lens, and you can view the world differently by changing how your mind is constructed and put together and the way you view the world. That is the point of mental Aikido.
You're not tired. You're undisciplined. That's the truth no one wants to admit. You keep lying to yourself, calling it burnout, calling it stress, pretending it's your circumstances, but deep down you know it's weakness. You know you've got the energy to scroll endlessly, binge shows, fantasize about success, but when it's time to build, to move, to rise, suddenly you're empty. Why? Because you're chasing motivation like a drug addict chasing his next high. And when it doesn't show up, you fold, you quit, you disappear. But let me tell you something brutal. Winners don't wait to feel like it. They move through the mud, through the darkness, through the doubt. I don't believe in motivation, I believe in discipline. I am a disciplined person. That's the difference. That's what separates the men from the boys, the lions from the sheep. You keep praying for drive, but what you really need is discipline, because when everything in you says no, discipline screams yes and drags you forward. That's how greatness is built, not by feeling good, but by doing what must be done when it feels impossible. The temporary satisfaction of quitting is outweighed by the eternal suffering of being a nobody. And trust me, being a nobody isn't painful in the moment. It's a slow rot, a quiet death, a life where your dreams bury you in regret. Discipline is the foundation of freedom. And if you don't have it, you're a slave to your mood, your emotions, your laziness. You either rise now or you stay down forever. Because the truth is this, you will never be anything until you're willing to work when you don't feel like it. No one's coming to save you. No one's going to hand it to you. Success is the result of discipline, dedication, and sacrifice. People who train every day do not want to train every day. They're not fueled by emotion. They're forged by decision. So ask yourself, are you willing to suffer for your name, or will you let another day pass while the life you want laughs in your face? Decide right now, because every second you wait, another man out there is sharpening his sword while you're still staring at the handle. Most of you will never make it, and not because you're dumb, not because you're poor, not because the system is rigged. Those are the lies you whisper to yourself so you can sleep at night. The truth is colder. The truth is you're addicted to motivation, like a junkie. You sit and wait for a feeling to strike, some magical lightning bolt of energy to hit your spine and drag you into greatness. But greatness doesn't work like that. The universe does not reward the man who waits, it rewards the man who builds. The man who shows up on Monday morning at war with his own comfort. The man who gets up at 5 a.m. not because he wants to, but because he has to, because he's chosen a mission bigger than himself. And this is what you fail to understand. Discipline is the path to freedom, and motivation is the path to slavery. Do what you feel is the mantra of the broke, the weak, the forgotten. Do what must be done. That's the law of kings. You think winners feel like showing up every day? You think the strongest minds on earth feel inspired 24/7? Of course not. Some days the body hurts, the mind is foggy, the world feels like it's crushing down on your chest. But the disciplined man moves anyway. He moves through pain, through boredom, through doubt, because his goals are not negotiable. He doesn't need to be motivated because his life is engineered around discipline. That's what makes him dangerous. That's what makes him unstoppable. While you're scrolling through your phone looking for the next pump-up video, the disciplined man is building his empire. Brick by brick, hour by hour, in silence, with no applause. And that's why he wins. You want to be a lion, but you've got the habits of a sheep. You want to be free, but you refuse the chains of routine? You got it backwards. Discipline is not your enemy, it's your liberation. The truth is, every great man you admire, every athlete, every warrior, every titan of business or battle, got there not through bursts of energy, but through relentless repetition, through doing the things they hated on the days they felt nothing. Discipline is doing what you hate like you love it. That's what separates men who merely dream from men who manifest. Stop searching for motivation. Stop waiting for perfect conditions. The stars won't align. The angels won't sing. No one is coming to save you. You have to become the hero. You have to put on the armor of discipline and walk into the fire. Not once, not twice, every day. Because the moment you rely on feeling, you give up control. But the moment you surrender to discipline, you become the architect of your reality. And that's when the universe starts to bend in your favor. Not before. Not ever before. I had days where I felt dead inside. Days where I had nothing left in the tank, but I still trained, I still worked, I still kept moving forward. Because that's what warriors do. You don't earn your stripes when you feel good. You earn them when every cell in your body wants to quit, and you don't let it. That's where self-respect comes from. That's how you build a man who can't be broken. And don't confuse this with self-punishment. This isn't about masochism. This is about alignment. Because when you live with discipline, when you conquer yourself day in and day out, you begin to move in rhythm with something far greater than your ego. You begin to align with divine order, with purpose, with legacy. And that's when life starts opening doors you didn't even know existed. So burn the idea that motivation is your answer. It's not. Motivation is emotional, and emotions are fragile. They crack under pressure. But discipline is your sword and your shield. It cuts through laziness and it protects you from your own worst instincts. It's your armor in a world that's constantly trying to make you soft. Every time you ignore the alarm clock, every time you skip a session, every time you say, I'll do it tomorrow, you are sacrificing your crown for comfort. And the worst part is you know it. You feel it deep in your gut, that shame, that disappointment, that voice whispering you're better than this. And you are. But you'll never see that better version of yourself until you kill the part of you that keeps waiting for motivation to save you. Because it never will. Only discipline can. And when you finally grasp that truth, not just in your head, but in your soul, that's when you become dangerous. That's when the world starts to feel your presence. That's when your life changes forever. There was a time in my life where everything felt meaningless. I had money, sure. I had the cars, the women, the watches, the status. But something in me was hollow. And it wasn't the kind of emptiness you fix with a vacation or a new pair of shoes. It was deeper, spiritual. A silent war raging inside me every morning I opened my eyes. I didn't know it at first, but I had become addicted to the feeling of success instead of the system that creates it. I was chasing that high, the applause, the dopamine, the external validation. And the moment those feelings didn't show up, I slowed down. I coasted. And that's when it hit me like a sledgehammer. I had started living like a mortal, like a man who needed to feel good to do good. And that's how empires crumble, not in explosions, in slow decay, in missed workouts, in skipped routines, in subtle compromises that rot your discipline from the inside out. I remember one specific morning, cold, dark, and brutal. I woke up in Romania, and the air was so freezing I could see my breath in the room. I hadn't slept more than 2 hours. My body was sore from training, my mind fogged from non-stop work, and in that moment, motivation was dead, gone, not even a whisper. I didn't feel like doing anything. Every cell in my body screamed for comfort, to stay under the covers, skip training, cancel meetings, and you know what I did? I got up, I put my boots on, I stepped into the cold and trained like it was my last day on earth. Not because I was motivated, but because I was disciplined. Because I understood something most men never learn. When your feelings betray you, your discipline becomes your only ally. That single day, that small decision created a ripple effect. Because discipline is compound interest for the soul. Every rep you push through, every action you take when you're tired, every time you honor your word in silence, it all stacks. It sharpens your spirit until it becomes a weapon. You see, people romanticize motivation because it's easy, it's sexy. It feels good to be pumped up by music and flashy edits. But real life isn't a montage. Real life is waking up after failure, facing the world when no one believes in you, grinding in silence while others laugh. Discipline is the act of choosing purpose over pleasure every single day. That's how you rise. That's how you become a force. You want to know what changed my life? It wasn't one big event. It wasn't winning a fight or going viral or making $1 million. It was dragging myself out of bed every day for years, doing what needed to be done, whether I felt like it or not. That's the secret. That's the formula no one wants to hear because it's not sexy. Discipline is the foundation that makes miracles look effortless. People see the result and call it talent. They never see the war behind it, the nights you cried alone, the mornings your soul wanted to give up, the sacrifices no one claps for. I had a friend once, strong guy, talented, brilliant mind. He had more natural ability than I did, but he was a slave to his moods. If he felt good, he'd dominate. If he didn't, he'd disappear. And eventually life broke him, not because he was weak, but because he had no anchor. He had no discipline. He was like a kite in a storm, tossed by every emotional gust. I loved him, but I couldn't save him. No one could. Because no one can build your discipline for you. No one can fight your inner battles. That's between you and the mirror, between you and God. And that's why I keep saying, motivation is not the answer. It's a lie you've been sold. Motivation is a spark. Discipline is the fire. You want to live with power? You build it, you earn it. You forge it in silence when no one is watching, and especially when you don't feel like it. There were nights where I'd stare at the ceiling and wonder if any of it mattered, if the grind, the pain, the isolation had a point. And in those moments, I discovered something most men never will. That discipline is divine. It connects you to something greater than flesh and blood. When you master discipline, you no longer live as a slave to the physical. You rise into alignment with the spiritual. That's when you become more than just a man. You become a vessel for purpose. Every step you take in discipline is a rebellion against the chaos that wants to consume you. Every time you say yes to action when your body begs for rest, you reclaim your soul from the modern world's distractions. And here's the part no one tells you. Once you embrace discipline fully, life stops being heavy. It becomes focused, sharp, clear. You stop needing to be hyped up. You stop waiting for inspiration. You stop being a slave to your moods. You simply do. You execute. And in that execution, you find freedom. You become addicted to progress, not pleasure. You find fulfillment in consistency, not chaos. That's the true shift. That's when everything begins to change. Not because life got easier, but because you got harder. You became forged in fire, unshakable. A man no longer ruled by feelings, but by purpose. And that's when your legacy begins. Not when you post about it, not when people applaud, but when you live it quietly, day in and day out, through the unwavering force of discipline. Every day you waste waiting for motivation is a day you'll never get back. People talk about time like it's infinite, like they've got decades to figure it all out. But you don't. You're not promised another week, another year, another moment. And while you scroll, waiting for that perfect wave of inspiration to crash over you and make life easy, someone else is waking up in the dark and putting in the reps, building himself into a weapon. Discipline is doing it when it's boring, when it hurts, when it feels empty, because you know who you're becoming is worth the pain. That's the difference between men who rise and men who rot. The ones who succeed don't wait to feel like it. They execute repeatedly, ruthlessly. And if you don't adopt that same mindset, you'll be left behind, soft, weak, filled with regret. What no one tells you is how expensive laziness is. Not in money, though that too, but in dignity, in lost potential, in the haunting awareness that you were capable of being great, but you chose comfort. That's the cost. That's the price of relying on motivation. Because motivation is a visitor. It shows up when it pleases and disappears when you need it most. You don't get to negotiate with your dreams. You show up or you get nothing. That's the deal. And the clock is ticking whether you move or not. Men lie to themselves with fantasies. They tell themselves they'll start tomorrow. They convince themselves that once they feel better, once things are more stable, they'll begin. But the truth is brutal. You are dying every second you hesitate. Life is passing you by while you search for the perfect mood. You think you'll get another shot. You think the world is waiting for you to finally get serious. It's not. There are men out there who are hungrier, colder, more focused, and they're coming for everything you say you want. The gym isn't just about muscles. The work isn't just about money. This is a spiritual war. Every day you avoid discipline, you're surrendering to weakness. You're saying my feelings are more important than my destiny. And that mindset, it's fatal. Weakness doesn't hit you like a truck. It seeps in slowly, disguising itself as rest, comfort, peace. And by the time you realize it's killing you, it's already taken most of your fire. That's why you must move now. Not tomorrow, not next week. Now, even when it's quiet, especially when it's quiet. Fear is a tool if you use it correctly. You should be terrified, not of hard work, not of suffering, but of becoming average. You should be afraid of living a life that looks nothing like your potential. You should fear the mirror turning into your enemy. A man with discipline is dangerous because nothing owns him, not his mood, not his past, not his weakness. That's what you need to become. Not another soft soul floating from high to high, but a force so locked into purpose that even your bad days produce results. Because in the real world, the man who executes while uninspired wins. Every time. While you're searching for a feeling, he's already 10 steps ahead, bleeding, sweating, building. And don't get it twisted, discipline isn't just grit. It's not cold, heartless repetition. It's divine, it's cosmic, it's spiritual alignment. When you live with discipline, you silence chaos. You find peace. You stop being dragged by the current of life and start walking on water. Discipline is the only way to win the battle between your lower self and your higher self. You think the gym is just physical? It's not. It's a battleground where the soul learns to rise. You think waking up early is about productivity? No. It's a sacred act of war against your inner coward. You don't train to look good. You train to honor your future. You work not for applause, but for redemption. For every lazy version of yourself you've ever tolerated. And yes, this journey will cost you. It will demand more than you think you have. It will require you to bleed, to suffer, to be uncomfortable. But the alternative, that's worse. The alternative is a slow death with a smile on your face. The alternative is waking up at 40 with soft hands, a soft body, and a broken spirit, wondering where the time went. That's what's at stake. Motivation might get you started once, but only discipline will take you to the end. So when the pain hits, lean in. When doubt creeps in, smirk. When the fire dies, reignite it. Because you're not here to feel good. You're here to build a life worth waking up for. You want to know why discipline matters more than motivation? Because motivation is emotional, and emotions lie. Motivation tells you to rest when you should rise. It whispers comfort when you need challenge. Discipline is truth. It never changes. It says do the work, whether you're tired, whether you're sad, whether you're lost, do the work. Discipline is the only voice in your life that doesn't care about excuses. It only responds to action. That's why it's the most powerful force in your arsenal. That's why it's the path to greatness. And that's why the man who masters it becomes untouchable. Not just physically, but spiritually. He becomes a storm. He becomes legend. You don't need more motivation. You don't need more inspiration. You need to shut up and execute. Stop talking, stop planning, stop fantasizing. Just do the work. Every time you sit and wait for the mood to strike, you lose ground to a version of yourself that could have existed. Motivation is a liar. It shows up when it wants and vanishes when you need it most. Discipline stays when everything else runs. That's why the strong rise. That's why the few dominate, because they've stopped making their actions dependent on their emotions. Most men are slaves, not to a system, not to a government, to themselves. Enslaved by laziness, owned by distraction, chained to their need to feel ready. You are not supposed to be ready, you are supposed to act. Greatness is built in moments of silence, when no one's watching, when it's just you and the grind, and your only reward is progress. That's where the future kings are born, not in excitement, not in passion, but in discipline, in consistency, in pain that is embraced, not avoided. You want strength? Earn it. You want respect? Build it. You want success? Suffer for it. Nothing you want will ever be handed to you because you feel like it. That's not how the universe works. The world doesn't reward the emotional, it rewards the consistent. Your feelings are irrelevant, your excuses mean nothing. You either execute or you rot in regret. That's the cold truth. And yet, it's the most liberating truth once you accept it. Because once you stop waiting for the stars to align, you realize you are the one who controls the sky. This game is about dominance over self. You want to win? Control your urges, silence your doubts, move with force, even when your soul screams for ease. A man with discipline becomes inevitable. He doesn't peak once, he peaks every single day. That's the kind of power no motivation can match, because motivation is emotion, and emotions waver, but purpose carved in discipline. That's eternal, that's legacy. That's the kind of energy that bends the world around you, not the other way around. Don't confuse the struggle with failure. The struggle is the path. You were never supposed to coast. The pain is the payment. Every drop of sweat, every early morning, every rep done in silence, it's spiritual currency. Not just training your body, you're sharpening your soul. Discipline is the connection between your present suffering and your future salvation. That's why the weak quit. That's why the undisciplined fade. Because they think pain is punishment, but the disciplined know pain is prophecy. The pressure isn't a burden, it's a calling. It's shaping you for something greater than comfort could ever provide. You're not lost. You're not broken. You're just soft. And softness is cured in discipline. You want clarity? You want focus? Then start doing hard things. Get up early, train when you're tired, build when you're bored, speak the truth when it's easier to lie. That's where power is forged. That's where a man becomes unstoppable. Discipline doesn't give you shortcuts. It makes you so sharp you cut through the nonsense. And when you got that kind of edge, you don't need external hype. You are the hype. You become the fire everyone else tries to borrow. And don't you dare look at your past as proof you can't evolve. Your past is not a prison unless you let it be. You failed before? Good. You quit before? Fine. It's done. Burn it. What matters now is what you do today, right now, in this breath. Discipline is redemption through action. You don't need apologies, you need effort. You don't need therapy for your laziness. You need pressure. You need structure. You need to build yourself into something so undeniable that not even your past self could recognize you. That's how deep this has to go. You're not here to live a life of comfort. You're not here to coast through your 20s or rot in your 30s. You're here to rise, to push until your lungs burn, to fight through exhaustion, to find meaning in monotony, to put in work when no one claps and keep going when no one sees. Because that's the only way to earn power that lasts. Motivation may start the fire, but only discipline keeps it burning when the wind hits. And believe me, the wind will hit. Life will test you. It'll knock on your door dressed as failure, heartbreak, loss, fatigue. And when it does, the question won't be how inspired you feel. It'll be whether you still move, still grind, still rise. That's where winners are born. So stand up, breathe deep, and remember who you were meant to be. Stop waiting to feel good. Start acting like a man possessed, not with rage, but with purpose. Not with desperation, but with divine fire. Because your discipline isn't just about results. It's about your identity. It's about who you become when no one's watching. Discipline is the language of warriors, the heartbeat of champions, the rhythm of immortals. If you want a life most will never have, you have to do what most will never do. And that begins with a simple, brutal truth. Discipline over motivation every single time. There comes a point when you stop listening and you start doing. Not because you're hyped, not because the music's loud, not because the lights are bright, but because you're tired of being the weak version of yourself. If you've made it this far, then something in your soul is begging to be awakened. Not your feelings, your essence, your masculine force. Discipline is when your soul takes control of your flesh and says, move. No permission, no hesitation. Just war with the version of you that settles. This is the line in the sand, right now. Not tomorrow, not when things calm down, not when life gets easier. There will never be a perfect moment. That's the trick your mind plays on you to keep you comfortable in chaos. The truth is, the hard road is the only road. Your future isn't waiting for motivation, it's waiting for you to suffer with purpose. The longer you wait, the colder your fire gets. And let me tell you, once that fire dies, you're not living anymore, you're just existing, drifting, consumed by the same cycle of guilt, shame, and excuses. You've heard enough. You've learned enough. You've dreamed enough. Now it's time to build. Build with no applause. Build when your hands shake. Build when your legs ache. Discipline is action in the face of doubt. Movement in the face of fear. Consistency in the face of chaos. And the moment you decide that your feelings no longer run your life, you become untouchable. Because discipline makes you a force of nature. Motivation is lightning. It strikes, it's beautiful, and then it's gone. But discipline is the sun. It rises every day, no matter what. And it brings life to everything it touches. Think about it. How many days have you wasted waiting for the right mindset? How many hours have you let slip because the vibe wasn't right, the energy wasn't aligned, the moment didn't feel magical? Enough! That mindset is spiritual suicide. You kill your potential every time you wait to feel ready. You are not meant to live a life dictated by feelings. You are built to rise above them and bend reality with consistent effort. That's not just discipline, that's divine masculinity in motion. That's what separates the warriors from the watchers. Your mission is simple, but it's not easy. Destroy the part of you that hesitates. Destroy the weak voice that says, not today. You don't need a new year. You don't need a Monday. You need now. You need to get up, lock in, and refuse to stop. If your body aches, go anyway. If your mind protests, ignore it. If your environment is noisy, create silence within yourself. That's where power lives, not in comfort, but in confrontation. Discipline is the quiet promise you keep with yourself when no one's watching, when no one believes, when everything in you screams to quit. You want a better life, then live like it. Don't talk about dreams, outwork them. Don't post about hustle, be it. Don't preach about growth, bleed for it. The world is filled with people who speak like lions and move like lambs. Don't be that. Be the storm. Be the consistency. Be the man who shows up without fanfare and leaves results in his wake. And when the world asks how you did it, the answer won't be hype or fate or luck. It'll be one word: discipline. And for the ones who think discipline is cold, robotic, lifeless, they don't understand it. Discipline is not the absence of soul, it's the full expression of it. It's what allows your higher self to shine through the noise. It gives structure to chaos, direction to dreams, and power to potential. It's the spiritual armor that protects your mission from distraction and self-sabotage. And once you taste the clarity it brings, motivation will feel like a sugar high compared to the purity of purpose. This isn't just about success, it's about alignment, about walking in truth, about earning peace through pressure. Every rep you do in the gym, every hour you spend on your craft, every minute you fight off laziness. It's a prayer to the universe that says, I will not be average. It's you proving without speaking that you're here to conquer, not coast. That you're a weapon, sharpened daily. Discipline is a spiritual path disguised as repetition, the divine force hiding in daily grind. And those who master it unlock freedom most never Tate. So what now? Are you going to close this and scroll back into mediocrity? Or are you going to stand up and declare war on weakness? The clock doesn't care. Life doesn't care. God gave you breath today. Use it like it matters. Your discipline is the altar where your old self dies and your higher self is resurrected. Don't miss the chance. Don't waste the pain. One disciplined day is worth more than 1,000 motivated ones. Let that echo in your mind every morning. Let it push you when you're tired. Let it haunt you when you want to quit. This is the path, not of the many, but of the chosen. And if you're hearing this, then deep down, you were never meant to be average. You were meant to master yourself. And that mastery begins now with the truth carved in stone, discipline over motivation. Every single time.
I don't think most of you realize that you do not have time. Everything is time. Time can be converted into anything. We all know time can be converted into money. People say often, time is money. This is true. Money is also time. You spend money to save time. Time is the enemy of the rich man, so he takes a private jet to save time. Money is the enemy of a poor man, so he waits for the bus to save money. But they're the same thing, money and time. So when I say you don't have time, this is something you need to remember because it's extremely important and you can apply it to most things. You do not have time to have a headache. Do you understand? I'm not saying you don't have a headache. I'm not saying your head doesn't hurt, but you don't have time for it to affect your life. You do not have the waking hours. You are being outcompeted and crushed by people who are more powerful, more connected than you'll possibly ever be, by people who know things you do not know. You do not have time to have a headache. It's simply not acceptable. How do you perform when you have headaches is a stupid question. The fact you've even framed it in that way shows that you don't understand the world. I'll give you another example. You don't have time to argue with your woman. Your woman started an argument today or yesterday, whenever, and you've been texting back and forth. You don't have time. You have things to do. There's unlimited work in the universe. You don't have time to have a headache or message girls or scroll Instagram. You don't have time for any of these things. Time is your lifeblood. It's all you've got. You can turn time into reputation. You could turn time into global fame. You could turn time into respect. You could turn time into a fantastic body. You could do anything with your time. You could choose a random embassy. You could choose a random country that you have beef with. Chile. And you could go stand outside the Chilean embassy with a sign saying, "Down with Chile," for no reason. But if you stood there every single day, after about 2 years, people would be like, who is this guy and why does he hate Chile so much? You can turn your time into anything you want. So how are you going to waste it sitting around saying, I have a headache? Boo boo, I have a headache. But the question is framed incorrectly. If I have a headache, I don't care. And one of the main reasons I don't care is because my enemy doesn't care. You know, when I got injured when I was training for fights, my coach would often say to me, is your enemy going to hit you less or show you mercy because of this injury? If you say, okay, we're about to fight, but halfway through the training camp, I hurt my foot, so, take it easy. No, he's going to try and destroy me anyway. So if he doesn't care, why do I care? And why does my coach care? Nobody cares. The people who are trying to steal your woman, and trust me, everyone is. The people who are trying to take the money that you want to earn and put it in their pocket before you can. The people who want to have large and gorgeous feathers on their peacock to show the world all the amazing things they've done. They don't care that you have a headache. So why do you care? You need to reprogram your mind. You don't have time to have a headache. You don't have time to be doing the majority of things you do. And there's always been and always will be, and we could talk about that again. We were talking earlier about competence, right? Do you think a woman sees you as competent if you complain about having a headache? Let's say you have a headache. It's fine. You have a headache. I'm not disputing that. Maybe it really hurts. That's terrible. If you go, oh, I've got such a bad headache, do you think a woman looks at you and goes, yes, oh, I found the guy for me? She may not say anything. She may say, oh, do you want a pill? But really, deep down, this guy's a dickhead. I mean, if you got hit in the head with a hammer or shot in the face, fine. But why do you have a headache? From what? Scrolling TikTok. A lot of you deserve the failure you endure. The universe is very giving. I often believe, people say the world's not fair. I'd argue that karmic retributions, and in the long run, all in all, is pretty fair. Karmic retributions are real. In the end, God gives you exactly what you deserve. So if you're not happy with your life, you have to ask yourself, do you really deserve more? Have you really tried 100% of the time? Did you ignore that headache? Are you as competent as you could possibly be? Have you given 100% every time you've done anything? No. You deserve what you have. You deserve your mediocrity because you're an average person. You want a Lambo and these women and a boat and whatever else you want because you see it on Instagram. But wanting something and deserving something are very different things. If you truly deserved it, you'd be working for it in a way that ensures it would be given to you by the universe. Every single thing I've ever wanted, I have got. Maybe not instantly, maybe not easily. In fact, certainly not both. It was always difficult and it always took time, but I really wanted them, so I always got them. And I put in enough work to show God and show the universe I deserved them, so he gave them to me. I cannot remember a single time, and I state this as a matter of fact, this is not hyperbole, I cannot remember a single time I have ever decided not to do something that must be done because I had a headache. Ever. Ever. It is easier if you enjoy it, because you do not struggle with lack of motivation or lack of interest. For me to say you could honestly be world champion at something you hate is a lie. You can, however, be competent at things you don't like. You can be very good at something you don't like doing. To be the best in the world, you probably have to fall in love with it. But the way you do anything is the way you do everything. And you can fall in love with the idea of being good in general. So anything I do, I don't want to be bad at. I either don't do it or I try my very best all the time to become extremely good at it. I don't see the point in doing anything and being mediocre or being bad at it. What's the point? If I'm going to speak on podcasts, I want to be good at it. Anything I'm going to do, I want to be good at. Now, you should have enough respect for yourself that you're prepared to always put in the effort to give your best 100% because it is a habit. You should always give your best at anything you do. When you pick up a video game, you should give your best. When you drive a car, you should attempt to drive as efficiently as possible, using the brake as little as possible to not waste fuel, to make sure there's no close calls, no sudden braking. Most of you are just getting in your car and driving like a jackass from point A to point B, not trying to actually go, you know what, let me drive and pretend I have the queen in the back seat and I can't even brake suddenly. And I only have a fraction of fuel. How far can I go if I very smoothly, very calmly anticipate the traffic in advance, move my car in and out of the car so I barely have to brake, keep moving slowly and smoothly? Let me try and get good at this. The way you do anything is the way you do everything. And it is a habit to be good at things. There's nothing wrong with just being good at things. To be the best in the world, you have to love it. That's true. But you're not going to love the majority of things you do. That's not realistic. The world's not going to afford you a life where everything you do you're in love with. In fact, you're going to end up doing a whole bunch of things you don't want to do. And the life hack is, if you enjoy getting better at things, then you can be doing something you don't want to do better than you previously done it, and now you enjoy doing it because you were more competent and more capable at said task. You are now better at said task. Every single thing I approach with vigor because I like being good at things. And that's not because I'm arrogant. That's because I have enough respect for myself, and more importantly, I have enough respect for the people I love to know that I need to be good at things. When my children, or when my women, or my family, or my people who rely on me, my brothers, anybody comes to me expecting me to do something for them, I need to have enough respect for them to know that I'm good at what they ask me to do. And if I don't know what they want me to do, or I'm not particularly good at it, I'm at least good at learning. You can become good at learning so that you learn things faster. Good at concentrating. Good at taking a scenario seriously. These are all basic life skills that go along with bravery. That's going to put you in a competitive bracket amongst the masculine realm which exists today, because most people can't even focus. Most people can't even focus or try hard at anything. So to answer the question, can you become world champion without loving boxing? No, you can't become the best in the world. However, you can become very good at it because you can have enough discipline to ensure that you go to training, and you can make sure that you're the kind of person who, if you're going to go to training, you're going to try your best. Guys, you're going to go to training for an hour. Whether you try hard or don't try hard, you're going to spend an hour in the boxing gym. There is no reason to not try. That is a learned habit. And what you often find with people who need to be motivated into things, because they're not disciplined enough to do things and not disciplined enough to do things properly, they'll go and say, I went to boxing training, as if that's all that it's about. It's not about going to the training. It's about trying hard in the training. It's about giving it your all. It's about dedicating yourself. You're going to give an hour up anyway. There's no reason to not try. Most people go through their entire adult life without trying 100% hardly ever. Think about it. Even when you go to the gym, you don't try 100%. You try 60%, 70%. You don't try 100% at home. What do you try 100% with? Do you really try 100% with work? Are you really moving that mouse as quickly as you possibly can? No, you're not trying. So you have people who have gone through life and are going through life without even giving 100% of what they've got ever. And it's interesting because we're entering the most competitive period of human history. So you need to get very good at everything you do, all of the time. You'll learn a lot of lessons about psychology in the boxing room. Now, they're not related, technically. One's exercise, one's the psychology of people. But you'll learn in the fight ring, you'll learn that you're not tired when you're winning. You're tired when you're losing. That once you start to win, you get to find unlimited energy from the universe from somewhere, and you just continue to push forward, no matter how hard it is. Winning is easy. It's trying to turn it around when you're losing that is difficult. You take this lesson from boxing and you apply it to everything else in life. You apply it to money and say, once I start to make money, I know I will have endless motivation to keep making money. It's just hard to make money in the first place. It's hard to get over that hurdle, but once I get going, it's easy. It's a positive reinforcement loop. It's a spiral upwards into infinity. It's a tornado that takes you to the promised land. So to have that unique psychological conclusion, that unique psychological input, you had to become good at boxing. So it's very important that you're good at everything you do, all of the time. Don't do it if you're not going to try. But you don't want people to learn bad habits. But it's a bad habit to coast. It's a bad habit to spend time and waste it. It's a bad habit to go, I tried, I went, I didn't give it my all, but at least I went. You see this kind of cope online all the time. Yeah, at least I went. It's going that matters. That's not true. It's trying that matters. So you see this kind of cope. Yeah, well, I didn't feel like going to the gym, but I went and just had a light session. Why? You went anyway, so why did you have a light session? If you're gonna go, do it. If you're gonna do it right. There's no point in half doing anything. You may as well have not done it at all. So this idea you can coast through things, this idea you can lazily try or pretend to try or just showing up counts, I dispute all of that absolutely. You give 100% of your heart, soul, and vigor to anything you do, and it becomes a habit so that it's all you know how to do. Before you know it, you're driving a car trying to do it as well as possible. And you're having a conversation trying to be as clear and compendious and concise as possible. And you're trying to make money as much as possible, as efficiently as possible. And you're trying to educate your children as well as possible. You're trying to protect your family as much as possible. You're trying to get as strong as possible. Because all you know is maximum limits. That's all you've ever done. You've never done any of this, that garbage can go out the window. So you need to get good at getting good at things. And you need to get good at trying 100% at all things, whether you like them or not. And this will give you a base level of competency in all realms, even if you're not in love with said task. Success is like being pregnant. Everyone says congratulations, but nobody knows how many times you get fucked. Absolutely. But that's the beauty of success, right? Because all the times you get fucked teach you the lessons you need to be successful in the first place. You would never be successful without getting screwed over. And also, you wouldn't be happy with your success without getting screwed over. The reason you appreciate that woman who's so good to you, who you trust with all your heart, who's loyal to you, is because that other woman cheated on you. If you had never seen a terrible, narcissistic, cheating woman, you wouldn't appreciate a good, kind-hearted one. There is no light without dark. So it's very important that you go through these bad things, one, to learn lessons, but two, to learn gratitude and appreciation for things once you have them. It's extremely important. Every time something bad happens to you, you need to say thank you to God. Thank you, God, for giving me this difficult time, for me to learn lessons, and for me to have more appreciation for my fantastic life in the future. That's how you should approach life. And especially success is exactly the same way. The lessons you'll learn failing along the way will ensure that when you get to the top, you can keep it. It's difficult to think of a scenario where being brave would be a negative mindset for you to be able to tap into, because bravery affords new options you haven't previously considered. If you're a coward, you don't have certain options on the chessboard because you simply don't have the bravery to make X moves. But if you are brave, you can analyze these moves. So you have a whole bunch of moves that most people don't have. Most people do not have the bravery to consider alternate paths. You need to be able to look at the chess moves that most people will not be prepared to make, and most people live very afraid. So bravery is an extremely important skill to hone. It's something you should practice. You should often sit and think, what would be the bravest decision I could make in this scenario? What would be the bravest one I could possibly make? And consider it. I'm not saying do it, but you should get in the mental model of considering it. Because quite often when you're a coward, brave decisions don't even cross your mind, ever. They don't even cross your psyche. They're not even something that's interesting to you. You haven't trained your mind to consider them. So you need to train your mind to consider bravery, because bravery is something that is going to universally apply throughout your life. It doesn't matter if you're rich, it doesn't matter if you're poor, it doesn't matter if you're in Thailand, it doesn't matter if you're in Peru. Having the option to be extremely brave and consider the options which are afforded only to a brave person is going to be something which is always going to benefit you. So it's very important that you consider and think about bravery as a whole, something I want you to hone. This life is sales. Convincing a woman to love you is sales. Work is sales. Life is sales. So fantastic thing to learn. Boxing, once again, fantastic thing to learn. It's very good. Your body and mind are connected. You cannot have a strong mind without having a strong body. Fantastic. Who should you be before you become rich? Well, money is an amplifier. Money's not going to change who you are. It's going to amplify who you are. If you're a good person, it'll make you a very good person. If you're a bad person, it'll make you a very bad person. If you're a weak person, it'll make you very weak and cowardly and scared. If you're a strong person, it'll make you very brave. Money amplifies. So you actually kind of have to hope that you don't get rich too early before you've struggled enough, because men are built on the back of struggle. You have to go through pain and terrible things as a man and struggle constantly to be a good man. No man who has not struggled is a good man or good at being a man. But don't worry, I think God has a plan for you. You should be trying your absolute best to get rich all of the time. You should be struggling and working as hard as possible. And all of those lessons that will come with all the suffering and the difficulty will be amplified by the time you're a multimillionaire and you'll become the best version of yourself. That's how you become a top G. Wake up every day and be prepared to give 100% focus to all of the things you do. That's all you have to worry about. It's kind of like, if you worry about the work, the results come. The results are easy. Guys, money is easy. Money is easy. Women are easy. The life you want is easy. All you have to do is fall in love with the work. If you fall in love with the work, fall in love with being good at doing your work, getting it done, never missing a day, because it's the easiest way to make sure you never miss a lucky day is to try every single day. Lucky days exist, and you're never going to know if you have a lucky day or not unless you try every single day. Then you're never going to miss any lucky days, and you're going to pull it off, and you're going to realize it wasn't actually that difficult. All it took was consistency and constant effort, never being lazy and doing everything I'm supposed to do properly. When you tolerate something, you're admitting you deserve it. You're going to get exactly what you deserve in life, from women, from masculine friendship, financially, respect on the street, luck. You get the luck you deserve. If you try your very best in all things, and you pray, and you're really thankful to God, and you say thank you all the time, you start to become very lucky. Lucky things start to happen. You get the luck you deserve when you try. It's truly remarkable. When a woman looks at you and goes, he can do anything he says he's going to do, that's when you become instantly attractive. Competence is extremely important. That's the masculine world. And peacocking built this world. Don't let losers and brokies sit and say to you, oh, all our graves are the same, it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. You were not born to suffer and die without being remembered or leaving a mark on this planet. You weren't born for that. You were born to do something great and to be remembered. You were born to leave offspring, which are so fantastic, raised in your image, that you, by proxy, are discussed into eternity. Your bloodline becomes synonymous with competence and capability. That's why you were born. The reason the male peacock shows its feathers is to say, look what I have. There is nothing wrong with that. That's what built the modern world. All of the explorers who risked their lives on the 7 seas did it to say, look what I did. The most beautiful buildings around you, the cathedrals, all these things that were built by men saying, look what we have done. We have done something other people cannot do. Flexing, in and of itself, is not a stupid idea. It's actually a biological norm amongst men. Don't be confused. You don't want to flex asininities. You want to flex capabilities. You want to flex competence. You want to flex, look what I can do, which others cannot do. And respect often lies on the other side of fear. If there's a decision that everybody's afraid to do, but you do it, that is what's going to get you respected by your peers. But masculine brotherhood has been the basis of keeping you accountable. It's very easy for you to become the best version of yourself if all the men around you are pushing you all of the time. And they're ensuring that they are being their best selves, which is constantly pushing and striving towards successes. This is what you're supposed to do. You always have. This is why even boxers, although they fight alone, they train as part of a camp with other boxers. You're always pushing yourself all of the time. That's the primary objective of masculinity, is to leave your mark on the world. And it's easiest to do that if you have brothers behind you who are pushing you to be your best self. I don't know how to keep that fire going. What should I do? This is a really interesting question, actually, because it amazes me that so many people in the world still today, even though we have instant access via social media to the truly successful, believe anything they've done matters. So you've made 100 grand. You're still poor. That's nothing. That is nothing. 100 grand is nothing. It is my cigar bill for a month. It's nothing. You've changed nothing. You've achieved nothing. You need to compare yourself always and constantly to somebody who is outperforming you. You need to stop being so happy with yourself for these tiny little successes. This is what they teach inside of common pop psychology classes. Yeah, and take the small success and be happy with it and put little milestones and reward yourself for achieving the little milestone. No, that's not what you should do. The point is, the fact you could have a little tiny success and quit shows that there's something wrong with your mentality and your firmware in the first place. You don't know what success is. I don't consider myself successful. So how can you consider yourself successful enough to not work? All I do is work. I work 7 days a week, 18 hours a day, every single day, never missed a day, headache or not, ever. So I don't understand this mindset. And you see a lot of people do it, right? They'll say, oh yeah, I had a really great week and I made some money and now I'm in Costa Rica. You're never going to win that way. People often say to the extremely wealthy people, why do you work all the time? All you do is work. If I was as rich as you, I'd just go on holidays. Not understanding that the kind of person who goes on holidays when they have money is not the kind of person who becomes truly rich. The kind of people who become truly rich are the people who work every day no matter what, which is why all of the people who are truly rich are workaholics, because it's the only way to really get there. You can get to a certain point once you're a trillionaire, you're Jeff Bezos or whatever, that you can take some days off. I'm not saying that, but the point I'm making is you need to fall in love with being happy with yourself for how hard you've dedicated yourself to a task. That needs to be more satisfying to you than relaxing. Relaxing is probably the most boring thing you can possibly say for me to do. Say, Andrew, do you want to go relax? I'd say, what do? Stare at a wall? That sounds terrible. Nothing is worse than relaxing. I don't want to relax. I want to work. That's all I want to do is work. Because if I work and I achieve things, I feel good inside. I got something done. I feel good. I feel happy. If I just relax, nothing's been achieved, so I don't see the point of it. It doesn't even relax me. In fact, it makes me very anxious. So then I feel more stressed than if I was just doing the work in the first place, which is why relaxing is impossible for me. And he said, well, it sounds like you have an anxiety disorder. If it's a disorder that allows me to constantly work all of the time and never be happy unless all of my work is complete, thank God I have it, because if I didn't have this disorder, I'd be a normal jackass like you. Guys, time is running out for a chance to win. It truly is. You guys are truly running out of time. It's very important that you get your act together quickly. So if you want to call it anxiety disorder, then get one. Don't be talking about headaches. Don't be talking about working. Don't be arguing with women. You have things to do, right? It doesn't matter if you have a headache or not. You must work. Anxiety sounds like free energy. Could give me more. Absolutely. Anxiety is exactly that. It's free energy. Nervousness is free energy. The inability to rest or relax or sleep is free energy. You just have to have the discipline to direct it in the correct directions. You need to sit at home and feel this fire inside of you because you do not have all of the money you want, all of the respect you want, and your name has not been echoed into eternity. You're not etched into the halls of history. You need to take all of that fire inside of you and all of that anger and direct it at one task. And you need to try your absolute best to ensure you succeed in that task. It's down to you. I can't drag you across the finish line. I can only show you where the race is and try and hype you up before you run. I can take you to the start line. I can tell you you can do it. I can tell you how fantastic it is when the race is over. I can tell you it is worth it, but you have to be the one to run the race. I can't carry you. If you're going to ask me stupid questions about headaches, you're never going to make it. There's going to be a huge contingent of the populace that never make it. But when you do, it is worth it because you're remembered. And that's the whole point of being alive as a man in the first place, is to go down in history. It's not to go through life comfortably. It's not to go through life without struggle, without pain. The point of being a man in the first place is so that you suffer enough for people to remember you, to die for something, to live for something. That's the whole point in all of this. There's nothing else to do and make your name synonymous with something fantastic which has affected humanity and culture. That's all it's about. And it's very difficult to do that if you're insignificant and broke and lazy and stupid with a fucking headache.
They sold you a script. Go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, and you followed it like a good little worker, never questioning why the people giving you advice were never rich themselves. But here's the truth they don't want you to know. The system was never meant to make you wealthy. It was built to make sure you stay exactly where you are, trapped, struggling, and too distracted to ever break free. And if you don't wake up now, if you don't take control of your life right this second, you will wake up 20 years from now in the exact same place, wondering why nothing ever changed. Money is not what you think it is. It's not about hard work. It's not about saving. It's not even about intelligence. It's about control. The rich don't get rich by working jobs. They don't get rich by clocking in and out. They don't get rich by following the rules. They get rich because they own the system that you are trapped in. They create the rules, manipulate the game, and position themselves so that no matter what happens, whether the economy collapses, inflation skyrockets, or businesses fail, they still win. They don't play by the same rules as you. While you're struggling to make ends meet, they are multiplying their wealth effortlessly because they understand something you don't. Money is a tool, not a reward. The biggest lie you've been told is that you have to earn money. The truth is, money is never earned. It is created, moved, and manipulated. The rich do not work for a paycheck. They build systems that print money for them. They don't trade their time for wages. They invest in assets that grow while they sleep. You, on the other hand, spend your life chasing money instead of making it work for you. You think your salary is proof that you're doing well, but in reality, it's proof that you are still a pawn in someone else's game. If your income stops the moment you stop working, you are not rich. You are a slave to your next paycheck. The rich understand that real wealth comes from ownership. They don't waste their energy working to increase their salaries. They focus on owning assets, businesses, and investments that generate income without their direct involvement. When you work a job, your earning potential is capped by your salary. But when you own a business, an investment, or a revenue-generating asset, your wealth is uncapped. There is no limit to how much money you can make because your income is not tied to the hours you put in. It is tied to the systems you control. Debt is another weapon the rich use to stay ahead while the poor drown in it. They don't avoid debt, they leverage it. They borrow money to buy appreciating assets while you borrow money to buy things that lose value. They take loans to acquire real estate, invest in businesses, and multiply their capital while you take loans to buy cars, phones, and vacations that keep you trapped in an endless cycle of repayment. They understand that debt, when used correctly, is a tool for wealth creation, not a burden. Meanwhile, you are taught to fear it. You're told to stay out of debt, to pay everything off, to live within your means. And so you stay small while they expand their wealth using money that isn't even theirs. Taxes are another game you were never taught how to play. The rich don't pay high taxes. They pay almost nothing. Wait, they don't do it illegally. They simply understand the rules better than you. They set up corporations, trusts, and offshore accounts that allow them to legally avoid taxes while you give away a massive chunk of your paycheck every year without question. Every dollar you earn is taxed before it even reaches your hands. And then you're taxed again when you spend it. Meanwhile, the rich structure their finances so that their money is taxed as little as possible. They reinvest their profits, use loopholes, and structure their wealth in a way that ensures they keep what they earn while you are left with the scraps. The stock market, real estate, cryptocurrency, these aren't just investments for the rich. They are weapons. They don't just put money into these things for fun. They do it because they know that money sitting in a bank account is money that is dying. Inflation erodes the value of cash every single year. So while you feel safe stacking money in a savings account, they are moving their wealth into places where it can grow. They understand that money has to be in motion to increase. That's why they buy stocks, properties, businesses. They take money and put it into things that generate more money. You, on the other hand, hold on to your money out of fear, and that's exactly why you will never have more of it. The entire system is set up so that the rich will always stay rich and the poor will always stay poor. It's not an accident. It's not bad luck. It's designed that way. Every system in place, the education system, the corporate world, the banking industry, is built to ensure that wealth stays at the top while you fight for crumbs. The reason the wealth gap keeps increasing isn't because rich people are just working harder than you. It's because they have access to knowledge and tools that you were never given. And yet, even when the truth is in front of you, most people refuse to see it. They defend the system. They believe that if they just work a little harder, save a little more, stay at their job a little longer, things will get better. They won't. You cannot outwork a broken system. You cannot save your way to wealth when the money you're saving is being devalued every year. You cannot retire comfortably when the people in power are making sure your earnings are drained through taxes, inflation, and debt. The rich have figured out how to play the game. They use leverage, ownership, and financial intelligence to stay ahead, while the rest of the world plays by outdated rules. They own assets, you own liabilities. They use debt, you avoid it. They keep their money moving, you keep yours trapped in a savings account. They understand the tax system, you overpay without question. The question is, now that you know how the game is really played, what are you going to do about it? Will you keep working like a slave, or will you learn the rules and start playing to win? If you want to break out of this system, you have to stop thinking like everyone else. You have to stop following the script they handed you at birth, the one that leads you straight into a lifetime of work, debt, and limitation. Wealth is not reserved for the lucky or the privileged. It is taken by those who refuse to accept the status quo. But here's the hard truth. Most people will never escape, not because they can't, but because they won't. They won't let go of the comfortable lies. They won't challenge what they've been taught. They won't take risks. They will cling to the very system that is keeping them trapped because stepping into the unknown is too terrifying. That is why the rich keep getting richer while the masses stay exactly where they are, too afraid to take control, too distracted to see the truth, too conditioned to break free. The first step to escaping is to stop trading time for money. The biggest scam in the world is convincing people that their time is only worth as much as their hourly wage. The truth is, time is the most valuable resource you have, yet you sell it for a paycheck that barely covers your bills. Think about it. Every day, you wake up and dedicate the majority of your waking hours to making someone else rich. You take orders, follow schedules, and give away your energy to a corporation that sees you as nothing more than a disposable asset. And at the end of the month, after taxes, after bills, after inflation eats away at what's left, you have barely anything to show for it. That is not living, that is survival. The rich do not play this game. They do not wake up every morning wondering how many hours they need to work to pay their bills. They create systems that generate income while they sleep. They build businesses that run without their direct involvement. They invest in assets that appreciate over time. They understand that real wealth is built on ownership, not labor. If your money stops the moment you stop working, you are in a dangerous position. You are not free. You are entirely dependent on forces outside of your control. If the economy shifts, if your company downsizes, if you get sick and can't work, everything collapses. That is not security, it is a ticking time bomb. The next step is developing a skill that allows you to print money on demand. The rich are not sitting around hoping for a raise, waiting for a promotion, or relying on someone else to decide their worth. They create value in the marketplace and they get paid accordingly. If you are not valuable, you are replaceable. If you are replaceable, you will always struggle. You must master something that makes people pay you directly for your expertise. It could be sales, investing, digital marketing, software development, or trading. The skill itself doesn't matter as much as the fact that it must be something that allows you to control your own income. When you can generate money at will, you will never be financially weak again. But skill alone is not enough. You must learn how to multiply your income streams. The average person has one income source. One, they put all their faith in a single job, a single paycheck, a single employer, and they wonder why they are always one step away from disaster. The wealthy do the opposite. They create multiple streams of income so that even if one dries up, they are never at risk. They have businesses, investments, real estate, stocks, digital products, money coming from several directions at all times. They are never in a position where losing a job means losing everything because they do not rely on a job to begin with. Once you are making money, you have to put it in the right places. The biggest mistake the average person makes is wasting money on things that do not increase in value. They buy liabilities, they upgrade their lifestyle before they upgrade their wealth. They spend money as if it is infinite, not realizing that every dollar wasted is a dollar that could have been multiplied. The rich do not waste money, they circulate it. They take what they earn and put it into income-generating assets. They don't just buy real estate, they buy properties that pay them. They don't just invest in stocks, they own companies. They don't just spend money, they deploy it into things that will make them richer. The fastest way to break free is to understand that the game has already started and you are either playing to win or playing to lose. Every financial decision you make either pushes you forward or holds you back. Every moment you waste, someone else is getting ahead. Every time you choose comfort over action, you are falling further behind. The question is not whether you can escape. The question is whether you are willing to do what it takes. Most people are not. They will read this, agree with it, and then go right back to their old habits. They will continue working for a salary depending on one income, saving instead of investing, and avoiding risk like it's a disease. And that is why most people stay exactly where they are, trapped in a financial prison they refuse to walk out of. But for the few who get it, who see the system for what it is and refuse to be a pawn in someone else's game, the path to financial freedom is clear. Own, don't rent. Invest, don't save. Create, don't consume. Build, don't beg. The future belongs to those who take it. The only question is, are you ready to claim what's yours? Most people will never be rich. That is not an opinion, it is a fact. Not because they lack intelligence, not because they don't have opportunities, but because they refuse to do what is necessary. They cling to comfort like a child clings to a security blanket, terrified of stepping outside their predictable little world. They tell themselves stories, excuses, and lies to justify why they are not where they want to be. They say not everyone can be rich, as if wealth is some lottery ticket handed out to a select few. They say I'm happy with what I have, as if settling for a mediocre existence is something to be proud of. They say money isn't everything, yet spend their entire lives stressing over bills, working jobs they hate, and living paycheck to paycheck. People do not stay broke because they have no choice. They stay broke because they fear what it takes to change. They fear looking stupid. They fear failing. They fear risk more than they fear poverty. They will happily work for 40 years under someone else's control, yet they won't spend a single year taking a chance on themselves. They will complain about being overworked and underpaid, but when given the opportunity to learn a new skill, start a business, or invest, they suddenly have every excuse in the book. I don't have time. I don't have money. It's too risky. And so they stay exactly where they are, trapped in their own limitations, refusing to see that the only thing standing between them and success is their own mindset. The world does not care about your excuses. It does not care that you were dealt a bad hand, that you didn't have the right education, that you weren't born into wealth. It does not reward effort, it rewards results. You do not get rich by being a good person. You do not get rich by working hard. You do not get rich by wishing for it. Wealth comes to those who move with purpose, make calculated decisions, and refuse to accept mediocrity. You either adapt and evolve, or you stay behind and complain about how unfair life is. The truth is, nobody's coming to save you. No government program, no company, no handout will ever make you wealthy. You will not stumble into success. You will not wake up one day and magically have financial freedom. If you want to escape the cycle, you must fight for it. You must rewire your thinking, unlearn everything they taught you, and be willing to sacrifice your old self to become the person who deserves wealth. But here's the most brutal truth of all. Most people are simply too weak to do it. They say they want wealth, but they aren't willing to leave their comfort zones. They claim they want freedom, but they cling to security like a lifeline. They tell themselves they will change one day, but that day never comes. They wait for the perfect moment, the perfect opportunity, the perfect conditions, never realizing that there is no perfect time. The time is now. It has always been now, and every second they waste is a second they will never get back. The rich understand this. That is why they act while others hesitate. They move quickly, they take risks, they put themselves in uncomfortable situations because they know that growth never happens in comfort. They do not wait for permission. They do not waste time on things that do not serve their goals. They see an opportunity and they take it. They see a chance to learn and they master it. They see an obstacle and they crush it. Meanwhile, the average person is still thinking about starting, still waiting for the right moment, still making excuses, still procrastinating, still wasting time. And that is why the gap between the rich and the poor keeps getting wider. The rich are playing offense while the rest of the world is playing defense. The rich are building wealth while everyone else is complaining about why they don't have any. It all comes down to one decision. Will you be the one who escapes, or will you be just another person who settles? Because make no mistake, there is no middle ground. There is no good enough. You either take control of your life or someone else will control it for you. You either become the one who dictates your future or you will spend your life taking orders from those who do. And by the time you realize it, it will be too late. By the time you wake up to the truth, you will have already wasted years, maybe decades, living under someone else's control. The time to act is not tomorrow, it is not next week, it is right now. The only question that remains is, will you do what it takes, or will you let your fear decide for you? At this point, there are only two types of people left watching this. Those who feel an undeniable fire inside them, the ones who feel the weight of truth crashing down on them like a tidal wave, and those who are still trying to justify their failures, still clinging to the illusion that somehow, without action, things will magically improve. This is where the decision is made, because the truth is most people will walk away from this unchanged. They will nod in agreement, feel a moment of inspiration, and then go right back to the same life they were just complaining about. They will go back to their predictable routines, back to their empty paychecks, back to their cycle of waiting for Friday, wasting the weekend, dreading Monday, and repeating it all over again. They will convince themselves that this is just how life is. But there will be a few, just a few, who refuse to accept that fate. The world does not belong to those who hesitate. It does not belong to those who sit on the sidelines, waiting for permission, waiting for luck, waiting for someone else to come along and fix their problems. The world belongs to those who see an opportunity and take it, to those who understand that fear is an illusion, that risk is a necessity, that failure is part of the game. The rich do not fear failure. They do not hesitate when it comes to money, power, or opportunity. They understand that inaction is the only true failure, that the cost of staying the same is far greater than the cost of taking a chance. And that is why they will always be ahead while the rest remain stuck in a cycle of regret. The biggest regret people have at the end of their lives is not the things they did, it's the things they did, the chances they didn't take, the dreams they abandoned out of fear, the ideas they let die because they were too scared to act, the time they wasted playing it safe, thinking they had more of it. But time is the only thing you will never get back. Every day that passes is a day you will never see again. Every hour wasted is an hour that could have been spent building something that lasts. Every moment of hesitation is a moment where someone else is getting ahead while you remain frozen in place. There is no fairness in this world. There is no participation trophy for those who tried their best but did nothing. Success is not given, it is taken. Power is not handed over, it is seized. The people who control this world do not ask for permission. They do not wait for approval. They do not care what others think. They move with confidence, with speed, with the understanding that hesitation is the enemy of progress. They know that every second wasted is a second lost forever, and that time is the most valuable currency they will ever own. They do not fear change, they embrace it. They do not fear being different, they demand it. And so now, you stand at the crossroads. One path leads to exactly where you have always been, safe, predictable, control. The other leads into the unknown, filled with uncertainty, risk, and challenge. Most people will take the first path because it is familiar, because it does not require change, because it allows them to remain comfortably numb. But for those who have had enough, for those who are tired of being trapped, for those who finally see the system for what it is, there is only one choice. Step into the fire. Embrace the uncertainty. Take the risk, because the truth is, you were never meant to be average. You were never meant to be just another name on a payroll, another number in the system, another person who let life happen to them instead of taking control. The future does not belong to those who wait. It belongs to those who decide to be more, decide to take action, decide to rewrite their story. The question is, will you be one of them, or will you look back years from now filled with regret, wishing you had started when you had the chance? The choice is yours. It always has been.